Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day number 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International for our first EU and Asia Cup. Hello everyone, I'm Automatic Jack, and joining me on the desk, we've got Nagura, Dratnos, and Tettles. And my friends, we've had an absolutely crazy day yesterday, Tettles. Lots of stiff competition in the European region.
Yeah, I really felt like all 8 teams that came to play were very well practiced. Of course, there was going to be some mistakes that came out of the day, but generally I felt that their strategies and just their fundamental understanding of the new Awakened Effects was very strong, and I am super excited to see what we have on this championship Sunday.
No doubt, and as we take a look at our bracket and just, start summarizing what happened yesterday, we saw Perplexed, formerly known as Abracadabra, have absolutely earned their spot as that number 1 seed, as they're poised in the upper finals to square off against the defending champions in Method EU. Meanwhile, in the lower bracket, we've got a lot of very tight encounters and very tight fights going on to see who is going to be eliminated and who will stay in this tournament. Pain for Femme, Deplete from Beyond, the boys, and Self-Reliance Nagura have all shown that they're able to pull through with some victories, but they've also made some mistakes along the way, causing them to be where they're at.
Yeah, so I think the whole competition was very tight yesterday with all of those EU teams. We've seen some really good times, even from the lower bracket teams and even from the lower seeded teams. So I think the lower matches today are going to be very, very close games, and I'm interested to see who's going to move on into those lower finals later. And I do think the biggest upset was Self-Reliance being in a lower bracket already after the first game, because they were the number 3 seed coming in from the time trials. But yeah, overall I'm just excited to see the games.
I mean, ultimately I feel like Self-Reliance and just like how they ended up playing the first match was still fine. Like, they played against Pain for Femme. Both of those are like very veteran teams. Like, Self-Reliance is like definitely one of the newest teams that we have. Pain for Femme is like a lot of MDI veterans. I wasn't exactly the most surprised that they ended up losing that first match, but they came back against, was it the Doppler Effect yesterday? Yeah, the Doppler Effect in the lower bracket, yep. Which showed that they actually can be incredibly strong.
That's right, and that's really what we're going to be looking for, is to see how a lot of these lower bracket teams are going to be able to survive and be able to continue progressing through the tournament. So our schedule for the day, we're going to be having Pain for Femme versus Deplete from Beyond first, and the boys versus Self-Reliance next. So back-to-back elimination rounds, followed by the upper finals between Perplexed and Method EU, followed up by the lower semis, then lower finals, and then our grand final. So a total of 6 matches for the day. We will be able to see who is going to be our champion for the first EU and Asia Cup. That brings us to the game 1 of the day here. And Dratnos, between Pain for Femme and Deplete from Beyond, both of these teams have shown they're able to actually stay with most of the best of them. But when we look at some of the map pools, for example, you called it before the show even started. Bans for Junkyard and Workshop are coming in.
Wait, exactly.
You really don't like
as I
Mechagon.
predicted.
You have the gift, all right. You have the gift.
If you're going to ban one, Mechagon dungeon, you expect the other team to play along and ban the other one too. That's only fair.
Yeah, that just makes sense to me.
That's going to leave us with King's Rest, Ataldazar, and Siege of Borealis. Siege of Borealis was a time trial dungeon, so if they get there, we're going to be on a time trial dungeon, but neither of these teams had really great times in their time trial runs of Siege. Deplete from Beyond in particular had a 10th place time trial there, so that's something that I think will be worrying for them. But King's Rest and Atal are 2 places where they could absolutely win the series right at the start, so let's get into King's Rest here for the first match of our day.
Deplete from Beyond and Pain for Femme squaring off, and a little bit of comp differences right off the bat. So let's dive into game number 1.
Yeah, so King's Rest, we've seen some very interesting strats come out. Even though this is a very linear dungeon and you can't do that many big variations, we've seen most teams do very different things. So we see Deplete from Beyond running that Holy Paladin again, as we've seen already being played in this very specific dungeon.
Yeah, the DPS comps have also varied here from different teams. It doesn't in this match. Both teams have come up with the same comp, but not every team has this answer as well. Some teams have been going like double Hunter for this. Here we see both, though, playing an Unholy Death Knight. That's going to work out well probably on this very first pull of the dungeon, where they can probably pull the entire room and Unholy DK it down. It is going to be interesting to see what the difference between the Holy Paladin and the History Room is going to be for them here.
It is actually very interesting because as we were doing rehearsals the last couple of days, we've been watching this very specific pull from Deplete from Beyond, where Rentari just pulls everything together, then leaps away. And we've seen them wipe on this very pull over and over and over during our rehearsal. So hopefully they can pull it off this time around because it is raging. So at the very end, this pull becomes the most difficult.
Ooh, it's also getting tough for Fem there. Fem also dropping to 30% health as they are kiting for the side of Pain for Fem, but both teams still staying alive here. This is the part where things get so sketchy because the mobs are getting spread out. Some of them are casters. Some of them have that other enrage effect on them as well. Both teams do have a soothe effect, though, in the form of that hunter pet and soothe, so there's not going to be too much threat from just one big raging mob. It's more just when everything rages at once. Looks like Pain for Fem, though, managed to get that pull done just a little bit faster, about 10 seconds ahead now. They are pulling the Golden Serpent, and they have some animated Guardians coming in to join the fun. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond getting ready to do that same pull.
Yeah, definitely a little bit cleaner here from Pain for Fem on their side. And this is just a couple of seconds that save them here, but if they're going to do all of the pulls slightly cleaner, then at the end it will accumulate quite a bit of time. So hopefully Deplete from Beyond can shape up a bit and do those pulls a little bit cleaner as well from here on out. And they also pulled the Guardians on top of the Golden Serpent here, as we've seen most other teams do as well.
Yeah, so Ring of Peace is something that Fem has access to that Deplete from Beyond does not have access to. And that's something that is going to be useful for them. We've seen them use that there to synchronize the two animated Guardian casts. And that makes it a little bit easier to deal with, a little bit safer, and that's letting them, I think, apply a little bit more damage to the boss here. Although, if you look on the side of Deplete from Beyond, look at that damage done by Light Igloo, their paladin.
So
75k DPS.
Curry actually going down, and Rentari going down too. I think they didn't have a battle rest because it was their DK that died, so they were missing the one person who has the battle rest, and they could use an engineering one, but it just didn't take long enough, and then Igloo didn't manage to keep Rentari alive with all of the boss damage plus the Guardian damage happening, so they have a full team wipe. And one thing I also wanted to note is that they actually saved their Bloodlust for the boss. They didn't use their Bloodlust for the trash pull, so they had the Bloodlust available for the boss, and they still didn't manage to do this pull properly.
Looks like we've had some kind of reset happening coming in here. So
Hey.
the teams are back out in
Jack.
Morales. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
We're back.
So we did have a bit of an issue, as you guys were actually mentioning. There was an issue coming up with the affixes not being correct for both of the teams. So we're making sure that we get that fixed, and then we'll be able to hop back into game as soon as we possibly can. And just to make sure that all of the bases are covered. Are you enjoying that little warm up there, Tettles? A little bit of running around that you had to do.
Yeah, I actually liked how Pain for Fem was making sure that they kept those mobs grouped up for their first pull, utilizing that DK's grip just to make sure that everything was staying stacked just a little bit more. That's the reason that they were slightly faster than Deplete from Beyond through that first pull. I wonder if they're going to be able to do that again.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that, ideally we never have any of those resets, but it'd be interesting to see once we get everybody in the group together, everybody has a chance to kind of refresh and, shake out some of those nerves there, that they'll both be able to execute on some of those larger pulls. And a lot of times we've seen just early mistakes in a group can just completely sink a team, especially on their very first game of the day.
Yeah, having early mistakes, especially in the lower bracket, is going to put so much pressure on them, right? They need a good mentality to go into those games, to just keep up a high morale, to be able to do those dungeons without any bigger mistakes. So a mistake very early on in the very first game is definitely going to be difficult to overcome for those teams.
That's right. So getting everybody back in together, and what were you making there, Kratos, of the differences between the Holy Paladin and Mistweaver? Because we've seen that a couple times from some of the teams.
Yeah, so I think Holy Paladin can really output a lot of damage when they are free and they don't have to, worry about using their cooldowns defensively. But the Mistweaver Monk brings that Mystic Touch, which is passively increasing pretty much the whole group's damage. And they have that Ring of Peace ability, which is really potent for controlling where the mobs are. And, sometimes you can use it to synchronize ability casts. Sometimes you can just use it to keep mobs away from the Golden Serpent and let your DPS stay in for longer. It's a really, really powerful ability that I think they can make a lot of good use out of in this dungeon.
Expanding on that, I actually really liked their bop. I liked Deplete from Beyond's bop usage in the first room with the Golden Serpent. So Rentari is actually playing Strength of the Warden Major. So whenever he got bopped, he ended up using Strength of the Warden immediately to retaunt back all the mobs, and he canceled off his bop just to get a full necrotic reset.
Yeah, that's a potent combination, especially against necrotic. And then, so the Light Igloo, he's playing the Vision Major as well. So he gets these wings procs that when that wings procs, he can just do massive healing even though he hasn't actually pressed his wings button.
And freakish damage.
But there is a little bit of
I was gonna say.
a little bit of randomness there as to when you get those procs. Sometimes you can go without one for a minute and things can get very bad. So they are a little bit at the mercy of that effect here, and we'll have to see how well they play around its procs.
And that's one of the things that I was kind of interested in seeing is which paladins would be using Formless for like maybe Blood of the Enemy, for example, when they want to have the timing and they want to be able to use it for specific moments rather than just going for maximum wings uptime. So it's kind of curious to see some Vision Major, because if I'm not mistaken, we've seen a lot of the Warriors lately start running with like Lucid Major instead of what we saw last season where it's almost always Vision Major for them. Thank you, Tails.
You're right. I mean, you're absolutely
if you were
right.
in here, would
I
you be
agree.
running Vision Major, Tails?
The reason that they're running Lucid Major is because the leech healing is so incredibly strong, plus their anger management, like cooldown reset from the rage that they get is super powerful. So I mean, that's why they're playing it.
True. And let's see how it gets. Let's see how it works out for both of these teams as we are ready to go with the game. Deplete from Beyond and Pain for Femme in game number 1 in King's Rest.
This time for sure, yeah. So the affix is active. Hopefully for both teams now are Tyrannical, Raging, and Necrotic. And again, Raging, both teams do have access to a Soothe in the form of the Hunter Dispel on that. So that affix shouldn't be too much of a problem for them if they don't let everything rage all at once. And especially with high stacks Necrotic, that can be really, really dangerous at the end of a pull. Looks like Pain for Femme has gotten a little bit of a head start on activating that Gong. And that might be actually the Mistweaver there. The Mistweaver a little bit more mobile than the Holy Paladin. Meanwhile, Holy Paladin comp here, they are doing this whole pull, and yeah, we're looking to see that bop, Strength of the Warden, perhaps coming out. There it is. There's the bop on Rentari with the Strength of the Warden active. He's going to cancel that bop and get out of there and make sure he holds threat after Strength of the Warden expires. Running away from all these mobs.
Do you think there's any other reason why they're running the Paladin except that... Oh, Light Eagle actually going down. I think there was a Shadow Bolt volley that went
raging
through.
Shadow Bolt volley, I believe, that
no,
got
that's going to be
through
a
there.
full wipe. Oh, they're all resetting. Oh my god, this is a disaster for Deplete from Beyond. They all were so low HP, and now it's a full reset. I don't think very many mobs died. As you can see at the trash now, I think there's maybe 1 or 2 mobs that actually went down. So this is a disaster for them. They are out of offensive cooldowns now, especially from Kuri, from their DK, so they can't do the same pull again. They're also out of defensive cooldowns on Rentari's side, so this is going to be a big problem for them. They're going to have to do slower pulls now.
And they don't have Shroud either. Now they're getting feared from these minions of Zul near the start of the dungeon, and that is going to send them into these animated guardians, which they were planning to pull later into the gauntlet room, and they're probably going to have to just fight like 4 reanimated guardians together now, or maybe is Igloo there? What's Igloo up to? Igloo went to go pull the other, so they're going to do 4 animated guardians now. I wonder what their strategy is going to evolve to do here, and I wonder if Paint for Femme, once they learn that this has happened to Deplete from Beyond, if that's going to adjust their strategy. Maybe they'll do some more obelisks along the way, because they know they have a bunch of extra time now, and they just need to play safe as possible to avoid having a similar disaster happen on their side of the battle.
Yeah, I think they really should be playing more obelisks maybe along the way instead of having them at the last boss, because as you mentioned, like the amount of time they lost here on Deplete from Beyond side is pretty immense. So playing it safe and playing some obelisks that you otherwise maybe wouldn't do is probably the way to go for them. And I've talked to them.
Deplete from Beyond are actually going into an obelisk here as well. They're doing Urgroth Breaker here in this very first obelisk. So Deplete from Beyond kind of planning to also go onto a slow and steady now strategy. And I guess they are hoping that Paint for Femme will have some kind of disaster going on their side, and they can win with a slow strategy too.
Well, I feel like that's the wrong way to go about it if you're already behind, right? Because let's say you're taking it slower now from Deplete from Beyond. Let's say Paint for Femme actually does make a mistake. If you're still going slow, you might not even be able to catch up even though the other team makes a mistake. So interesting to see what their strategy is going to be from here on out. But maybe it's because they needed the portal because they don't have a shroud, so they can't go on the other side. I'm not really sure. Either way, we see Pain for Femme are getting lower and lower on the Golden Serpent, and from their side, it was really clean so far.
Yeah, Pain for Femme on no deaths, no mistakes, no large mistakes that have been made on that side of the battle so far. Shelly, they're just tearing up the damage meters on that Beastmaster Hunter. Look at that, over 100,000 DPS. A couple minutes here into this boss fight, this tyrannical Golden Serpent boss fight. That is really impressive. Although that's kind of what happens when you're playing with a outlaw rogue and an unholy death knight that isn't really doing their unholy death knight things. Is you can really take all the damage on the single target moments as a Beast Mastery Hunter.
It looks like Deplete from Beyond is doing a triple pull here, so they pull 3 packs instead of all 4 packs. Seems like some of their defensives are up again. We have the shield wall, and we have the dwarf race already on Rentara's side here, so they should be able to get this pull done as long as they have all interrupts available. It was really just because they missed an interrupt, and that was the reason why they wiped earlier. So very important to interrupt that caster here. Not only is the Deathly Chill very dangerous for the tank, which is a huge, I believe it's nature damage, that does a lot of damage to the tank if it's not interrupted. But on top of that, you also have the Shadow Bolt Volley. And of course, in combination with Raging, both of these casts can be deadly either for the tank or for the whole group.
Yeah, when you're pulling 3 of those Witch Doctors at once, you kind of have to let some of those Deathly Chills through, but no Shadow Bolt Volleys should be going through that. That's a disaster. You can maybe let one go through with like a Devotion Aura at the start of the pull or something, but you can't just let them go through in the kiting phase. That was definitely, and that led to 1 death, which I think then led to more stuff not getting interrupted, because of course somebody's dead, they have an interrupt, and that means that now their kicks are going to go through, and it all spirals out of control very quickly, as we saw, especially with Raging active.
Yeah, we see Pain for Femme are already moving on to the gauntlet here. They pulled the other 2 Guardians that were still left in front of the first boss room, and they pull it here on top of the second gauntlet trash. Now, here in this area is actually a fixed rotation on Tournament Realm. On live servers, it's RNG, which pack spawns, but on the live servers, it starts with the top left pack, and then it goes counterclockwise.
Yeah, which means that the teams here are aware of which pack is coming when, and they can really plan out their strategy, rather than being at the mercy of some randomness there. I think that is a good change here for the sake of the tournament.
Almost
See
definitely.
that Channel Lightning cast there. This is a group composition that does have a couple ways to displace that effect. Looks like they're just going to leave it for the ranged DPS to kill over there. Presumably grips and rings and stuff had already been used for other reasons. They're getting through that second part of the gauntlet. 2 mini-bosses remain in this area, or 2 mini-boss encounters, rather. And they're making good progress there. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond, Golden Serpent getting below half health there. They've not had any more deaths since that first wipe, so things are recovering for them. But I believe a lead here of about 3 or 4 minutes has been opened up by Pain for Them. But Deplete from Beyond have dealt with 1 awakened mini-boss that Pain for Them haven't already, so they may be setting up to be on this kind of safer strategy.
Yeah, and both of them still have a Battle Rest available, so even Deplete from Beyond, even with their full team wipe that they had, at least didn't commit any of their Battle Rests there, so in case something goes wrong in the future, they have that safety net of getting someone back up. Now we see Pain for Femme is waiting for that last mini-boss trash that is spawning now. This actually is decently dangerous for the tank because this mob does a lot of single target damage with the shoot, but it's a tyrannical setting, so it's not actually buffed.
Yeah, they have the Enrage spell here, which is really good, because if they didn't have that, those Raging shoots can be really, really deadly.
Yeah.
Might require something like a line of sight, which is an option, but not something that you'll really see in an MDI, because it's just such a slow thing to do, to run away like that. They are getting through here, and let's see if Pain for Femme decides to activate Samrek's Pillar here. Looks like they are just not going to bother, so they are going with, I think, unless they're doing they could either be doing the double pillar thing, or they could be doing multiple obelisks with the last boss later, so they are skipping Samrek back in Earth Chaos. If I was Pain for Femme, I would have considered adding it in once I heard Deplete from Beyond had some difficulties earlier, but I think they might just be confident enough in their last boss that they're like, we can still do this, we're just going to do our route and put up our time, and that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think teams have a lot of different kinds of opinions when it comes to paying attention to where the other team is during a tournament, right? Some teams, specifically Method EU, they always said, we don't really care what the other team's doing. We're not going to alter our strategy because this is the strategy we practiced, and we don't care if the other team is really, really far behind and we could play it safer. We're going to stick to our strategy. So that's the mentality that Method EU always had. But some other teams, they definitely did adjust their strategy and went with an easier route. Now, I can understand both ideas, right? Because even if you play something less risky, it seems better if you're so far ahead. But in the end, if you don't have that cooldown like you have them when you do the riskier pulls, maybe it's not actually easier to do the safer strat, right? Because then your cooldowns are not aligned anymore like the way you planned them to align. So maybe that's just easier to do the strat that you practice with, really.
Yeah, and do you want to spend your brain power in the middle of the match, thinking about all these implications of changing your route and like, should we change our route? What's it going to do to our cooldown timings? Or do you want to just spend your entire focus on doing the route that you've already learned? I think it makes sense to just kind of decide that you're not going to really pay any attention to what's going on with the other team, because it doesn't affect you, and you should just put up the best time possible. I think that there's good arguments to be made on both sides of this, but we see Machimba the Embalmer getting pulled for Paint for Femmes. That is the second boss of this dungeon. Let's see if they try and do the strategy that involves breaking their friend out of the coffin as quick as possible. I think that they are, because if you look, some world markers have gone down in front of the coffins, and the team is pre-spreading out now towards each coffin, trying to break their friend out very quickly. If you can get your friend out of the coffin quick enough, Machimba will stop doing other abilities for the remainder of the boss fight, and that can really allow your whole group to just pump damage in without having to worry about dodging burn corruptions or healing through the Drain Fluids cast.
Yeah, this is interesting because some teams choose to not do this very thing that we just saw Pain for Femme doing, because if you don't have Machimba cast any more abilities, there's so much more damage on the tank, right? This boss already does a lot of damage to the tank even when he's functioning normally. But when he functions normally and he casts all of his ability, then there's some breathing room for the tank where the boss does not melee. For example, during the Drain Fluid cast, or when he spawns the fire, then the boss doesn't melee during that, and you have a little bit of a breathing room for the tank to recover from all the incoming damage. Now, in a tyrannical setting with Necrotic, this can be very dangerous if the boss does nothing but melee the tank. So definitely need to look at Fem a little bit here, at Fem's HP, seeing how he handles this boss's damage. But looks like he's doing fine.
Heroic leap away. Yeah, he heroic leap there towards the end of the necrotic stacks in order to reset them. Yeah, it's a challenge though, because as you were saying, shield block up time, it's not 100%. It can get pretty close, but you're gonna have some difficulties here as you start being attacked for over a minute, keeping up something defensive at any given time. And this boss does hit hard. Looks like they're gonna be able to get through this though. They have the Mistweaver healing as well, contributing that life cocoon if necessary. It doesn't even look like any of that really has been necessary. And it's not just about the cooldowns that you can commit to this boss. It's also about coming out of this boss fight with shield wall and everything available, because you're about to do a big pull of trash and you presumably want access to those cooldowns there.
Yeah, I agree. And then this trash group that we're gonna see right after Machimba is definitely a trash group that is known to wipe groups, even on a non-fortified setting, just because this is so dangerous with the Berserkers, and then you have all of those casters with the Spectral Bolts, with the Witch Doctors, instant Frost Shock cast, just so many dangerous things at the same time happening here that you definitely want some defensive cooldowns available on your tank.
Yeah, I wiped this just pulling these first three without getting these next two packs. But they're going in. Yeah, look at those perfect double reflect on the first two Hexpriest casts, interrupts on the next two to bring them in. The Beastmaster gets gripped in, and they have everything now, getting AoE down. Ricky is going to be dropping Death and Decay, and once that Death and Decay goes down, watch that Death Knight just soar up on the meters, casting those Scourge Strikes with Bursting Swords, going off on everything, and that is going to be enough to take care of most of this pack, alongside with Shelly, just doing huge damage the entire time. And they're going to activate both of these obelisks here. Nagura, what do you make of this this double obelisk strategy that we saw coming out yesterday from Paper Femme also here?
I think this strategy might just be the best strategy in King's Rest, because, in the end, those two Awakened mobs are probably easier to play with the last boss than the other two that they skipped, right? The Fear Mob and the Tank Blast are definitely more difficult to deal with than Void Weaver and the Blood, because there's just a bunch of interrupts you need to do, and the last boss's room is pretty big, so the pulls are also not as big of a deal there. But because you can pull them both at the same time and kill them simultaneously, you save so much more time than having to kill the other two Awakened mobs separately. And that's why I really like this strategy coming out from Pain for Femme here.
Yeah, it's kind of two for the price of one in terms of how much time it takes you to remove enemies from the last boss. So you could do, 3 enemies with the last boss that were slightly easier enemies, but, just doing 2 harder enemies for the same amount of time is probably a better strategy here. And it gives them access to a good skip also. Like, they're not going to have to commit Lightfoot Potions, Shrouds, run the risk of failure of that skip across the bridge. They just have the perfectly foolproof Awakened skip instead. going somewhere they already wanted to go. So there's definitely a lot of value to doing it this way.
Yeah, they also would only have one Shroud going there and go full Night Elves to do a Night Elf Shadow Meld skip on the way back. But then you don't have the Dwarf Racial available to get rid of all of those bleed effects that we see in King's Rest, right? The Severing Axe and the Berserker debuffs. And then on top of that, you also have Necrotic. So just the Dwarf Racial gives you so much value in this dungeon specifically.
Yeah, and we see actually 3 dwarves on the side of Paint for Femme. Everybody, so Femme, Ricky, and Sebe are playing dwarf. Mewo, though, playing the Night Elf on the Monk. Shelly's playing a human here. I'm not quite sure. Is human just a good Beast Mastery damage race? Or is there some stun that he's breaking with every man for himself?
I'm thinking about it. I don't think there's anything for every man for himself, but I'm not completely sure. Maybe there's an ability that I can't think of right now, but it's probably just because of damage.
Yeah, so maybe just the human, passive damage ratio is superior here. That is interesting, though. I would have thought the dwarf would have been pretty good for Hunter, too.
Yeah, I agree.
They're getting into
Interesting
now
choice.
Cool the Butcher. This is a scary, scary part of this boss fight on Tyrannical, but because they have so many dwarves, each one of those dwarves can stone form off the Severing Axe cast that Cool the Butcher does. That makes it a lot less deadly than it would be if they didn't have access to those 3 dwarves in their group comp.
Yeah, and as far as I'm aware, you can also turtle the Severing Axe if it's cast on the Hunter, as long as you turtle it before it gets applied to you. I'm not really sure about Feign Death. Not sure if that will work as well. Either way, you see the Severing Axe unfortunately going on their Mistweaver. Mistweaver does not have anything to get rid of the bleed because he's also playing Night Elf, so he's got the Shadow Meld instead of that Dwarf Racial.
Yeah, you can actually Shadow Meld between these 2 boss fights bits, and it does this weird thing where it'll actually drop the debuff off of you if it's still on you because you drop combat, and that makes the debuff leave. It's so weird actually melding and feigning and vanishing in the middle parts of this boss encounter. You can get 2nd potions and then 3rd potions and then 4th potion even. Depending on how long the fight goes. Yeah.
I think that's really cool that those teams figured this out, that you can actually drop the boss combat in between those. Because I remember casting a game of King's Rest last season, and then I saw them get rid of the debuff. Some player got rid of their Severing Axe debuff, and I just couldn't figure out why. I was like, how? He's not a dwarf. He didn't vanish. How did he get rid of this debuff? What happened? And then I realized that the whole Shadow Meld out of boss combat removes it. And I was mind blown that these players just figured this small little thing out, which is a very interesting interaction here in this fight.
Look at this. Deplete from Beyond are catching up here. They are now only 80%, 60%, I guess, of Xanazal the Wise's health, separating them from Paint for Femme. Paint for Femme does have a little bit more trash count. I think that means that Paint for Femme has killed 2 awakened enemies and Deplete from Beyond has killed 1. I think that explains the entire difference in their trash count. So I think Deplete from Beyond is going to be doing King Dazar with 3 awakened enemies, not including Urgroth, the Breaker of Heroes, whereas Paint for Femme is going to be doing King Dazar with 2 awakened enemies. So a little bit of an easier fight probably for Paint for Femme, but Deplete from Beyond could absolutely still take this if they can execute this well.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond actually did a very good job after this very big mistake they did at the start. And this is something that is very hard to do. As we talked about, this is the first game of their lower bracket match, right? So if they lose this match against Paint for Femme, they're going to be out of the tournament. So having one of those mistakes and then still keeping your head cool and staying in the game and playing at your best, it's very hard to do when you're so close to just losing the game and having such a big mistake. So good for them for keeping up their morale and actually just getting back into the game and not having any more mistakes after this first big one that we saw.
Yeah, you can even look at the boss splits here at the bottom of our screen. We're tracking this. You can see they managed to do their split between bosses 1 and 2, so going to Machimba and getting him down. They made up nearly a minute there through no mistakes on either side, really, but just, more damage and better execution of those pulls. But just, more damage and better execution of those pulls. And now we're seeing them, they're probably on track to have made up another minute here on the boss 3 split. That means they can just make up 1 more minute, they should be caught up. But they do have a harder King Dazar fight ahead of them with more total damage that's going to need to get done also.
Yeah, and you also see the Holy Paladin damage here. Now, in the end, even though the Holy Paladin does a little bit more damage than the Mistweaver on single target, it's probably going to be approximately the same thing, because the Mistweaver also buffs everyone else's damage by 5%, while the Paladin does not. So the higher numbers are not actually meaning that much because of that missing physical damage amplifier on Deplete from Beyond side, unfortunately. Now, Pain for Fam doing this very big trash pull that we've seen a lot. This is very dangerous because there's so many Berserkers and so many casters, and
Yeah,
you can see Fam
Ricky
having
actually
2
died
waves as
there.
well.
Ricky went down near the start of that pull. I think before he actually, looking at the damage meters, I believe he popped some cooldowns and then died. That is a really unfortunate thing to happen as an Unholy Death Knight. You know, you pop your Dark Transformation
Oh,
from
so many
Unholy
deaths.
Frenzy, and then you die before your Death and Decay gets to go down. And
Fam
that
actually
is
died
causing this
too.
whole thing to, yeah, exactly. It's all spiraling out of control for them now. Because the pack lived for so long because they didn't get to Unholy DK it at all.
Yeah, this is actually huge because now we don't have this big time difference anymore from the deaths, right? We had 5 deaths versus 0 deaths, 25 seconds difference, but now it's only 5 seconds. We have 4 deaths on Pain for Fem's side, so now only a 5 seconds difference between those two teams. That means Deplete from Beyond has a very high chance at coming back here, especially because they were playing the boss fights faster, as we've seen on the last 2 bosses.
Yeah, look at that. That is what the damage meter was supposed to look like there with the Death Knight right at the top of the meters there. But unfortunately, something happened to Ricky on the side of Pain for Fem at the start of that last pull. They are still ahead, though, Pain for Fem. They are getting onto Shadow Azul here. This is going to be a tough bit here for them. They have to hold on to their lead here. Looks like Pain for Fem has a Bloodlust, though, active right now. Nagura, what do you make of that cooldown having been used 40 seconds ago? What was that on? The very end of the last trash pull?
Yeah, that seems
start of Shadow
very...
Azul?
That seems like a mistake because it's... Shadow of Azul is not buffed by Fortified, and they have a Raging Dispel, and Necrotic doesn't really matter for that mini-boss either, so it shouldn't be a big deal for those teams at all, and there's no way they should be committing Bloodlust for this mini-boss when they're about to do the last boss with 2 Awaken mobs. And we've talked about this earlier, that they're playing with 2 difficult Awaken mobs. They have the Fear mob and the Tank Buster, which is definitely hard to handle. So I think this must have been a mistake. Someone clicked it on accident, probably.
Yeah, we have all drums at the wrong time before that. That's something we've all done at various times in this game's history. So yeah, we're seeing King Dazar now pulled with the Fear guy and the Tank Buster at the same time here. They do have that Hunter who is capable of taunting every single Spirit Breaker cast with a pet. That is something that they could do to try and take some pressure off of Fem here. And you'll see actually, yeah, that Spirit Breaker indeed going on to a pet there with that a Core Hound with that shield up. So that is going to mean that they don't even have to revive that pet on that first Tank Buster cast. Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos goes down, so the Fear guy is taken care of. Now they just have Urgroth left, the Spirit Breaker. Once again, every single Spirit Breaker is going to get taunted by that pet. That one is going to take down. Deplete from Beyond gets on to King Dazar. They have an extra Awakened enemy to deal with here and a different set of Awakened enemies. They are not that far behind here. They could make this up with massive damage, and they do have their Bloodlust available, which is something that Pain for Fem did not have on pull here.
Yeah, so this is going to be difficult for Deplete from Beyond, but they do have the Bloodlust, so they definitely have a little bit of an edge compared to Pain for a Fam. They also will have more single target damage because of the Bloodlust, so there's still a chance for them to catch up. If you look at the boss percentage difference, Deplete from Beyond is not that far behind at all. Of course, there's still a 10-second difference from the 2 extra deaths on their side, but there's still a possibility for them to catch up. Maybe if the extra Paladin damage can catch up compared to the other team, but we see Pain for Fem already dealt with all of their Awakened mobs, and they're now dealing with only the boss left.
Yeah, but King Dazar, it looks like Deplete from Beyond is focusing damage onto King Dazar, even with some Awakened enemies there. Getting some good damage there. King Dazar down to 80%, only 10% difference in health now between these 2 King Dazars. Oh. And Igloo should be getting a wings later in this fight for damage, but Rentari drops really low and dies actually to the... Was that the Hunting Leap or just the Blade combo that got him? B-Res is coming out, but now Igloo goes down 2. There are still 2 B-Reses available for Deplete from Beyond, so they're going to spend one there, but that is going to cost them time in terms of how long it takes to kill the boss, and 10 seconds of death penalty. That is really, really catastrophic for their hopes here.
That is brutal for them, because we actually had a death on Pain for Fem's side as well. They had 1 damage healer go down. They also had a Battle Rest available to get them back up, but they were so much closer in deaths. But now with Deplete from Beyond having so many issues here as well, they're just back to being behind 3 deaths, so 15 extra seconds compared to Pain for Fem. This is going to be this is gonna be too difficult, I believe, to catch up at this point.
Oh, and
for
Eagle
P4
goes
Fem,
down
as
to the
Eagle
lead
goes down.
there.
They do have one more rest to get him back up, though, but now they're out of battle rest, so they can't have any more mistakes. No,
Oh,
Corey going down
no.
too.
Right down to the hunting leap. You know, it's tough there because you're trying to cast the battle res, right? And you're, you know, focus on getting in range to cast your battle res, and then, you know, the hunting leap mechanic gets you. That's really brutal, and they're gonna have to do the rest of this boss fight with just 2 damage dealers alive. Paint for Fem now. It's up to them. It's their match to lose from here. As long as they can stay alive and execute the rest of this boss fight, they should be in pretty good shape here. They should be able to win with maybe a minute to spare at this point, given that death penalty, discrepancy, and the extra damage dealer that they have access to.
Yeah, so wow, lots of small mistakes by both of those teams coming in. Well, there was of course one very big mistake from Deplete from Beyond at the start, but afterwards both teams played pretty well, had some mistakes here and there. Now, Paint for Fem, thankfully they still actually pulled the last boss off without the Bloodlust, because it was probably a genuine mistake by one of the players. Not sure if it was Shelley who pressed the Bloodlust or if it was drums that got used, but either way, I'm glad they managed to do the Awakened pull anyway without it, because otherwise you could be very sad about that one if you make a mistake like that.
Yeah, the middle part of this dungeon was so good for Deplete from Beyond. You know, they were making up time. They had these really fast boss splits, but you know, the first and last chapters of this story were not good enough for them, and that really cost them in this match. Paint for Fem gonna take the win here.
That's right, and Paint for Fem taking game number 1 after both sides having an absolute comedy of errors throughout this game here, Tess.
Yeah, I was watching the show, and I actually was the one who pointed out. Yeah. Shut up, Jack.
Were you?
I was the one who pointed out the bloodlust, like the misuse of bloodlust. They were actually just like sitting down, re-feasting and like re-eating and stuff like that, and then just randomly used drums, and I was like, oh no.
That's how it happened then.
Oh,
That's,
no.
you know, that somebody was clicking their food and they clicked their drums by accident right next to them. Probably.
Yeah, probably. That's what I have to assume, right?
That we've all been there.
I think we've all.
Anybody who hasn't been there is lying.
I've done that, definitely.
Yeah.
They would have felt so bad if they didn't manage to do the Awaken pull. Oh, I was so glad that they did it
Yeah.
anyway. I was like, oh god, thank god.
Well, at that point, they just have to go all in, right? They just have to
they had to, yeah.
hope for their own survivability on that and just try to be able to pull through. And as a result, they do, which also starts putting us into Taldazar being the next dungeon, because they did end up banning Workshop and Junkyard. So I believe we've already seen Paint for Fem play in on Atal titles.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see if they're as clean as they were in their previous Atal. They did like I think it was like a 20 storage triple Skyscreamer snap that Fem got incredibly low on in their previous Ataldazar. So as long as they were able to stay clean and consistent, their Ataldazar routing looked very good. Of course, I think they only played 3 obelisks with the last boss. I think it may have only been 2 obelisks with the final boss. So there's some room for time improvement there. But ultimately, I think Paint for Fem's routing in Ataldazar seems pretty strong. So I guess it's ultimately up to what Deplete from Beyond can show up with.
Sure, and speaking of tank survivability, I mean, let's just go over some of those replays as well, because tanks were getting absolutely crushed in this King's Rest.
Yeah, so I mean, it's like we were talking about earlier, it started off really slow with major errors from Deplete from Beyond, like that wipe to that Shadow Bolt volley that was enraged, just instantly killing the whole entire group. That was incredibly sad, very unlucky. Maybe they should have used a pet kick from the Death Knight or something like that. Who's really to say what exactly occurred there? But then it looked like Paint for Fem was just kind of chugging along and doing really well. They had, like you guys were saying, like they played the double obelisk too. That was really cool. They did a lot of good things. They had like a minor error at the beginning of the bridge, and then that I would deem the Bloodlust on nothing as almost a catastrophe, but they were able to recover quite nicely. And at the end of the day, they were even still like just more clean in their run than Deplete from Beyond.
At the end of it, I mean, they hit Bloodlust and they just instantly try to run in and try to make some kind of use out of it on Zool.
They Bloodlust, and then the person who was the healer was drinking. He instantly canceled his drink, and they all light-footed towards Shadow of Zool. You're like, oh no,
time to go. Yeah, but after seeing that, I was just like, and then Nagura was like, oh yeah, I mean, like, yeah, but after seeing that, I was just like, and then Nagura was like, oh yeah, I mean, like, Zool's not going to be that big of a deal. Yeah, it's raging, but they have a soothe for it, and we're on Tyrannical as well, so it's like, what's the threat here? And then they just go get to fight a bunch of obelisks and a Tyrannical end boss, and leave Raban up the entire time, which also gets some kills as well. I think Raban had some of like the highest kills throughout that run, Dratnos.
Yeah, Raban really, got promoted there a couple times, got a couple of extra honorable kills, climbing the leaderboard.
Climbing the KD ratio.
You can be a bit unlucky, when you get corruption slow at the very same time as it jumping on you.
Yeah.
So, there's things can happen.
He's going for rank 14.
Look, anytime
That's
you
right.
die, you gotta just open your mic and you say corruption slow. That takes the responsibility off of
it
you.
forgives everything.
No, it does
That's-
not.
Especially,
Do not tell the people.
especially if you're a DPS or a tank.
Yeah.
Actually, especially if you're
Not
a
if you're
tank.
the
You're
healer,
getting it
though.
pulled together. Well, yeah, I mean, if the healer dies, it's always their fault.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, why didn't you just heal yourself? Oh, I was busy healing you. It's like, why aren't you healing multiple people at the same time, right? Come on, Nagura, you know
One
this.
heal?
I know it. That's why I don't heal anymore.
That's right. I was gonna say. That's why you're full on back to DPS
Exactly.
this time.
Yeah, Jack doesn't heal anyway, and he's a healer, so it's...
You just kick stuff, and you let the hot sort everybody else out. That's all up to them, right? Enveloping Mist and Renewing Mist will heal whoever they want. You have no control over it otherwise. Last bit of prep for the Atal Dazar before we get into our second game. What do they need to do better on this one, Dranos, for Deplete from Beyond to stay in this series?
So Taldazar from Deplete from Beyond, I don't think we've seen from them quite yet what this dungeon looks like. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do a bit of a cleaner run, without the wipes. That would be a big thing to do. They're up against Paint for Femme, who had a 0 death Taldazar in their earlier go of it. So even with Sanguine active, even with quite a bit of difficulty added from that affix in this place, they were able to execute it pretty cleanly before. Paint for Femme, if they're able to do that again, Deplete from Beyond is absolutely going to have to keep up and have no major mistakes as well.
Yeah, you hit on something that's really important there. The Sanguine management, especially with how the first pull ends up shaping up, is incredibly important. We see a lot of teams pulling the Colossus with the first pull, and on Sanguine, it can be incredibly dangerous, especially since it is fortified as well. So we got to see what teams are going to be doing with that first pull.
Yeah, we've seen so many times where it's just that first pull sets the momentum and kind of sets the stage for the rest of the dungeon as well, Nagura, because it's so much pressure on them, especially when they have to deal with Sanguine puddles and avoid that extra healing, where you'll see something that looks like a clean pull, but it just ate up an extra minute or two of time because Sanguine heals.
Yeah, Sanguine is definitely an affix that you can't really see if you don't play it properly. At least not as much. Of course, when a boss heals, you will see it. But if a bunch of mobs heal only one tick from Sanguine pool, it doesn't look like much, and it doesn't look like it lost a lot of time. But it's a big difference, right? If you have proper Sanguine management throughout the dungeon versus a team that doesn't, you're gonna make up so much time. And especially this first pull that we've been talking about can make or break it. So we'll see how those two teams are gonna pull it off.
That's right, here it comes. Game is ready to go as Deplete from Beyond is fighting for their tournament lives against Paint for Femme. Game number 2 in the Taldazar.
Both teams here on that double Death Knight composition. Both teams going to pull every single piece of trash from this left-hand thing here, and they are going to use that double Death Knight to absolutely annihilate these enemies. But it is pretty dangerous here. They have to be careful of that Sanguine dropping. Grievous and Fortified are active too, so it is a pretty dangerous time here. Look at how big that Colossus is getting on the side of Paint for Femme. Shelly actually goes down, probably from threat there. That is a common thing there on that pull. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond are already in their first obelisk. They handled that pull with no mistakes, perfect execution, getting into Voidweaver Mouth here. Paint for Femme a little bit slower here, but not by all that much. They maybe lost 20 seconds on that first pull.
That was actually perfect execution here from Deplete from Beyond. Very well done by them. They were so fast in this pull. They definitely didn't have any sort of Sanguine healing going on, and they also did not buff the Colossus too much. Now this Colossus gets buffed by trolls dying around it, so kind of like a bolstering effect. So you definitely want to make sure you focus the Colossus as much as you possibly can without killing too many mobs before the Colossus dies. And on top of that, we also saw both of the healers jumping onto this ledge, because if the healer or the ranged target is not, like, if there's no path available to that target, then the Juggernauts will not actually use their charge, and that's why we saw the healers there in the ledge.
Yeah, and that's really important as well, not just for the survivability of not having the charges hitting you, but also just to keep a mob in the pack so that it dies at the same time as everything else. We're seeing Deplete from Beyond now. They have exited the Awakened Realm, and it looks like they're going to be doing another trash pool of some kind here. I think I saw somebody running down the stairs, and yep, they have the trash mobs from the bottom of the stairs that will be joining this pull at the top of the stairs, with Priestess Lunza pulled at the same time as well, and they are once again activating that double Unholy Death Knight. Meanwhile, Pain for Femme doing a slightly smaller version of this same pull. Look at that Fell Barrage coming out from those DHs as well.
Yeah, this pull is so dangerous for both of the teams, as Curry actually is going down for Deplete from Beyond. They do have a battle rest, so they get him back up immediately. But as soon as they have someone die, it can just have a chain reaction, everyone goes down because you're missing interrupts, you're missing control, you're missing damage. So hopefully they can pick up the pulls. No.
Look at that, standing in just an absolute massive amount of blood. That is not what you like to see. And extra enemies now getting pulled because Priest of Lunza got pulled to that side of the room. The Juggernaut and the Augur actually pull when she gets too close to them, within like 40 yards. And that is going to be extra enemies now joining the fun here. And they're going to be dropping additional Sanguine all over the place. This is a complete disaster. It looks like they're resetting Priest of Lunza here to try and recover. Deplete from Beyond, though, everything has gone wrong on this pull, short of a wipe. They've had a death. They've used their battle res. Misty going so low. Igloo on that charge, but is able to survive. Whew.
Yeah, this is just a big reason why this pull is not only dangerous because of the actual mobs and the boss being there, but also Sanguine. And with the boss healing to full HP in that Sanguine, you literally just like, you pulled the boss for absolutely no reason, right? You just had the extra risk and the extra damage from the boss on top, but in the end it did absolutely nothing because all the damage you dealt to the boss just got healed back up by the Sanguine. So, I believe because of Curry going down, they just panicked and they lost their control of the fight, and that's why everything just spiraled out of control. And now they're trying to get back, but the amount of time they lost is immense compared to Pain for Femme already moving on, doing their snapping pull here with the Skyscreamers and the Raptors.
Yeah, and look at that excellent execution of the snap. The snap-on, snap-off strategy here is a great way to deal with Sanguine. You know, you snap the mobs on, you kill the swords, and then you snap everything else off so it doesn't heal from the Sanguine. And there's a little bit of Sanguine healing going on there, but pretty quick use of the Ring of Peace to displace those mobs and get them out of that effect. Shelly is going to die, though, so not perfect execution from Pain for Femme on that either. Deplete from Beyond, meanwhile, they are pulling Priest of Lunza all by itself. That is a real heartbreaker there to have to fight this boss with nothing else going on. Very slow from them.
And some of these snapping pulls, as we've seen from Pain for Femme here, now it looks easier than it actually is, especially again with the Sanguine, because the swords have so much less HP than the Skyscreamers have. So if you pump all of the AoE into that pull and then you don't immediately pull the Skyscreamers out of the Sanguine pulls, all of the damage you did to them is going to be useless because they heal themselves up to 100% HP immediately. So it's crucial to pull them out of the Sanguine pulls as soon as the swords go down, because there's going to be so many pulls overlapping each other, and Sanguine actually stacks on top of each other. So if one of them gets just one tick of all of those pulls, they're just going to be immediately back to full HP.
Pain for Femme dropping down now to Razan. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond able to finish off Priest of Lunza. It's going to be Razan, though, that Pain for Femme is up against. Anything to note about this boss fight here, especially with something like Grievous active? Or is it still not too much of a threat, given that it is fortified instead of tyrannical?
Yeah, it really shouldn't be a problem for them to do Razan here. Now, one thing to note as well is that every single player here is playing Shadow Meld, so Night Elf, and Shadow Meld can also be used to get rid of the Fixate here from Razan. Now, if you get rid of the Fixate with Shadow Meld, then there's going to be a little bit more damage on the tank that you need to deal with, and there's also going to be one extra bleed that actually gets applied. But it shouldn't be a problem, as you mentioned. It is not a tyrannical setting, so they should be fine. Grievous can be sometimes a little bit of a problem for Prot Warriors, because they do have very good mitigation. They just can't heal themselves up to over 90% to get rid of that Grievous on them, though.
Oh, look at all these Raptors being activated by Deplete from Beyond. They've just run around and activated all these Raptors, but Misty has died to them. Igloo
they've no rest.
To the Raptors with no rest. They're going to have to reset Razan here. That is a disaster. They wanted to pull all those Raptors so that they could then use Unholy Death Knight, quadratic scaling to do more boss damage. But unfortunately, they forgot the part where you had to survive that, the pulling of the Raptors, which is a crucial part of that strategy there. They are going to have to audible once again here to a slower version of the same boss pull, and they are now way behind in terms of time up against Pain for Femme. Pain for Femme about finished here with Razan and way ahead, just on the dungeon in general. I guess their trash count is looking about the same, so maybe not ahead by that much actually in terms of percentage.
Yeah, just so unfortunate for Deplete from Beyond here. This very first pull that they did looked so promising. They had this perfect execution going in, finishing this pull so quickly, and then the mistake on Priest Saloons having to reset the boss and then having to reset Risan as well. 2 boss resets is just crucial on their side. While Pain for Femme just now finished off Risan, they're going to be moving on, dealing with some of the Skyscreamers here. Interesting to note that they didn't actually pull it on top of the boss. Chose to just finish off the Skyscreamer here after the boss fight.
Yeah, they pulled one onto the boss and then they just left the other one up here. I'm not quite sure what the reasoning was behind that. It does feel like this is a little bit inefficient here to fight the Skyscreamer by itself. But yeah, Deplete from Beyond, you know, things have gone bad for them, but I think there's a lot of potential in their strategy here. You know, I think they've showed us that had things gone just slightly differently, they might have an Untitled Czar they do in like 4 pulls. You know, they found ways to add a bunch of extra enemies to trash or to bosses and pull things that aren't normally pulled together, and it nearly came together for them. So I think that there's definitely good glimmers of hope here for them if that route can work out. But unfortunately, there have been multiple now ways where it has gone very wrong.
I agree, but this is a very interesting pull here for Pain for Femme, as Femme drops so low. This is the exact same pull as we've seen them do the last time, where Femme also dropped so low. Yeah, this is a very difficult one.
Time,
yeah,
then,
I mean, if it works, right? It might just look close. Maybe they're in full control, you know?
Warriors have 490,000 hit points that don't matter. It's only that last one hit point that actually matters. And Femme has figured out how to not have that one go away, and that is really all that matters with this pull. They have got it reliably down. That looks so scary though, seeing his health bar drop below 20% every time on that pull. And they're moving on to another tough fortified pull here. These Witch Doctors with those Venom Blasts actually do quite a bit of damage. They have to be careful as well against the Shield Bearers, so they're doing a good job here of mitigating the defensive and offensive powerhouses that are in this pull. Gonna add in those Stalkers as well, the stealth mobs. Ooh, but unfortunately a Hex goes off for them.
Oh, you see the thing from Beyond here spotting as well. Let's see what they do with that one. You know, usually as a damage dealer, you just tank it if you're full HP. And I assume that's what they're going to do in the MDI as well. I've seen a lot of them just ignore it and just even run into it at some points. So don't think they care too much about it. They're just going to yell for a heal or 2 heals. And they have to deal with it then. As they pull those last 2 mobs here, the patrol, the stealth patrol, before they move on. At this point, they must know that they're this far ahead, right? I believe Pain for Femme must know that they had the double reset on Deplete from Beyond side. So maybe they're just going to take a little bit of extra time that they usually wouldn't.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you were mentioning there actually about the corruption effects. I think that with Grievous active in particular, teams do have to be very careful because, you know, it represents more than just the initial hit of the thing from Beyond if it puts you into Grievous, right? Because then you're going to take a bunch of extra damage from that. Same with Eye of Corruption as well. So I think that teams should maybe be considering playing a little bit less Corruption when Grievous is one of the active effects. But, you know, specs like Death Knight and Demon Hunter actually have quite a lot of self-healing tools. You know, they can get a lot of extra damage from Corruption, and then they can just heal back through it when the drawbacks come, and, you know, Grievous not too much of a problem there for them. So I think that might be another great benefit to this composition for them. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond, they are doing another bigger pull than Paint for Femme was able to do.
But Dr.
But they're also having deaths, yes, in the same pull. So they added some Skyscreamers here to this this troll pull in this area, and they are once again paying the price for it. To some extent, this is though the effect of kind of the cascading disaster, not the corruption effect called cascading disaster, but the just when one thing starts to go wrong and your cooldowns get desynced and you start doing things in a slightly different order than you're used to, that makes you more likely to wipe on future difficult pulls. I actually like them continuing to try these though, especially when you're behind. It's important that you keep taking risks because you gotta make sure that you're still in range to win if the other team also makes a mistake.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's really like you mentioned before. If they would have pulled all of this off without any mistakes, that would have been an insane Untitled Czar. Those pulls that they're doing, those snapping pulls, it's crazy. They could have done the whole dungeon in maybe a handful of pulls. So very interesting to see their strategy on their side. Now, of course, looking at all the mistakes they made, they only had 3 deaths, but those 3 deaths were crucial, and on top of that you also had so much sanguine healing and boss resetting going on that it's maybe not displayed in the deaths as much, but it's still a lot of time that they lost. While on the other hand, Pain for Femme also has 3 deaths, but they didn't lose nearly as much time as Deplete from Beyond did.
Yeah, because they didn't have a boss full heal with sanguine. They didn't have these deaths that caused their pulls to then be not viable anymore because their pulls were not as aggressive, right? They were pulling you know, they were doing MDI-sized pulls, but they weren't doing double MDI-sized pulls like Deplete from Beyond was attempting. And I actually love to see that coming out from Deplete from Beyond, and I can't wait to see them, you know, refine this strategy, practice it more, and show it to us again, and maybe have it work one time and show us like a 10-minute Altazar or something.
Well, joke's on you, it's going to be bolstering next week.
Oh, no. Bolstering on live next week as well. That's
Oh, no.
That's my cue to not be doing live keys.
Anyway, Pain for Femme is done with the boss now as they're moving on. They only have 6% trash left to do at this point. We actually see one of them, I believe it was Ricky, who pulled the middle pack away from the pillar. Now this is a strategy we see a lot on live servers as well. If there's a trash pack that you don't want to deal with next to a pillar, you can just have somebody tag the trash, pull it away, and then everyone else make sure that they go close and click on the pillar to get inside. And then the other person who pulled away the trash, they can reset combat somehow with either Shadow Melt, Feign Death, Vanish, one of those abilities, and then they can come back into the pillar as well. And I'm not really sure if they would have pulled this Awakened mob if everything was normal, or if they only do this because it's the safer strat.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this could be a decision to, hey, you know, the only way we lose this match is by Yasma going wrong, so let's make Yasma a little bit easier because we're still so far ahead here. It could be either one of those things, or they could have just decided that, you know, generally it's a good strategy to just not bother fighting Urgroth with the last boss here. You know, Urgroth with that Dark Fury, that denies quite a bit of the zone around him, and that might actually slow down Yasma to the point where they decide it's not worth, you know, pulling him in with her.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they do have the Demon Hunter who could taunt some of those tank buster abilities, but in the end, it's still very risky to play anything with Yasma, to be honest, because Yasma is a difficult boss fight, even without Tyrannical, just because you need to interrupt her, you have the spiders everywhere, you have the Soul Rend where you need to go out, you need to see the Soul Rend mobs so they don't reach the boss, and so on and so on. So having a bunch of other mobs that you need to deal with on top can be very difficult and dangerous, especially with this like huge area of denial that you constantly get from the pools and also from the tank busters Dark Fury.
Yeah, and you don't have any Beast Mastery Hunters in either of these comps, so that makes Urgroth a little bit harder as well, right? Because you don't have the pets for pet taunts. And that is something that is usually used on when you're fighting with the last boss to make it quite a bit easier. Looks like Pain for Femme, though, they are going to take care of Samrak Beck and her Chaos now. They just got the Blood of the Corruptor, and then they will be home free on Yasma Tyrannical here, though. Although, how home free can one ever really be against Yasma Tyrannical? Is a good question.
Yeah, Yasma is just... And also, Yasma is just this boss fight that just takes forever. I always feel like on a Tyrannical setting, even if it's not Tyrannical, on just a high key on live servers, I just feel like this boss fight never ends. And especially as a caster, when you constantly need to move around, it's not very fun.
Yeah, that's that can be a challenge. You know, you find your spot to cast for 3 seconds, and then a spider starts rolling up on you, and then you have to go to the other side. It is, however, fortified, I think, not tyrannical, so I misspoke there earlier. So it shouldn't be actually taking too long for Yasma to go down. Meanwhile, Deplete from Beyond, yeah, moving into the Yasma area as well. They are also doing the Urgroth mob separately, so they will also have a 2 obelisk version of Yasma. So their only hope here is going to rely on Pain for Femme wiping in the final 40% of Yasma here with no awakened enemies remaining alive.
Yeah, they have 2 Battle Rests available on their side as well on Pain for Femme, so even if something goes wrong and someone goes down, they should be able to get them back up. So Pain for Femme, yeah, they less clean than their first Atal that we saw. Their first Atal was 0 deaths, and I believe their time was 13 minutes 52, so less than 14 minutes was their Atalazar the first time around. They showed it on tournament yesterday, so a little bit slower this time around, but it was enough against Deplete from Beyond, just because Deplete from Beyond just had so many mistakes on their side, as Pain for Femme 2-0s Deplete from Beyond here.
That's right, and Deplete from Beyond just wasn't
Mr.
able
Jack?
to...
Jack, you're muted.
And every time. Every time. I always think I hit it in advance, and then I don't. Anyway, Pain for Femme does take that win over Deplete from Beyond, and really it just that momentum from the very beginning of Pain for Femme was just able to take it very convincingly there, Tettles.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it came down to major mistakes by Deplete from Beyond, but even still, Pain for Femme had an incredibly good run. I guess the only thing that they really could improve is if they could somehow figure out a way to maybe play more obelisks with the final boss. But ultimately, their strategy was about as good and about as refined as a 2 obelisk Yasma could be, I feel like.
And I don't think that this was as quick as we had seen from them previously. I think the last time they had about a 14-minute run. This is about a 15-minute run, something along those lines. So there's definitely more that they were able to do, and I believe we were even talking about it before, Dratnos, where they still had refinements to do in their previous Atal Dazara as well.
Yeah, you know, this is not their finest work, but it was a good run for sure. You know, only 3 deaths, and they recovered from those deaths very well. None of those deaths ended up costing them more than, say, 30 seconds, which is impressive given how much they were juggling with each of those pulls.
Yeah, exactly. Deplete for Beyond's deaths literally caused them to reset bosses multiple times, whereas Pain for Fem's deaths required them to hit Release Spirit and run back to the trash bag.
Yeah, let's start digging into some more of those deaths there, Tyler.
Yeah, so at the very beginning we had Deplete from Beyond. They were actually in really good shape out of the first pull, but then unfortunately they just were sanguine healing the boss. They were sanguine healing Priestess Alunza so much, and then I believe one of their Death Knights ended up going down. I think it may have been Karisu, and at that point they just need to like reset the boss and just kind of regain their composure. They also dragged the boss across to the Juggernaut Augur as well, which looked like that definitely did not get pulled intentionally. So there was just like a lot of things going wrong because they were kind of panicking. We had a bunch of like fire casts as well going off. And then in addition to that, we had Igloo getting melee down by all the raptors on Razan. And then ultimately Pain for Fem was just in the driver's seat the whole entire time. They did their big 20 Sard snap. There was some sanguine healing, but ultimately it was like a pretty good pull, and Pain for Fem took the match off the back of that.
That's right. So we'll be sending Deplete from Beyond into the Beyond, basically, Nagura there, as Pain for Fem moves on. And then we have the boys squaring off against Self-Reliance.
Yeah, I'm excited for that match too, to be honest. Self-Reliance, they're the number 3 seed, so to be honest, I wasn't really completely sure what I should expect from them. I was surprised by their seeding in the time trials. There's some veterans in that group, but we also have a bunch of new players who have never competed in the MDI before. So I'm interested to see what they're going to pull off today. Maybe yesterday it was a little bit of nerves coming in for them, because in some dungeons they did make quite a few mistakes. So maybe they're going to play better this time around.
Yeah, and I think this is also kind of like the second chance for a lot of these guys as well, Dranos, because Self-Reliance came out really strong in time trials, but they've really seemed to falter as we've gotten into tournament play.
Yeah, their time trials were consistent. They were good across all 3 of those maps, and that, you know, it was an impressive thing for a team of some new players as well to the MDI setting. But the cup play itself, you know, you only get 1 shot, you don't get 5. That is something that takes a while to potentially build up the level of, you know, being able to play on the day of the tournament. And I'm hoping that Self-Reliance develops some of that here and they can show it off against the boys, because that squad has looked impressive at their best, and I want to see them able to continue that.
I think that's the biggest thing, is just being able to find these teams who are both impressive in their time trials, and then when tournament play comes around, they're able to perform as well. And, you know, I do feel like it was kind of an early exit as well, Nagura, for Deplete from Beyond because of that reason.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Deplete from Beyond, maybe they still need to find their synergy together, because they have a bunch of veteran players, but they played in different teams before, and maybe it's just a problem that they just don't synergize as well together anymore, because it can definitely cause problems if you have 2 different kinds of opinions in a group, because maybe Dr. J was used to doing the shot calling in his team, and maybe Deplete from Beyond had different kinds of ideas, and now those 2 opinions maybe are clashing, and then if something goes wrong, maybe they're not really sure what to do anymore because you have 2 different opinions. Maybe it's a synergy problem that they can definitely still work on and they can definitely fix. So hopefully Deplete from Beyond is going to show us a very good performance next time around.
I mean, you remember 40k, right? I mean, ultimately, Deplete from Beyond is based off the backbone of 40k. 40k had, I don't want to say synergy problems, but they took a little while to get going in terms of like building group synergy and building up like their composure. It just took a couple of weeks. So I do expect for them, especially with the names on their team, they will be able to figure it out. It just does take time.
Yeah, that's exactly.
They will be back onto that one. But first, we got to be taking a quick break, my friends, as Self-Reliance and the boys are going to be getting ready for our next matchup, as both of them are now facing elimination. The MDI will be right back after a quick break. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Dungeon International as game number 2 of the day between Self-Reliance and the boys is about to get underway. Hello everyone, I'm Automatic Jack, and I'm joined right now by Nagura, Tettles, and Zyronic. And Zyronic, how are we feeling about this next elimination series between Self-Reliance and the boys?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good now at this point. I'm looking forward to see which team is going to make it further into the lower bracket and move on to fight on some of these better teams.
You got all the energy you need?
Oh, I'm vibing with caffeine right now.
I'm glad to hear it. And as we look at Freehold to start off our series here, Tettles, we've seen explosive, we've seen bolstering, and also a absolute ridiculous amount of hunters. How has this been changing the meta, and how has Hunter really just been exploding onto the scene this season?
So I think coming into the scene, we expected a lot of double Unholy Death Knight because we saw a lot of that last season. But the fact that we've seen a significant amount of hunters, it's just due to the end up scaling. They scale really well with a bunch of severe corruption. Plus, they're very consistent with their damage profile. So it's definitely one of the nicer classes to have for MDI. In addition to that, a lot of their utility, such as having that pet taunt, binding shot, is very well equipped for an MDI Feign Death, ultimately, as well. So they are pretty good in that regard. It just comes down to killing the trash pack before it kills you at the end of the day, though. And you're going to end up playing whatever is best suited for that.
Yeah, and that's true. And Hunter, in particular, when we're having to have greater control over their single target damage and greater single target damage when we're in this tyrannical instance as well, Nagura, they just really seem to have all the tools that they need.
Yeah, I think a big reason is also how good they can control the damage for a single target, as you mentioned, for bolstering. And that's going to be crucial for that Freehold, because we do have the bolstering environment. And Freehold definitely has different kinds of HPs on some of those pulls. So you want to make sure you do direct your damage on the highest HP targets. The better you can control bolstering, the faster you're just going to be. Because even if you just bolster them up to the very end, it's still going to cost you quite a bit of damage. Just like Sanguine in a Taldasar, right? It's a very similar concept. Not only does bolstering increase the mobs' damage, but also their HP, right? So bolstering them is always a bad idea, and it always slows you down. So having those hunters to help you out with that controlled damage is going to be very crucial.
That's right. Well, enough quacking. It's time for us to get ready for the game as Self-Reliance and the boys are going to be starting it off in Freehold in, I believe, just a moment here.
You know, talking about the class comps that we have here.
Actually, we had a false start. You hate to see
it's surprising. We're talking about the hunters a lot there. I think, we saw a similar setup yesterday, where we saw double Hunter Rogue versus Hunter Rogue DK, and a lot of the discussion in that map was about whether or not DK was better than having the second Hunter. And I think, depending on who you're playing with, depending on what your team synergy is, I think the one DK could actually end up being better in just terms of having that overall damage output.
In Freehold, are you referring to?
Yeah.
I think that the second Hunter is better just for explosive killing, though, which is it. I think that's ultimately.
But
one
you
of
have the
points.
rogue anyway,
you have a rogue.
right?
I don't know. You may be right.
Not really.
Now that I'm really thinking about it, I think you may be right. I recant your statement, actually.
Tettles, go fix your whiteboard.
What's wrong with my whiteboard?
I actually like the whiteboard today.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Go fix it.
Well, actually, just go hang it up, alright?
I'll hang it up eventually.
But looking at the time trial
It'll be the
times,
last
right?
week and it'll hang it up.
Because
Sorry, go ahead, Nagura.
Because Freehold was a time trial dungeon, and looking at their times, the boys was number 4 in time trials, and Self-Reliance was number 7. So even though overall Self-Reliance was higher seeded in time trials, number 3 versus 5, in this very specific dungeon in Freehold, they were slower compared to the boys. So it's not a big difference. Actually, it's 1.5 minutes difference. So I guess it's still quite a big. Quite some deal. And one interesting thing to note is that Self-Reliance was playing the DK and the boys was playing the double Hunter comp. So we'll see if they pull out the same comp as in time trials or if they're going to switch it up this time.
Good to know. I was got a special report. The cause of that false start was actually one of the birds putting some kind of foreign substance on one of the players and getting them into
It's
combat
guano.
before the run started. So now there is no foreign substance in this one, so the players are able to progress. Game number 1 between... So
we don't see a DK this time around, meaning Self-Reliance actually did change up their their comp from the time trial. So they're dropping the DK, bringing back that second hunter. So now they're playing the exact same comp for both teams. While the boys actually had a pull at the very start of the dungeon, which is something we see on live servers a lot. While Self-Reliance skipped that very first pack, immediately moved on to the boss room and just did a big pull there.
Yeah, and of course, when you're talking about Freehold, there's already some differences in strategy we're seeing from both teams. We saw the boys deciding to pull those first initial mobs at the beginning of the dungeon, get some extra mob count there, about 14%. So they're probably planning on not pulling that much later on. And it's also important to remember, as we saw from Perplexed yesterday, that you don't actually need to factor in any of the awakened mob count if you have practiced that strategy, which I would assume these teams have. And I think we're gonna see some race course running from both of these Mistweaver monks later on.
Yeah, we see the boys actually executed their very first pull there very, very nicely, because there's some mobs that are hard to focus down because they are so spread out. You have the crack shot, which just stands there casting, and it's very hard to gather them all up to make sure your cleave AoE goes on everything. So very impressive how well they dealt with bolstering there on the very first pull. While Self-Reliance didn't deal with bolstering just as well as the boys did. We saw some of those enforcers get bolstered quite a bit, and that's why you can see the trash difference now. It's almost a 10% difference between those two, just because of that better bolstering management on the both sides.
And they didn't really lose out on it at all, right? Not to mention they dealt with bolstering better, but they're about at the same percentage on the boss, and they have 10% more trash count. This is very reminiscent of the Waycrest Manor we saw from Method EU yesterday, where they just had a better route throughout the dungeon based off of where the patrols in the dungeon were. So it just looks like they're kind of channeling that a little bit on the side of the boys. They're just superior routing right now.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see it as well in the boss HP just being so not far behind at all when it comes to boss HP. Now, Hunters, we've talked about it a lot, but Hunters are just specifically so good for Freehold, just because there are so many bosses where you need to bait something. As you can see, the pools being baited by the Hunters here for both of those teams. Now, Self-Reliance did pull the patrol on top of the boss here on their side, so they're gonna get a little bit extra percentage here. They just want to make sure they don't kill the trash before they kill a boss, because then you get the bolstering stacks on the boss, and you don't want that to happen.
A little bit of a scary moment there for the side of the boys. Naladra had one of those pools we were talking about, that bird guano dropped right on his head and dropped to 10%. Procced the cheat death and had to use the monk bubble on him as well. But we see on the side of the boys, their rogue is already left. He's going to go start the RP for Trothak later on in the dungeon. Mikkel's going to start it just now while they're dealing with the rest of this trash. So just similar things that we saw yesterday from Perplexed strategy. The rogues are going to go make sure that turtle there, Von Tortolin, is set up for them later on.
Yeah, so in the end, Self-Reliance saving a little bit of time here because they pulled trash on top of the boss, while the boys did choose to do 2 trash pulls before they went to the boss. So difference in strategies, but at the end they end up having very similar trash percentages. Of course, 4% ahead from the boys here, so they're gonna have to, they can pull less later on. Now we'll see what they do with this next boss pull, as we see them all getting drunk here to start the next council fight. Now we don't have Eudora this time around, so it's gonna be a lot easier for those teams to deal with this boss, because Eudora is really the most dangerous one that you have to deal with, especially in a tyrannical setting.
Yeah, so typically what we'll see a lot of teams try to do here, especially on the tournament realm, like you mentioned with no Eudora, usually we'll see them try to pull a bunch of trash on top of the boss and use DKs to get some extra cleave, but you can't do that with bolstering, which is another reason why we're seeing this non-DK comp in the dungeon. I think we were talking about this earlier, I think you still could run a DK just for the extra damage output they bring for most trash packs, but this is definitely a safer group comp to go with in terms of the double hunter. And even with bolstering, we'll probably see them pull in one of the 3 packs around them into the boss whenever the bosses are at 15-20% HP.
Yeah, and we saw an interesting strat by Perplexed. They were running a DK, and they actually pulled the Trapper here on top of this boss to get some extra damage out of the DK. And because they're small little rats, they don't actually apply on-death affixes. So they don't actually bolster. So they pulled the Trapper, and once the mob that does bolster, the big HP rat, once that one dropped low, they just taunted it out with the Mistweaver and seceded on the side, so it doesn't die. So they still made use of that extra faster might damage from the DK by just making use of the mobs that don't bolster.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like, you know, we've been talking so much about how Perplexed and Method EU have been better than everyone else with their routing so far, and this is just another example of it. I mean, even the fact that Self-Reliance is, you know, focusing down Captain Jolly more than Raoul, and we see the boys are doing a better job of evenly cleaving, and like we mentioned, bringing in that 3-pack at the back of the room and to cleave on top of the boss evenly. It just looks like these teams aren't quite as, what's the word I'm looking for, crisp as Method EU and Perplexed, but, you know, we'll see how close their times are at the end of the dungeon. I'm actually really curious to see how close to Perplexed they're going to end up getting here.
Yeah, definitely. And we also see the boys pulled a little bit of trash on top of the boss when the boss HP was low. We see Self-Reliance now do the exact same thing. We see they, of course, at the very end, you want to make use of the bruise here. You don't want to bolster the boss, but you also don't want to make get those brews to waste. You see those swirlers on the ground. If you stand in them, you either get haste or crit it's as a friendly buff. And then there's also a negative buff, which just apply a damage over time effect that you can put the mobs into, and then it gets applied onto the mobs. So definitely making use of that here, even though it is bolstering. But the boys, they're slightly ahead. They finished the boss fight earlier, and they're also ahead in trash still.
And I think we'll figure out pretty quickly here how they plan on doing the end of the dungeon. If they clear out that little circuit for their Mistweaver Monk, I think we have a good idea that they're planning on doing that kite strat at the end of the dungeon. And it looks like if they go right down the middle here, that's what they're planning on doing. This is already a pretty big bulk coming out of both teams. Well, actually, I believe Self-Reliance did a little bit of a bigger pull, but their team Well, actually, I believe Self-Reliance did a little bit of a bigger pull, but they're both clearing the same trash mobs here, and it looks like they're probably going to be gearing up to do that at the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, because both of the rogues earlier already triggered this RP here where they talk to the NPC. Now the healer only has to deal with the pig. As you can see, Bob trying to catch the pig there in the arena, and now Ludwig is going to spawn soon. Now, Ludwig doesn't actually bolster. It's not affected by that affix. So you can pull a bunch of mobs on top of that boss and don't have to bother about it as much. Now, Ludwig, of course, still does bolster everything else, so you still don't want to pull too much on top of it, and of course it also does a lot of damage to the tank, so you want to take care of that as well. But it's just a small thing to note about Ludwig.
And while we see these teams kind of starting to set up these trash pulls in this section of the dungeon, it's interesting to take a look at the corruptions that these guys are running. In general, Hunter's going to run pretty much the same thing. They're just running as much percentage crit as they possibly can to get as high crit as they can to proc their Dance of Death trait as much as possible, which gives them extra agility whenever one of their barb shots crits. But I think the most interesting classes to look at in terms of what corruptions are running are the tanks, because they have a lot of different, versions of corruptions. Yesterday, when Perplexed was running this freehold, Divinefield was running a rank 3 Twilight Dev, and I believe he was running a Gushing Wounds on top of that, going all in on damage. These tanks are both running different things. They are also running a rank 3 Twilight Dev, which makes sense as it's the most damage they can do. But Harudra's actually running a rank 1 Ineffable Truth, which reduces his cooldowns by about 30% for 10 seconds whenever it procs. So that's an interesting thing. Maybe he just wants to have his cooldowns up a little bit more. And on the side of Rads, he's just running a flat percentage versatility corruption. So a little bit of differing changes in what every one of the tanks in this MDI is running as their extra corruption they get.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I'm still so impressed by Divinefield running that full offensive build, considering now that Smok is not actually healing him on the last boss fight, right? So running such an offensive build when you know that you have to basically solo survive a boss fight on a tyrannical plus 19 freehold without having it. It's just impressive that Divinefield did manage to survive all of that while also running that offensive build. Very interesting to see, as the boys are now dealing with some trash in between Ludwig and Trothak. There's some RP in between the boss fight spawning, so they definitely want to make use of this time and dealing with some trash here. You don't just want to stand around and wait for the boss to spawn, of course.
And it looks like the boys have been a little bit more efficient with their trash pulls so far. And this is a little interesting. They are pulling Ungoth Breaker of Heroes, which is the Tank Buster mob. So I'm not quite sure why they actually end up pulling that. Maybe they need the 4 mob count that it gives. But if you're planning on doing the full kite at the end, this isn't something that I would assume you would want to pull. So interesting on the side of Self-Reliance. I'm not quite sure why they decided to do that, but the boys are doing what we would assume they would do in this situation. They're going straight onto Trothak, and also the boys are doing what we would assume they would do in this situation. They're going straight onto Trothak, and also the boys have just been more efficient with their trash pulls. They're ahead by a solid 12% right now.
Yeah, so yesterday at the very end of the day, we saw 2 teams also do freehold, and we assumed that they would do this kiting strat at the very last boss because we've seen it by Perplexed. But they ended up not doing that strategy at all. So I was thinking that maybe this strat with the kiting maybe looks a bit easier than it actually is. Maybe they tried it and they don't really know how to pull it off. Maybe it's hard to gather them up. Maybe it's hard for the tanks to survive without the healer. I'm not really sure what the difficulty is with the kiting strat, but you never know. Maybe Self-Reliance and the boys are not doing it at all. Maybe they just play it normally. Maybe they haven't figured out how it works. We'll see.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. It would kind of be disappointing if we saw that strategy kind of debuted in the very first match of the tournament yesterday, and these teams have had all this time to practice and prepare a strategy, and they're just not pulling it off. But a little bit of trouble on the side of Self-Reliance here is Furo actually goes down to that furious charge that Trothak tends to do. Whenever he wants to pick up one of those sharks that he charges between his position where the shark is, and Furo just got run straight over by that. Really kind of unfortunate from them. Now, they are able to battle res using that engineering item, but that's just one battle res on the board, and that's a 4-second cast time for one of the hunters as well, so not the greatest of execution there from them.
Yeah, definitely want to be careful if you don't have a class with a battle res, because this engineering res takes a lot longer to cast, and you need to be in melee range of the player as well, of the dead player, to get the res off. And if it's the healer or the tank that go down, it can definitely cause a lot of problems having to use that engineering res. So you want to be careful in the future to not have any deaths anymore. As we see, the boys also now dealing with this awaken mob here. As you can see, they're an 80% trash now. They still have 0 deaths, so a very clean run by the boys, as we see cheat death proc by Naladra here. So guess I jinxed it.
Yeah, also pulling Gothbreaker of Heroes, it could be that we kind of just both overlooked the fact that potentially Perplexed also did this for the extra mob count, or maybe they're using this just to run up to the boss. But it seems like if you could pull off that kiting strategy, you shouldn't need to do this. It's kind of weird, but both teams doing it, and if they both end up doing the kiting strategy at the end, maybe we're just wrong. So that happens. There's nothing wrong with being wrong.
That is true. As Self-Reliance is dealing with the last couple of percentages from Trothek here, then they will be moving on to the last boss area as well. Now, one thing to note about this whole kiting strategy that we saw by Perplexed, you definitely need to make room for the healer to kite. So there's a lot more trash that you have to deal with that you usually don't have to clear. Now, you have to clear these Ravager packs, as we see the boys pull now, and you also need to clean the top trash area that is in the boss's floor. So that can cause some problems because of bolstering and because there's a lot of different kinds of HPs on these mobs.
Yeah, so they still have 9% trash on the board that they need to deal with, so we'll see what they're going to end up pulling here for that. And it doesn't look like they're going to pull that top floor of trash, so I'm really curious to see what happens for both of the teams here. I just want to watch. Yeah,
so you're now engaging Highland Suite. They do have Bloodlust available as they pop it immediately. Doesn't look like Bob is going to kite yet. It looks like they're just nuking them down here.
Yeah.
So they're not doing the kiting strat, they're just nuking it down. But this is very dangerous as you have all of those awakened mobs that you need to deal with. You want to make sure you interrupt the Void Weaver, you want to make sure you taunt, you get rid of the fear if you have some sort of immunity, and you also want to make sure you don't stand in these pools on the floor, of course.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing to not see it, but at the same time, I understand that, it's one of those things where it's not something you really have time to practice for if you have a whole bunch of other maps that you need to play. So it definitely makes sense in the grand scheme of things for them to not be able to pull off this strategy. And at the same time, you have to think about how much of an advantage that is for Perplexed. If you're playing against Perplexed and you cannot pull off that strategy, you have to ban that map or you're just going to lose it. So huge advantage to them for figuring that out and having that on their tool belt for this particular tournament. But you have to know that moving forward, all these teams are going to be looking at that strategy and figuring out how they can do it.
Yeah, I agree, but in the end, if you really think about it, I mean, how much time is it going to save you to kite the mobs instead of killing them? I mean, obviously, you're going to save some time of doing it, but maybe if it's not so significant, because if most of the damage on the awakened mobs is just going to be cleave, and you just cleave off of the boss, then you maybe don't even lose as much time. And then on top of that, you also have the extra damage from having the healer actually around, and maybe your team needs to play less defensive, and if you have to care about your HP less because you actually have a healer here, then you're also going to do more damage. So maybe the teams decided it's not worth it for them. I'm not really sure. We will see in the future when the teams have some more time to actually figure this strategy out, what they choose to do in the next couple of weeks.
This was a really close match coming in so far, but multiple small things going wrong for Self-Reliance on this pull, and going down. And earlier, as Harudra was kiting these extra mobs around, the Blood of the Corruptor actually ended up evade bogging on one of those chests that spawns by Harlan Sweet and healed for about 20 to 30% of his HP. So they just lost a lot of damage, and any chance of them coming back in this dungeon is probably just sealed their fate right there. They have to get Anda up. Fortunately, they have that second battle res available, but with Harlan Sweet getting to 30% and about to take that double damage that he takes when he gets to his final phase, I don't think there's any way that they can come back in this dungeon.
Yeah, and then there's also the 10 seconds difference from the 2 deaths that they have on Self-Reliance side. Now, the boys still need 4% trash after they finish off this boss here, but it's not going to be a big deal. I assume they're just going to pull the Ravager pack in the back, and then some of the mobs are just going to die because of the painful motivation cast, so it really shouldn't take a lot of time at all for them to finish off this dungeon here.
Yep, no issue whatsoever. They'll just go over and quickly tag it. I think Naladra's already off-screen tagging them, so once those painful motivation casts go through, they will finish themselves off. He did end up dying, but as long as the casts go through, they should end up being fine on this hand combat. But they are getting multiple deaths to this, and the painful motivation cast didn't actually finish.
No, this was a big problem. It did finish, but he was not in combat anymore, so they didn't get the count, right? Because Naladra was the only one in combat.
You're absolutely right. This could have been it. They can come back in the dungeon from this. Is going to be really close now.
Yeah, this is going to be really close because they can't make use of the painful motivation cast anymore. They have to pull this pack instead to get the extra percentage. So now when Self-Reliance finishes off the boss, they're going to be done. They have the 100%. Now they're not 10 seconds behind anymore. So once Harlan Sweet dies, it's going to be over for Self-Reliance. This is actually a lot closer than we thought it would be.
It's Harlan Sweet's HP versus the trash percentage on the side of the boys, and who's going to finish it first? Remember, Harlan Sweet takes double damage when he's below 30% HP, so he is about to go down any second, and it just finishes off. The boys are going to take it, but man, that was a close match that didn't really need to be that close. Just a little hiccup at the end.
That was almost the throw on the side of the boys there, but they do somehow find a way to be able to pull through on that one, and oh my goodness, Tattles, man, that was absolutely way too close, and it did not need to be at all.
Yeah, so Self-Reliance actually improved on their time trial time in that run. The boys was a little bit slower than their time trial run, unsurprisingly, but like they honestly, both of these two teams looked incredibly competitive, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the next match. Gonna be gonna be a banger.
It absolutely will be a blast onto that one, and like when it came down to it, we were, Negro, you were talking back and forth about how close it was and how they had it in the bag, but it's just one of those things that whenever they put together some strategies that are maybe too reliant on, okay, you have to save your cooldown, you have to have your defensive here, you'll be able to take the solo route, rather than just having everybody go take care of it together, just absolutely could sink their ship.
Yeah, I think the one thing that was the biggest difference between those two teams was that Self-Reliance really didn't deal with bolstering as well as the boys did, in my opinion. Now, apart from this mistake that the boys did at the very end, they had some very, very well done bolstering management, especially in the first couple of pulls that we've seen them do. While Self-Reliance, on the other hand, they were struggling a little bit. We were talking about Hunters being very good at dealing with bolstering, but it seemed like they still need to work a little bit on their bolstering management in that freehold, or maybe it was just not working out this time around for them, but it definitely cost them quite a bit of time to bolster some of these mobs, especially some of these enforcers at the very start.
Yeah, let's start going through some of those as well.
Yeah, in addition to that, they were both close through Sky Captain Crag. I actually really like Self-Reliance's play at the very beginning, how they're trapping those Corsairs off to the side and then pulling them in at the very end of Sky Captain Crag. But ultimately, I think where it comes down to the boys taking that lead is they end up doing just a significantly larger pull after the council fight. And that just sets them up, and then it sets the momentum up for them to be able to push all the way through and be able to just compound advantage over advantage.
Yeah, and we've seen, time and time again, there's ironic where it's just about building that lead and maintaining it, right? And a lot of times with these obelisk pulls, it seems like there's one or two really big trash pulls, or, not in Freehold, but in other dungeons that are not bolstering. There's trash into bosses, really difficult pulls they'll do, but it's also those obelisks at the end there. It's pretty night and day to see the time differences as well between Perplexed and everybody else who actually is dealing with those obelisks.
Yeah, part of the reason we were talking about the potential kite strats so much is because it actually saves just so much time for... You don't have to deal with probably something like a half of the boss's HP worth of mobs to cleave down. And yeah, at the end of the day, it is cleave, so it's more efficient to get it down. But if you don't have to kill them at all and you can just focus on single targeting the boss and not worrying about all those extra abilities, it's something that's really useful for you to do.
Yeah, and we've seen how powerful it is, and when people are playing properly and they just don't need to rely on the healer. I mean, before the season started, for example, we were we noticed how, all right, we're enforcing 1 tank, 1 healer, 3 DPS, something like that. But this is a different way to be able to take a healer out of the equation.
I mean, the healer's probably more useful dealing with those awaken mobs than healing the group, really, because let's be honest here, there's not much damage going in on that boss.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's just they're more useful not being in combat with the boss and letting everybody sit by and fight an encounter on their own. Absolutely love to see it. And as we start looking at the next couple of games here, it's also going to be, I think the biggest thing is be looking at how Self-Reliance can bounce back on this one's titles, because at least from what we've seen in tournament play, they eked by yesterday, but we still haven't seen, I would say, the true team. We haven't seen them playing to their fullest potential.
I mean, I don't want to give them an out, but like ultimately they still are a very new team to the MDI scene. They have 3 DPS players who have just like never played an MDI, so it's going to take some time for them to just really be able to hit on all gears. And it's like, sure, they are just going to ultimately just need more weeks to be able to just like get to the point where they can live up to that 3rd seed that they are.
Yeah, and as we're getting ourselves prepped and ready to go for Underrot, it's another one of those dungeons that there's those large pulls that can get in the way and can even enable somebody to have victory. But overall, these affixes are quite forgiving, Zyronic. Tyrannical, Quaking, Volcanic.
Yeah, Quaking, Volcanic is the 2 affixes that are, outside of the typical Tyrannical, Fortified, and Awakened. They're actually 2 of some of the easiest affixes to deal with in the game right now. Of course, once Quaking got changed in this most previous patch to not always deal damage to you when a Quaking goes off, it's not something you really worry about in terms of damage intake. It used to be one of the worst. Taking 25% of your HP every single 20 seconds used to be miserable, especially on Tyrannical. On some of these bosses in here, like on Kragma, having that Quaking go off in the middle of a tantrum could just straight up kill somebody. But as long as you're not stacking now, it's pretty easy to deal with.
New Quaking?
Yeah, we saw a number of times with like Method EU last season, if I remember right, titles where they just had deaths because they had poor timings. Their opponents, no problems with the timings whatsoever, and they were able to kill it more quickly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just like, if you got the Quaking during your Kragma tantrum, you would just instantly die, but the new Quaking is so nice. Honestly, it's 100% skill-based now, so just don't stack up on your friends.
That's right. Just social distance, make sure everybody's staying away and you will be set. But everybody, we're ready to go as Self-Reliance is fighting for their tournament lives as game number 2 on the Underrot gets underway.
So we see some difference in comps here between those 2 teams now. We see the double DK from Self-Reliance, while we have Naladra under Rogue on the boys, as they already do a very big pull here to start. And Demon Chaya unfortunately getting hit by the cleave by the big mob, and does a lot of damage if you get hit by it, but actually managed to survive. As Gigabob gets hit too, I think he's going to go down now.
Oh man, that's really unfortunate to see. And surprisingly enough, we're not seeing that much of a difference in terms of damage from these 2 teams here on AoE, which is something you kind of expect to see when you see, double DK comp versus a DK Rogue comp. I think we actually saw almost the exact same matchup in Underrot yesterday, where we saw double DK Hunter versus DK Hunter Rogue, and essentially the major difference is that you don't have Shroud available. So actually, Self-Reliance getting through a lot faster, but having people go down to a lot of incidental damage there. Just 1 death, they're going to have to res them up, so it's probably going to take about as much time for them to get through as it took other teams yesterday to get through that pack without Shroud. But that's kind of one of the benefits of having Rogue in here. You get that Shroud available to skip packs that you don't want to pull instead of having to focus on Shadow Meld skipping. But hopefully we'll see that DK shine in some of these later pulls in the dungeon.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen the boys already in this dungeon yesterday, and they had a 0 death run. So they had a perfect run through, 0 deaths, under 15 minutes. So seeing Self-Reliance already make small mistakes here to start can cost them, because the boys had such a clean run. So if they have the same clean run again, then Self-Reliance really can't afford those kind of mistakes, as we've seen. Now, both of them did use their Bloodlust for this very first boss fight here on the pool. We'll see how fast Self-Reliance can finish off this fight. Both of them, of course, running the Prod Warrior, so you do get that Spell Reflect on the boss with the Spectral Bolt.
God, look at the damage output from Self-Reliance right here. They started the boss probably a good 20-30 seconds afterwards because of that death. In the double Army of the Dead DK plus the Hunter getting some good procs, they're absolutely nuking this boss right now.
I mean, I think on a boss fight, they're just almost always going to be slower if the DKs have the cooldowns available. a rogue really just does not do as much damage as an Unholy DK does with the cooldowns up, or a hunter, right? So single target damage wise, Self-Reliance should always be ahead if they have their cooldowns available, if they have Bloodlust and their Army of the Dead. So we'll have to see what Naladra, or why they picked the rogue here on their side, if we're going to see some interesting maybe Shroud strats, or there's going to be some control coming out of the rogue that we'll see later on. Interesting to note how big of a pull they're also going to do in this Kragma room here.
Yeah, this is what the double DK allows you to do. You can look at the trash percentages here on the side of the boys. They're already done with their first major pull on Crag Monster and bringing them to 36%, but look at the damage output from Self-Reliance. Both DKs doing 2 million DPS between them and getting 12% extra trash count from their first pull. I think they just made up the difference from that first boss being killed a little bit later in one pull.
Yeah, very interesting. I think that strategy is a very similar strategy that we've seen by Deplete from Beyond, who also did this very same pull, and then immediately afterwards they walked to this Awaken mob. While the boys, on the other hand, they just cleared the whole room first before they dealt with the Awaken mob later. So we'll see how this turns out. They obviously need to wait for the cooldowns to come back up on Self-Reliance side to do another big pull right after this Awaken mob. But Awaken mobs definitely are just a pretty big time sink because they have so much HP and you can't pull anything else on top of the Awaken mobs, of course, because you're in a different realm. So it's very inefficient having to deal with those mobs.
Yeah, but like you were mentioning, they just need to wait for their cooldowns to come back up. And likely what we're going to see after they finish off the Breaker of Heroes here is the remaining trash in the room, probably plus that first skeleton pack in that next corridor, pulled into Kragmaw, and then once again we're going to see that massive burst AoE along with the boss, and they'll probably chunk down the boss by about 30 to 40% of his HP, which is what you like to see in Tyrannical Keys.
Yeah, probably is what we're going to see as the boys are working on more trash. They are on 60% now as they gather up another pull. We see the skeletons being pulled on top of some of those maggots and the blood swarmers now. There's so many dangerous mobs actually in this area, but because of the amount of damage these groups have in this tyrannical setting, none of those abilities are actually that dangerous anymore if you just kill them faster before they kill you. The blood swarmer Fixate specifically can just do a lot of damage, especially if you have more than one Bloodstorm at the same time.
A little bit of an unfortunate charge positioning there, as they're not going to get a lot of that cleave from the dying mobs onto Kragmaw, so they didn't get as much benefit from having the DK cleave. They still have their Festermite stacks, and got to keep an eye on Harudra here as he's down to below 20% HP. He's going to have to jump out and kite a little bit. They didn't quite finish off all of those ticks on the ground. Whenever he does those charge with that frontal cone that he does, he spawns a lot of these ticks on the ground. You have to run over them, and they just missed 4 or 5 of them. The tank's getting overrun right now, and those ticks also do a stacking bleed debuff on you, so you have to keep an eye out. The tank was taking a lot of damage just now.
Yeah, they need to be careful. So what happened was that the Wicked Frenzy cast from the Death Speaker actually went off, and you see them drop so low. Ashwell actually going down. They do have one battle resting, but Furo going down too. This is going to be a full wipe for Self-Reliance, unfortunately. Oh my god, this is a huge disaster for them. They're losing so much time. They have to walk all the way back. Actually, no, Furo did get the rest, so he can do the mass rest. But still, it's a huge amount of time that they lose, and they're quaking as well. Oh no.
Well, also 2 of their members had already committed their release as well. Where's the weak that says don't release? Come on, guys. That's a typical high-end Raider / Mythic Plus player. Now they have to wait for them to run back, and this is just bad. But like we were mentioning, there was just a lot of residual group damage going out because those ticks were stacking their bleed debuffs on everyone in the group. You saw there was one on the Hunter and one on one of the DKs as well. They were just taking so much extra damage. And when that transitioned into the boss tantruming as well, there was just nothing they could do to catch up on the group healing there. So they got way behind, which kind of, it sucks for them because they set themselves up for success there. They were 10% ahead on trash. They were at about the same boss percentage, and they had already dealt with the obelisk. So if they were able to pull off that boss without that problem, they would have been very firmly in the lead.
Yeah, I think this was all a chain reaction because of the Wicked Frenzy going off from the Death Speaker. Harudra dropped really low because of the debuff he had, and he needed to kite, and because usually a tank is the one who is soaking these maggots on the floor, so you don't have those maggots spawn, and the healer usually. So you have the tank and the healer taking care of that, but because Furo needed to heal Harudra, and Harudra needed to kite because of the debuff, no one really just soaked them, and that's why it went out of control. And I think this is where the rogue actually comes in handy, because the rogue is the one who has so much single target control, and you're never going to get a Wicked Frenzy get off from a Death Speaker if you have a rogue who constantly has single target interrupts, single target stuns, which is something that maybe Self-Reliance is lacking a little bit when they do those kind of big pulls.
You know, I actually think this was our exact same matchup from yesterday. Self-Reliance versus the boys in Underrot. And actually, the boys did take this round as well. So
Yeah.
with a 0 death clean Underrot, about 1457. So it's not surprising, I guess, to see the boys have a clean run. Now, are they being as efficient with their routing? No, but if it's going to be that much more dangerous to do the run both maps against somebody who's doing less efficient routing, you kind of have to go back and rework it, or probably get better at doing the more difficult route. So at Self-Reliance, they're kind of going along the right track, but a little bit better execution I would like to see out of them.
I agree. And I mean, the boys, they've shown that they can do this dungeon very, very cleanly, right? They had, as I mentioned already, a 0 death run the last time around. So as long as they just keep on doing their thing and they keep on doing a clean run, then they're just going to have a win here against Self-Reliance. As Ashval goes down again, unfortunately, for Self-Reliance. They don't have a Belarus available to them. And Eruda going down too, getting hit by that frontal cast by Kragmaw. So this is going to be a full wipe. I think at this point, it might just be the morale being super low as they had this full wipe coming in here.
At this point, you have to wonder if tilt is a factor, because they lost this map yesterday to Self-Reliance. They lost this map yesterday to the boys, rather, in this exact same fashion. And they, you know, thinking and knowing that you have a better route, and as long as you pull it off, you should be able to win the map. And both times, just not being able to pull it off. You know, I would probably get tilted as well. Sometimes, you know, I might get tilted so much that I'm actually sitting straight up, but I'm actually tilted 360 degrees. I think that's kind of the situation that they're in right now. And, you know, you got to feel for them. They put all the work in, they got the strat down, but just a little bit better execution. So hopefully we can see them, you know, playing better and coming back to these MDIs in the weeks to come.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I think they have a lot of potential in their group because, I mean, Harudra, it was in Shell's Angels. He was the first winner, actually the second winner of the MDI. So Haruda definitely has a lot of experience. He also used to be a professional Hearthstone player, actually. So he knows how to keep a cool head in a tournament play. But maybe the rest of his team are not as experienced as Haruda, and maybe they still need to just figure out how to play in a tournament, because you definitely need to stay cool. You can't really let those nerves get to your head, especially if something goes wrong in one of those dungeons. So I think Self-Reliance, they have a bright future ahead. They just need to get a little bit used to that tournament play. So definitely gonna expect a lot from them next time around, as in this dungeon it really looks bad against Self-Reliance, as they have such a clean run here on the boys side.
Yeah, and we're seeing, you know, exact same routing from the boys as they did yesterday. They're going to get to a little over 95% trash after they cleave these two Guardians down with Sporecaller Zancha. And then the only thing they'll have left to do in the dungeon is deal with those two Guardians right at the end of the dungeon, right before going down to the final boss. And then we'll see them cleave some Awakened mobs down with the boss. You know, something to think about at this point is if you're watching the stream, you're gathering information like you typically should be in the situation. I kind of think that I'd like to see the boys go for a safer route, maybe pull one extra obelisk if they have the option to. A lot of those obelisks are guarded by extra trash and they don't need extra trash right now, so that's a reason I could see them not doing it. But, you know, definitely going the safe route, making sure you're not wiping on the final boss would be something that I'd like to see.
I agree, and one thing to note about Underrot is that pulling pillars with the last boss is not as efficient here as it is in Under Dungeons, because you need 100% trash before you are able to reach the last boss fight, because the door doesn't open until you have 100%. So in the end, you're still going to be faster killing the Awakened mobs with the last boss because of the inefficiency of having to single target down an Awakened mob the normal way, but you don't get the extra percentage, so it's a little bit less efficient here in this dungeon compared to some of the other ones.
Yep, I mean, that's just the way the dungeon's designed. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. So, you know, maybe if there was some room to kite those Awakened mobs in this dungeon. Unfortunately, no circuit available for that. That'd be funny to see, though. There was actually something that teams figured out that you could technically do earlier on that instantly got fixed because, you know, it wasn't exactly in the spirit of the dungeon. If you pulled a boss, you could actually have your entire group shadow meld off all of the Awakened mobs and pull the boss to the other corner. And as long as you didn't get in range of those Awakened mobs, you didn't have to deal with them. Of course, that got fixed about a week ago, so teams couldn't do that. But as long as, you know, it's interesting to see that come out in that freehold. As long as you're in combat with them, it's fine. You just don't have to kill them. Just no healer in combat, right? That's fine.
And who needs a healer anyway? We already talked about this, right? So as we see the boys now engaging the last boss, they do have the Bloodlust available, so they can just pop the Bloodlust, make sure they deal with all of the Awakened mobs here. They have 3, I believe, they need to deal with. So we have the Tank Blaster, we have the Void Weavers that need to interrupt all of the casts here, and they have the Droplet as well, so they want to make sure they don't stand in these pools, while also dodging the frontal or baiting the frontal to the correct position by the Unbound Abomination. So it's definitely not easy to deal with all of these, but we've seen teams do this very well, and they executed it pretty well most of the time.
And this is also another one of those situations, you know, they couldn't go back and pull one of those obelisks that they had already taken care of, but you know, maybe they'll just cleave down the mobs a little more quickly than they normally would instead of trying to get some extra boss damage and just making sure you're completely playing it safe. But Petco getting himself cornered in between two of the rotting spores and instantly going down because of it. That was a little interesting to see. Petco, what's going on, man?
Must have been the Jinx again. As I said, they're playing perfectly, and then he goes down. Is it a coincidence? I'm not really sure. Anyway, they did have the Battle Rest available. They have one more, so even if something else goes wrong, they can still get another player back up. But they still have to deal with those two Awakened mobs, right? So they want to make sure they get them down as fast as possible to reduce the risk, really, because they're so far ahead to Self-Reliance. They can just single target them down, even if it is less efficient overall on boss damage. Just make sure you get the risk out of the way at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, they'll, you know, Void Weaver, they probably don't have to cleave down. They can just get interrupts on him, but, you know, they're getting through that first phase of the Bloods on this Unbound Abomination, and we'll slowly see them start to whittle down the boss's HP here. But I kind of want to go back to Self-Reliance a little bit. We talked about them to a certain extent. I believe we talked about them in the pregame as well. They're a new team to the MDI. Obviously, we have Haruja, who is part of Shell's Angels, like we mentioned, but the DPS players are all relatively new to the MDI. And, you know, to come in as the 3 seed and one of your first MDIs as a team is pretty interesting to see. These guys definitely have some good potential in them, and I think that they're a team that we should keep an eye on moving forward.
I agree, most definitely, and they're all very good players. I mean, Mikko, also known as Serenius, used to play Rogue in another team already in the MDI, so he's got a little bit of experience. He's also doing a lot of keys on live servers. And then we have Ashvel, which actually used to be a raider in Method. So Ashvel he used to raid with me in Method for a very long time. A very good friend of mine. So Ashvel is a good player. He's very good at Hunter. He's a really good Rogue player as well, and really good DK player. So all of the players are really good in their team. They just need to, as I said, maybe just get more practice in the tournament, maybe get rid of some of the nerfs, and maybe just figure out how to synergize better together. I think they have a lot of potential, and I think they're going to do a lot better next time around.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's once again one of the teams to keep an eye on moving forward. I'm sure we'll see them back in the next coming weeks. But the boys have Unbound Abomination at his spawn, and once those are taken down, it'll be all she wrote for the boys, and also coming in almost the exact same time as the previous Underheart run. It's going to come out to be about 15:05, which, counting in that death, you know, within 5 seconds from their previous no death run. Very clean run out of them.
Planetary infection imminent.
The double DK is a little bit better of a comp and a little bit better of a strategy overall. But unfortunately, they just had issues on Kragmaw, like soaking ticks and stuff. I guess that's where the advantage of the Rogue comes in, because they can just grapple around the room, right? But the boys, they have had very consistent games, which is incredibly promising too. So it's hard to discredit the boys whenever they have such a clean run.
Yeah, and that's one of the things is we've seen how well that Self-Reliance can do during time trials, for example, but when it comes to the boys in the tournament gameplay, Nagura, they've just been overall very consistent. They've been able to actually execute their strategies very well.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I've been very impressed by the boys so far. We've seen some dungeons where they weren't as practiced, but that's those dungeons where they've been playing the Rest Druid comp with the Demon Hunter, where they've been playing those comfort picks, right? So in the end, if you take those dungeons and you just say, okay, so they haven't practiced it that well, it's a lot better to do bad in a dungeon that you haven't practiced than to do bad in a dungeon that you do have practiced. And I think that overnight they also practiced those dungeons that they didn't do so well yesterday, like the Shrine, for example. So I think the boys, they're a very impressive team, and I want to see how far they can get in this lower bracket here. Maybe they can even get all the way to the grand final as well.
Well, the thing with tournament play is that consistency is the most important point, and they have been the most consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're going to be able to make a run. But first, we'll start looking over some of those mistakes that Self-Reliance was making in this past series.
Yeah, so I mean, like, at the beginning, and why I think that is ultimately a better strategy, what they did this huge pull inside of Kragmaw's room with the double DK, so they're really playing to their strengths there. And then they take that pillar, and taking that pillar there allows the DK's cooldowns to come back up, for them to immediately go into like an enormous pull on top of Kragmaw again. That should be like something that just solves the game immediately right there. It ends the game. But unfortunately, they end up wiping on Kragmaw multiple times. So that right there in of itself will just lose them the match. Where, like we were saying earlier, the boys with just way more consistent play, they know how to play with obelisks, they know how to do the first pull of the dungeon. They don't accidentally wipe to the mask getting, or almost wipe to the mask getting the cast off is like, I don't know. There's just
Dungeon 101.
Yeah, there's just like so many random things that just happen to Self-Reliance, whereas the boys, zero mistakes. I guess they had one death at the very end, but it's just unfortunate more than anything else, I feel like.
Yeah, I think it might have been just one of those areas where they felt very relieved that they were getting through the dungeon, and they really just felt like they had everything they needed, and they were just kind of, talking about it, joking about it. Because at that point, it kind of seems ironic. They just knew they were ahead, and they knew that they had it.
Yeah, I mean, we kept talking about it throughout the dungeon. When you have a lead in a dungeon, the attitude shifts. Like you're not really in the competition mode anymore, and it's hard to stay in that mode because in difficult dungeons, especially with this awakened affix on the final boss, generally the hardest part of the dungeon is that last boss. You have to make sure that you're executing those awakened mob pulls with the final boss perfectly. So you can't really ease up. There's not really any room to. So you can kind of joke around while you're on your way to the final boss, but everyone has to be like, okay, focus up, put your suits on. We got to get this last boss down. So I kind of would like to hear what the comms were like at the end there. I think it'd be pretty interesting.
They were just screaming.
I mean, you already have your suit on, so.
They were just
true.
screaming
Well,
the boys or, honestly.
Yeah, The boys or?
The boys or?
Lower finals or? Actually, this is lower semis or? But that also brings us to our next series. This is the upper finals as well, between Perplexed and Method EU. And this is a series I've been looking forward to the most, Nagura. Having pretty much the constant rematch in the European region between these two titans is so exciting to see.
I'm super excited for this game. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be casting this one, but I'm just looking forward to watching it anyway, because those two teams they looked, I mean, in time trials, they were so close together, just a couple of seconds in between them. And the tournament play from yesterday, both of the teams looked very, very solid. Now, I was a little bit scared about Perplexed maybe not performing as well in the tournament as they did in the time trials, but they proved me otherwise yesterday, as they were showing very clean performances on tournament play too. So I'm super excited for this match.
That's a great point that you raised there. Abracadabra has historically had amazing time trials. Now that they've become Perplexed, we were saying, all right, maybe it's going to be consistent like Abracadabra was, where very good time trials and then just a couple errors and a couple constant mistakes throughout some of these dungeons that prevented them from being a top 2 or the number 1 team each week,
what
right?
Jack is saying
Now,
is that Jay was the problem. Verbatim.
I was not saying
Absolutely
that,
saying
but
that.
Tettles,
now what I'm
that's
saying is
pretty
these guys
perplexing.
are rising up. No. Tettles, I'm perplexed. I'm perplexed why you're even here. I'm perplexed that you're not winning that poll that we have going
that
on.
dude.
Because as you may not know, we do have some great polls going on the YouTube channel of youtube.com/Warcraft. So if you haven't checked out the polls, be sure to do so in the info section. And also be sure to subscribe to the channel and ring that bell so you know whenever our broadcasts are going live, so that you can always check some of this action of me just absolutely roasting Tettles.
Please vote for me, dude. I need this. I can't be getting routed by Dratnos.
Now, Tettles, okay?
The dude is a rat. I cannot lose to him.
Vote for someone that isn't me or Tettles, because I don't care and he cares too much.
Dude, I need this clout.
Vote
I
Nagura.
need this clout.
Yeah.
Vote Nagura 2020. She will not disappoint you, and she will solo that Untitled without an issue. But first, let's take a quick break before we get into our upper final series between Perplexed and Method EU. We'll be right back. Tettles. Typical Tettles.
It's not about winning, it's
And we're back with Mythic Dungeon International as our upper finals are ready to get underway. We've got Perplexed squaring off against Method EU in what is sure to be one of the most interesting competitions we've had yet. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and I'm joined right now by Count Dratnos, Tettles, and Zyronic. And Dratnos, to start it off with you because you'll suck my blood if I don't. How are we looking on Siege between both of these teams? They've been absolutely storied over many years of MDI at this point, lots of veteran players, and there's a lot on the line to be able for Perplexed to prove themselves as that #1 seed.
Yeah, so Perplexed was our #1 seed overall from time trials, of which Siege was one of those, but in the Siege map in particular, Method EU actually had a better time, almost a minute faster with a 15-minute time trial Siege versus Perplexed at about 16 minutes. So I would say Method EU has the advantage here from their time trial times, but looking earlier in the tournament yesterday, both of these teams, I would say Perplexed was doing a better job of hitting their time trial times than Method EU was, so remains to be seen whether or not that'll continue in this match.
Yeah, and we even saw it early on in the series as well, there's ironic, where Method EU had a couple mistakes and they really weren't looking as polished as we usually know them to be. So I think more of it was it a lack of practice in some areas, or was it more that they're just practicing very hard for the grand finals, for those later series as well?
I don't know if it's so much that, or if it's just the fact that, potentially they haven't been playing the game as much lately. Typical after a strong world first race, like all of the players on Method EU had been dealing with, you kind of tend to take a break from the game and get out of practice. So maybe they just weren't quite back in the swing of things, but I think we'll see them do at least as close to a perfect run as we could possibly see in this dungeon, considering it was a time trial dungeon. It's probably one of their most practiced dungeons at this point.
That's true, and there's been a lot of those expectations in terms of how teams are going to be performing on time trials, how close they're going to be in time trials as well. So this is one of the biggest things to look at as we're looking through this tournament is Perplexed Method EU have been stomping their opponents. They've been sending them down to the lower bracket very quickly. And I think that it's going to be surprising, in my opinion, to see whichever one is going to get knocked down, right, at this point, because both of them have been playing so well, Tettles, and both of them have been having so many veterans on their team.
mean, I don't think any of us have like a strong opinion of who is actually going to win this. I think ultimately it can go either way.
Tettles, you have all kinds of strong opinions. What do you
I do have lots of strong opinions, but I think at the end of the day, it could go either way. Both of these teams are very storied. Both of these teams are... it seemed like they're in good form. I guess it'll come down to which is better, the Demon Hunter versus the Rogue on Siege of Borealis for the first match, at least, though.
Yeah, that's right, and we're just taking a moment for some of the players to get ready as they want to make sure their internet and all their connections are going to be as pristine as they possibly can be. But it's ironic, let's talk about this dungeon as well. For Siege, we talked about it ad nauseum. It's time trial dungeon, fortified, bursting, raging. We haven't seen a ton of Siege thus far in the tournament, as a lot of teams have been banning it. Yeah,
a lot of teams have been opting to ban it purely for one reason. Usually when a time trial dungeon comes up and you know the other team has a better time than you, you don't want to mess with it at all. You know you're going to lose. Just ban it. Make sure you don't take the easy loss and move on. And that's probably the reason why. Now these two teams, they both had pretty good times in time trials. And Perplexed, maybe they just didn't have a clean run in time trials. Maybe they think that they can actually take down Method EU's top time that was posted for time trials. So you never know. It could just be an ego thing. Maybe we're going to see Perplexed. Maybe they want to actually challenge themselves and prove to themselves that they're good enough to hang with the top two, which would be a big big boost from the way they were playing last year as Abracadabra. I'm interested to see what happens here.
Yeah, and considering there's about a minute difference there, and the compositions were on time trials, just DH versus a Rogue going into that one, so there wasn't massive stark differences. More of it was, one class, and I'll be interested to see the route as well for this one, Dratnos. You were the route king, because both of them are playing Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance is a notable difference from our previous seasons of MDI. Usually teams used to play Horde because the trash is a little bit easier, and you don't get this role-playing at the end after you kill Hadal. But teams have come up with a way to get around that. They're now fighting Hadal earlier, and then while that role-playing is going on, they're backtracking and killing some trash. So that's removed a lot of the disadvantage from that. And even though the trash is hard at the beginning here from the Alliance side, there's more of it, so they're actually able to pull a bunch and get a lot of count there. So that's why we're seeing, I think, Alliance coming out rather than Horde from these two teams. Not to mention they get access to Shadow Meld, of course, very powerful racial.
Yeah, in addition to that, I was talking to some of the players, and they were saying that Alliance Siege of Borealis is faster if you execute it perfectly. If you're looking for a little bit safer strategy, then the Horde Borealis is probably your best bet in that regard. So these teams have just that Hadal third route is so optimized, like relative to what we've seen. Like you have your tank jumping over that little gate area and then like shadow melting off a bunch of trash and then pulling Hadal so all of the members come out of the Shadow Realm. It's an incredibly interesting strategy.
Yeah, we've seen a number of times. I mean, most notably, Doppler Effect was doing an absolutely massive pull there. It's ironic, grabbing all of Hadal's room in with him. I think they tossed out a couple Hunter traps for some of the more far-away crack shot packs as well, but they've had pretty much everything, and they almost ended up pulling it off.
And usually that's what you kind of tend to see out of DK teams. Not whenever you're running no DKs.
Yeah.
It's super counterintuitive, but it's one of those things where if you pull it off, it's a fantastic pull, and you don't even need the DK to do it. Having the double Hunter strategy in there just to burn down the single target damage, it's something interesting to see. I'd like to see if they can pull it off here.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we've seen a number of times where if the team is able to pull off that amazing, incredibly difficult, incredibly challenging pull, then, of course, they look like they're gods, they look like they're geniuses for thinking up the strategy. But then, if you don't, Tettles, you end up looking like a Tettles.
What the? Man, don't do me like that.
You end up losing the poll, huh?
I'm getting routed,
The
dude.
poll, if you guys don't
Please.
know, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube so that you'll be able to see the community tab on our channel and vote for who you think is going to be finishing a solo run of a Taldazar first in all the casters.
Why is Retnus winning that poll?
He's the only person that plays tank.
if
He's
you
the
wanna
only
have
one
this,
that plays a tank.
If you want to have this competition, I'm happy to have
Are we going to do it on a
anytime.
Mythic Zero?
Yeah, sure.
Ooh. Are we going to have the competition for real?
I don't know.
Up to you. I'm down. That sounds like fun.
I don't know if my priest is going to be able to do this.
I think I could win.
Really? Playing Boomkin.
Yeah, I think I could win playing Boomkin.
Zyronic, what would you play?
What would I play? Vengeance Demon Hunter, maybe? Just
That's
for
what
fun?
I play. Yep. I think that's the move.
Just to give you guys a little bit of update on what's going on here, all of the players are having some, lag issues to the tournament realm right now, all playing with relatively high lag, so we're trying to kind of waiting that out, hoping that they can all get back on the same connection. It's not just one player, it's all of them at the same time, so we're kind of waiting on that right now.
Yep, just to make sure that all of the connections are going to be as pristine as they possibly can be onto this, especially when you start noticing it early on, and I think we've noticed it on NA
I've had
every
it
now and then as
Yeah,
well.
we've had it on live for I don't know, where you just have to zone out and like reset the instance because it's just lagging, or we're getting ported to OCE realms. Nobody really knows what's happening.
Yeah, I think it might be OCE realms at some point. We even had it where one time we had an OCE leader, and they passed lead before we got everything together, before we even entered, and then it somehow still ported us back, and he's like, oh yeah, my lag's fine, this is great.
These are great. I don't know what you're talking about. My ping is phenomenal.
Now, the one or two Oceanic Horde players that we have left,
Rip.
Yeah, the one or two.
No, we got the boys, alright? They love playing with the NA guys, minus the ping. Yep. Everybody is rezoning, relogging, and everything like that, just to make sure that hopefully we can have as good a ping as we possibly can be. But this is our upper finals. If you guys are just now tuning in, this is going to be the upper finals between Perplexed and Method EU to decide who will move on into the grand finals. And Perplexed, as well, is that Abracadabra team, which is bringing in Wolf Disco as well, who we've also seen a number of different times in other MDI teams, Tettles.
Yeah, Wolf Disco was on 40k last MDI. Very phenomenal multi-class player, I feel like. He's just able to play a lot of stuff. We've seen him on Unholy Death Knight, we've seen him on Frost Death Knight, we've seen him on Rogue. Currently I'm looking at him and he's on a Demon Hunter. So the dude
does it all.
Yeah, it can do it all. I think ultimately having a lot of people who can multi-class pretty freely on your team sets you up for success and like compositional changes that otherwise would be very challenging. So just having a bunch of multi-classers like Swag, Ashine, Fragnance, Genji, and Miraz, just all of those guys being able to just like flex to so many different compositions helps you come up with new innovative strategies like Double Hunter and other things like that.
Yeah, we've really seen it this season in particular, how the norms have sort of been, they've sort of been just changing very heavily. So a lot of the teams that are dedicated to playing a mage, even though it's been amazing on live, right? The teams that have been dedicated to running the rogue or the demon hunter every single time, they really just haven't been as valuable and as flexible throughout this tournament here, Drenos.
Yeah, I'd say there's not really anything that, like, you can really lock in besides maybe the Prot Warrior, maybe the Mistweaver Monk, but looks like flexibility to Holy Paladin's been good, and then, you know, maybe one Hunter, but honestly, DPS comps have varied. There have been no Hunter groups, like in Ataldazar, we were seeing double Death Knight, one Demon Hunter, so, you know, it seems like to really succeed in this MDI, it's very good to have all your players able to play multiple different classes and specs for their role.
Although I kind of want to tag on to that, because looking forward to the time trials for the North American and Australian region that are going on right now, currently the #1 time for the Mechagon workshop that we have is set by the team, by Limit's team, who has I'm Fired Up playing Mage. They've got a 16:04 time in the workshop, which is Explosive Grievous. Now we have Explosive Necrotic this week for the European teams, and I think our fastest time in workshop this week has been somewhere in that late 16-minute mark. So, you know, maybe they know something about Mage that these other teams haven't really been practicing.
Well,
That's always the interesting thing, is the differences between the regions.
yeah, and I mean, ultimately, it comes down to the differences in between the players. It doesn't necessarily, like, just because somebody's running what may be deemed a slightly suboptimal comp, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to lose the match, or they may even have a faster strategy, even if their comp is suboptimal, because of things that they know how to do. Because if you are multi-classing and like swapping around to a bunch of different classes, you may not know the intricacies as well as somebody who mains like one class and then plays like other alts very infrequently. Like you may not know just like the super in-depth intricacies of it. Like so as an example, like Genji and Mira is both hunter mains, so anytime that they can get a composition with double hunter, that is going to be their wheelhouse.
True, but in that same vein, we have the Doppler Effect playing with the Mage and not really having too impressive of a showing this weekend. But, you know, you also have I'm Fired Up, who is pretty notorious for being one of the best mages out there in general right now. So it's a little bit of a difference there, right? Because I'm curious to see how that Mage play ends up working out for them, and if they actually plan on bringing it into the other dungeons. Because on paper, if you're playing maybe the World Vade version of the build and they have Combustion available for pretty much every single one of your major pulls, I think it should be something that you can play around. It should be really good.
I think that it comes down to where are they able to get that advantage the most. Like, yes, it can do a lot of damage, but are they incorporating that specifically into their strategy? Are they playing around it specifically in certain areas? Or are they just finding that it naturally works well, and it could be the Mage they could bring, it could be the Death Knight they could bring, right? True.
Yeah. But and in that same vein, I'm sure if they wanted to play the Death Knight, you know, that is one of the other main characters that I'm Fired Up is playing. He's been playing a lot of DK on live, so he's been planning on playing it on Tournament Realm too. You know, I think they would have played the Demon Hunter, DK rather, if it was something that they thought would be better. I'm just really curious to see what the strategy is, to be honest.
Yep, that's right. And if you guys are just joining us, just tuning in, wondering what's going on, we've been having some lag issues on the tournament realm for both teams, so we wanted to delay and make sure that we could resolve those issues before they had the match starting. So we will be taking a break. This will be a longer break as well. So lunchtime, let's get up, stretch our legs, let's just get out and get a little bit of sunshine, as we'll be giving these guys some time to fix the issues on the servers, resolve them, and have a much cleaner competition as well. So do go some places, guys, as we'll be having a long break coming up right now. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as we have completed our lovely long break. And it looks like that our issues have been resolved for the players, so hopefully everything should be good to go for them. And we can start up our series between Perplexed and Method EU. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and I'm joined right now for our series with Dranos, Tettles, and Zyronic. And Dranos, we were talking about it before, Siege is one of those time trial dungeons, and Perplexed was number 1 in this, Perplexed was number 2 in this with a 16:13 time, while Method EU overcame them with a 15:08 time in this one.
Yeah, Perplexed's top overall seed from better time trial performance in the other 2 dungeons, but this was the dungeon where Method EU actually came out ahead, with that Double Hunter Rogue rather than Double Hunter Demon Hunter being a difference in their comps. We'll have to see how that changes their strategy, or if it was just a case of Method EU had a slightly better run from one of their 5 attempts than Perplexed was able to put together.
Yep, and on this one, we talked about it before, is ironic. Both teams are going to be starting from the Alliance side. So a couple of players that talked to us before saying it was better but it was higher stakes for them.
Yeah, I mean, the Alliance side is definitely a lot harder because you have to make sure you're getting pretty much all of your trash count at the end of the instance instead of, taking care of a larger portion of it at the start like we normally see from Horde. Generally speaking, this is just the route that we see from most teams starting in the Australian land that we had for the end of this spring season last year. Alliance was very typically seen to be just better in general if the teams were able to pull it off. And like we've seen in this tournament, both of these teams are teams that have had fantastic execution, so I don't really foresee too many issues coming in this dungeon for them.
That's right, one could only hope there won't be any sort of issues. And as we take a look at our map pool as well, it's important to note that of the 5 dungeons, Waycrest and Workshop were both banned for this. Yep. So Siege, Shrine, and Ataldazar will be the 3 dungeons for us in the series. And it'll be very interesting to start seeing some more Shrine of the Storm because it's been it's been a very large challenge in terms of execution for a lot of teams going into Shrine. I think in the biggest case that we had a 1943 run Tettles out of Perplexed on this one, but we haven't seen anything out of Method EU. But historically, their Shrine of the Storm runs have been absolutely lightning.
Yeah, I mean, Shrine of the Storm is definitely one of those dungeons that leaves a lot of room for improvement, and that's due to just like how Sanguine works inside of that dungeon. You're going to end up like snapping a significant portion of the mobs in the first half of the dungeon, and then just like making sure that the mobs get out of the snap spot by kicks and stuff like that, and they don't die too quickly, and you're able to kite them around. Just managing your Sanguine is critically important in Shrine of the Storm there.
Right, we've seen a lot of these dungeons this far. I mean, right after we do Shrine, if it goes into a game 3, it's ironic we're going to have to deal with Sanguine once again in Ataldazar, and watching how well these teams have been able to, or not able to deal with Sanguine has been critical for them.
Well, part of the problem with Sanguine and Ataldazar is that you have to abuse so many of those snap points when you're in Ataldazar, and whenever you're snapping all the mobs on top of each other, that means you're getting multiple pools of Sanguine on top of each other, which means if you don't unsnap at the exact right time, you're going to get a lot of healing. But it looks like we're ready to go in the Siege of Borealis, so
all right. Perplexed and Method EU in the upper finals. Let's get to it. The wait is over. Siege of Borealis is here.
Joined by Tettles, I'm Dranos, of course, casting our game today. We have Divine Field pre-popping that Nazah Psych shell trinket for this mount run, jumping off the mount, landing the Thunderclap, and doing the Lightfoot Potion here. Now on a pretty similar strategy. Actually, it looks like they're maybe melding on Now's side, whereas Divine Field yeeting all the way through here as fast as humanly possible, or night elfily possible, as the case may be.
Okay, so that's the difference in the Rogue and the Demon Hunter right there, is the fact that they were able to they were trying to group meld it off. Divine Field ends up paying because he's just a little bit too close to some of the trash. Oh, more people are in combat on the side of Perplexed!
No. That's not good. That's very bad, actually. That's the exact opposite of how that's supposed to look. Unfortunately, it looks like Swagshot is safely out of combat. He will be able to go in Engineering Res Zamok, and they will be able to get a Mass Res off of that, but this must have cost them almost a minute, probably. Meanwhile, Method EU, they had that Rogue available, so they were able to meld earlier in their skip, and then they were able to Shroud for the rest of the skip. And
Zalia goes down.
Zalia actually goes down. Raging is active here, and I think a
6 stack of bursting
may have gone off.
Oh! All right, well, easy.
I mean, they're going to have to commit a battle res to this as well, though, because they didn't have Zalia is their only real res out of combat. So both teams have committed their battle res in this first area. Method EU has used their Bloodlust, and Perplexed has just used theirs as well. They're on this trash pool in the same spot. But Perplexed maybe about 40 seconds behind, I'd say, here. as Method EU moves into the first boss fight up against Chopper Redhook, the Alliance first boss. Slightly different than the Horde first boss, actually. Has most of the same mechanics, but a couple of small tweaks in behavior that is a little bit interesting to watch always.
Yeah, he's also way thicker.
Definitely one of the thickest bosses that we have available here in Battle for Azeroth, although nothing on some of the earlier bosses of the game's history, Patchwork in particular.
Rawl the Gluttonous is real thick too.
Yeah, Rawl might be a contender for thickest boss in BFA for sure.
Alright, anyways.
I think Unbound Abomination might take the cake, though. That's a fantastic boss model.
Get me out of this conversation. Alright, so Perplexed, also on to Chopper Redhook. Like Dratnos was saying, they're probably about 40 seconds behind, plus like the 20-second penalty for deaths. Whereas Method EU only has that 1 5-second penalty for deaths. Chopper Redhook does, in fact, end up going down for them. They are moving on to place some more of this trash. So it looks like they're actually going to be doing the Commander plus this Wave Shaper over here. Actually, there's a bunch of Marauders. They ended up not grabbing that Commander yet.
Yeah, this pull presumably is setting up, it's not a big pull in and of itself, but needs to be taken care of so that they can advance through the dungeon here. Their Shroud isn't available, and they're not deciding to do something else with this. In fact, this is a little bit slower than I was expecting as well. I would have expected them to pull those two groups together, but maybe they found that to be a little bit too lethal with Bursting and Raging active at the same time.
They could have been behind in time. So, like, whenever Zalia ended up dying, they had to waste a few seconds to look to engineering resim, and the patrol may have just not been in the correct spot for where it normally would be.
That could well be it, yeah, because if it's too far along there, you'd get the Iron-Tide Raider along with that pull, and that mob, particularly with Raging active, can be really, really deadly.
Yeah. Something also important to note is that while there is 2 Mistweaver monks, they are both running Conflict and Strife, so Wade the Crane is going to be a large source of their healing. Wade the Crane can be good if used to be able to heal through Bursting, but sometimes it's really hard to continue to, like, DPS into mobs as they're dying, so, like, maybe they mismatch pack health. Swag Shot, you're in the water. Do not get eaten.
What was that disengage? That was creative there. That was an Olympic dive into the water there. I'm gonna give that a 10.
Give that,
judge.
Give that an 8.
Alright. The Perplexed actually catching up a little bit here, I'd say.
Yeah.
Looks like they're maybe down to just a 30-second disadvantage here as they are doing the pull just behind where Method EU is. Both teams on pretty much the exact same path so far. Rogue composition and the Demon Hunter here for Perplexed.
I ultimately think the difference in the Rogue and the Demon Hunter composition actually comes near the Hadal room area with how they're moving around. Like, I believe Frag will actually end up tricksing now and start gathering mobs for him at some points, which makes it significantly easier, where Divine on the side of Perplexed has to just group all of the mobs himself. I think that's where some of the time disparity actually ends up coming from, not exactly necessarily the damage output. Obviously, that Shroud that we saw earlier was a little bit safer as opposed to the full Night Elf thing, but that's, at the end of the day, not exactly going to be a time saver loss.
The Night Elf thing should have worked too, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
in theory, it should work as well.
Alright, we see Method EU working here through some bursting stacks, able to survive it as they deal with this pull right before the bridge. They are soon going to be moving on to the second boss, Dread Captain Lockwood, with some of the trash right in front of her, if I had to guess. Perplexed, again, about a pull behind here. Let's see if they opt for the same strategy here or if they are sneaking through. Looks like they might be doing some sneaking around here because their hunters are both in camouflage.
Yes.
Okay, they're just camouflaging to get into position, I suppose. They are now pulling that pack.
Huh.
Camouflage does also come with a hot on oneself as well, so that can be useful for surviving bursting, I suppose.
Here comes the darkness out on the 7 stack of bursting there as all the mobs got just almost instantly deleted, so that was a good use of the darkness there. Just making sure that Zamok's healing is not exactly the most challenging thing because they used both of their turtles at a different point. They used both of their turtles whenever they killed the Marauder in the previous pack with the spotter. So now they're taking this commander, they're getting him into position here, and then they're going to... They look like they're setting up some paralyses, I guess, and some traps here to kind of separate this pullout. I wonder what the point would be. So like they're doing the Cannoneer by itself. I bet they end up taking all this trash straight into the boss, whereas on the side of Method EU, they did not have as much of finesse, and they're just running straight into the pack.
Yeah, Method EU dealt with, I think, the Cannoneer and the boss at the same time, whereas Perplexed decided to deal with the Commander and the Cannoneer at the same time, so... Either way, the same sort of number of pulls, and that commander actually still alive on the side of Perplexed. But yeah, Method EU has dealt with that first intermission phase, and they are now going to try and kill Dread Captain Lockwood. It is a fortified setting that we're in right now, so it's very much possible that they can get this down without her ever returning to her boat. Meanwhile, Perplexed on basically the same boss health when she goes to that first intermission, are going to have to deal damage to that Cannoneer in order to get her off the boat. Method EU opening up, I'd say.
Oh, they got it.
A little bit here. Yeah, very close.
Yeah, that was super
Very
tight.
close.
So on the side of Perplexed, something that you may have saw is Zamak ended up dropping his Ring of Peace, and the reason for that is because you can bounce Dread Captain Lockwood off of the Ring of Peace, and it will cancel her escape cast or delay it for a few seconds, so it allows you to get a couple extra globals worth of damage, especially if the damage check is tight on Dread Captain Lockwood. Method EU, though, didn't look like they had too many problems just with how they were able to single target all the way through it. So this is going to be on Perplexed here. If they get another phase on Lockwood, then that's going to be costly.
Yeah, I mean, either way, they are behind, but that would cost them maybe 30 seconds or 45, which that's a lot of seconds when you're playing up against Method EU. Looks like they are going to be able to get this, though. The energy bar is what we're comparing to the health bar here. Health bar going to hit 0% right before that energy bar fills up, and they will be... Health bar going to hit 0% right before that energy bar fills up, and they will be able to get out of this boss fight without too much extra time lost there, making their way to that same obelisk that Method EU is just about finished with killing. Samrak, Beckoner of Chaos, the Fear guy in there. And 4 members of the team now are going to move through, whereas the tank now is going to jump out of the realm.
Yep.
And he's going to make his own way to Hadal's room, where he will then start boss combat, and that will yoink all 4 of the other members back into the real world as well.
You can see now right there. He has that orange marker on top of his head. He's running all the way through. He's actually not in that void realm with everybody else, so he's going to be looking. If you see on screen, he pressed his meld, and now he's going to be looking to pull Hadal, like he was saying. Miraz and Gingy are getting their traps, freezing traps in place to trap some of the mobs that are on the outside of the room because they don't want to pull them with Hadal. So
yeah, snipers, very deadly mobs that won't even come into the middle of this pull here, so they won't die.
Exactly. So they're waiting. They're going to pull them in later whenever they get a little bit more advantage, or maybe they end up like meld. Okay, so they're positioning themselves to where they can pull those snipers in a little bit. Perplexed doing something very similar to the strategy that we've seen from Method EU here. Killing Samrek. I assume Divine is going to do something the exact same as what we saw from now. Look, Divine right there on the left side of the screen. He leaps over. He instantly fears all those mobs. He is light footing all the way through. Then he is going to look to meld off all of the combat from all of those trash mobs so that they will be okay. And then from there, he will attack Hadal, pull his group out of the realm, and then they will be in a similar position as where Method EU is. The bursting here can be very dangerous, though.
Yeah, bursting always a huge threat, especially if it lines up with any of the boss AoE damage. You know, this boss does quite a bit of damage when those swirlies explode. And if that lines up with a 7-stack of bursting, or if it comes after the healer has expended all of their resources against that healing, then that can be really, really deadly. But it looks like Method EU are probably going to be okay here. They do have those 2 commanders, which have that trample cast that can stun and be a problem. But, you know, most of the trash here is dead. Most of the bursting threat is handled. They should be okay here as long as they can keep dealing with this boss. Yeah, the boss is pretty low on health here. Should be all right for Method EU. Meanwhile, Perplexed, still in the hectic phase, the start of this fight against the same enemies.
Raging Monka S. Okay, so they get a good they don't get a refresh on their bursting stacks. Everything is okay. The bolstering shouts going off, but the mobs are incredibly far away, so everything is going to be all right because they do not have an AoE purge. They only have that purge from Wolf Disco being on that Demon Hunter.
They have the 2 Hunter pet purges as well.
That is true. Yeah.
So they actually have quite a lot of tools to deal with a couple of bolstering shots that go out, but not an AoE one. So when there's 10 mobs, it's still a little too much.
Well, the pet purge is also the pet that has purge is also the pet that has tranquility shot as well, right?
Yeah, it's the same ability that purges both an enrage and a magic effect.
Okay, interesting. So, okay, yeah, Method EU downs Hadal. Perplexed here is probably going to be downing Hadal within the next...
Ooh, Perplexed has a tough... Look at that brutal wave overlap they had where all the safe spot was pretty much covered by ice there.
That is very scary.
You hate to see that. They managed to find a safe spot, though. That is a very lethal overlap, potentially. Meanwhile, Method EU, though, making their way down towards the spotter area. They are going to enrage that spotter and then use it to kill a bunch of the pirates in this area at once. We'll see if they're able... Really, this is a fight against time. You know, it's a fight about landing a couple of those swirlies, a couple of those artillery barrages from the first set, and not having to deal with these mobs for too long, right?
I believe it takes 2 or 3 of the artillery barrages from this spotter on this 19 setting to be able to kill all of this trash. All right, so here comes the sighted artillery. You see everybody...
All of the members of their group right in the middle of the pack
Exactly.
there. That's exactly what you want to do, because no matter who it targets, it would have been okay there. Nobody was standing out at range to be a potentially bad target. 2 turtles come out to completely immune those bursting stacks.
Yep.
Cloak comes out from Fragment, so only now and Zalia had to deal with those 11 stacks of bursting, and 2 people with 11 stacks of bursting is not all that bad at all for a Mistweaver. They are going to move on now to a Demolisher, and some more Pirates here, beautifully executed from Method EU. That's the Method EU that we know from previous seasons of the MDI. Incredibly great play from them.
Perplexed doing something very similar. They're waiting for that commander or the Demolisher to walk away. They're dropping their Ring of Peace. They're trying to get everything in position. They have their sighted artillery come out just a little bit early, so Divine is going to have to face tank these mobs for a few moments, let the next sighted artillery come out, get everything grouped up. They're using binding shots on the side of Perplexed to try to get everything ready. Here comes the sighted artillery. They're going to use Shockwave, presumably a couple of turtles, maybe a... I can't tell if their Demon Hunter's running Netherwalk. The Demon Hunter does not look like he's running Nether. You're just going to have to heal through a couple of stacks of that. Perplexed, also incredibly clean pull.
Yeah, Perplexed looking good here as well. They are doing this exact same strategy here, but Method EU is ahead in terms of time right now. Method EU, 95% on enemy forces here. They're going to finish off that spotter, and they are going to make their way to Vikgoth, where they will secure the last little bit of enemy forces they need from the awakened lieutenants that will be spawning in at the start of that boss fight.
You know what's funny about this? They actually play 3 awakened mobs. And so if you are unfamiliar with Siege of Borealis, only 2 awakened mobs spawn on that near side platform for some reason. The Spider, the caster Voidweaver Malthier, which is the hardest one to move, actually spawns on the back left platform, so you're going to have to see them getting kicks to be able to deal with that. Zamak goes down the side of Perplexed.
Zalia goes down for Method EU to the barrage, the RP barrage from Vikgoth.
That's unlucky.
That is not what you want to see.
Yeah.
They're gonna recover though.
Oh, Divine! Oh, Divine goes down.
Even inside the life cocoon there. I think they might have pulled a couple of extra enemies there by accident, because I see 2 Demolishers in that pull. I'm not sure if they intended to get that second one. They're gonna try and recover this pull, but things are going bad on the side of Perplexed. Meanwhile, Method EU into that very last boss fight. They are using their second Bloodlust here against this. Moving over after the first Gripping Tentacle is down, and they are now good on the DPS check. They just have to finish off the Demolishing Terror, and then they can kill these 3 awakened enemies pretty much at their leisure.
Exactly. So they don't fire the cannon. So if you fire the cannon, then the extra Demolishing Terror and Gripping Tentacle would spawn, and you really don't want that to happen, so they're biding their time. Zalia is just going to have to heal through these debuffs from Vikgoth, while just the rest of the group is trying to kill off all 3 of these obelisk mobs. So this is actually a really good strategy from the side of Method EU.
Meanwhile, Perplexed is going to dismiss pets and then Shadow Meld to remove combat from that extra Demolisher, and they are going to go down to Vikgoth themselves here. In order to win, though, they are probably going to need Method EU to have some difficulties on this boss fight, or Wolf Disco is going to have to pull out some insane Demon Hunter DPS that Method EU does not have access to, of course, with their Rogue instead.
I didn't know. Was it going to become 2 DPS?
Maybe. I don't know.
So right here, Method EU, as long as they're able to just get through this Dark Fury cast and like these couple Awakened mobs,
they've actually started the timer on this next platform while Awakened mobs are still up, because they know they can deal with it.
That's the
efficient cleave.
Yeah, that's the best optimization. They got Blood of the Corruptor down just a little bit early. They were cleaving off of it and decided that as soon as that mob dies, the way that you save seconds is by just instantly firing that cannon as soon as you can.
And they're now onto the Gripping Terror. Getting in combat with the Gripping Terrors on the second and third platform is what starts the timer for the second and beyond Demolishing Terrors.
Exactly.
To spawn, so they want to do as much damage to this as possible. Try and beat that Demolishing Terror spawn. If one spawns, it's not the end of the world. But if that second one spawns afterwards, then they can start to be in trouble. That's the first one, though, that spawned. And so they are going to be okay up against that. Meanwhile, Perplexed also on the second platform. They have got all 3 of their awakened enemies still alive, though. Blood of the Corruptor going down. Let's see if they decide to shoot the cannon right now as well.
So now is actually going to be firing the cannon on the side of Method EU. He's going to wait for all of his friends to get over to the other side. Then he's going to Lightfoot all the way across and make his way towards that Demolishing Tentacle, while the rest of his group mates are just burning down that Gripping. That's the way that they save so much damage in order to be able to kill the Gripping in one round before they need to even kill that Demolishing, is just by now firing the cannon.
Yeah, because that Demolishing Terror isn't going to start casting that Hull Cracker until it's done its first slam, so there's a little bit of wiggle room for them to have, to get over there a little bit later, and that's going to mean that they can kill the Gripping Terror, and once they fire this cannon, that will be the end of this dungeon.
Whew, this is This was so close and so clean by both of these teams. Sure, Perplexed had some issues at the very beginning with their Shroud and their meld skips. Great run by both teams, though, honestly.
Going to be taking game number 1 in the series, and this just really goes to show how polished they really can be. And even though Method EU did have that 15:08 time in time trials, they were a little bit behind on that end. It was really Perplexed just having their own mistakes and really not being able to clean up a lot of their play there.
And really uncanny mistakes to that end as well. Like, you know, not having somebody shadow meld at the proper time in the very first, you know, section of the dungeon. It's really weird. Like, maybe they were just overthinking. Maybe they were a little bit nervous because they're actually going up against, you know, what we would assume is their main competition in this tournament. But you kind of have to think of these dungeons as a super long progression fight. And you know, sometimes when you're in a progression rate and you just start wiping in phase 1 randomly, that's kind of the equivalent of what these guys did. Now, the real show of how good of a team they are and what their veteran stature would be is how well they're going to come back in this second dungeon. I'm looking for Perplexed to really come out firing in this next dungeon.
Yeah, and we've already seen how they've banned, for example, Waycrest Manor. So Shrine of the Storm, Dranos, is really just such heavy execution dungeon that we've already seen Perplexed play on this weekend.
Yeah, Perplexed had a 19-minute and 43-second shrine with only 1 death coming out against Sanguine Shrine of the Storm. That's a pretty impressive number, but we have no idea what Method EU's number is like in there. It wasn't a time trial dungeon, and Method EU has not yet played that dungeon, so this will be an unknown for us. We'll get to see what composition they choose to bring, whether they decide to focus on Death Knights or not. And then how fast they can get that in there, if they can get under the 20-minute mark as well, and 43 seconds.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Zyro, wasn't Perplexed the one who actually had the like super easy 1 phase on the boss as well? They just completely obliterated Volsith at the very end.
Yeah, it wasn't even close, and their healer didn't have the damage buff for most of that either, so
That's
it can
right,
definitely
exactly.
be done incredibly quickly.
Yeah, there's already a lot of potential for these guys to just absolutely take it away. So, but first, let's start breaking down some of those mistakes that we saw on the side of Perplexed there.
Yeah, you know, it's really hard to kind of focus in on what these teams were doing wrong. Obviously, Perplexed had a mistake with the Shadow Meld, and they had a couple deaths later on in the dungeon. But what I really want to focus on is what sets these teams apart from each other. Just the small execution things that they do. This pull right after the finished off all of Hadal's room, which was impressive in and of itself, just shows the control they have over their mobs. They cleave down that spotter pack, get the cleaver into that raging range where it does double damage, and then they can use that raging spotter to pretty much cleave down the rest of the trash in the dungeon that they need. They started, I believe, at the end of Hadal, they were at 56% trash percentage, and they got literally all the rest of the trash they needed minus the awakened mobs just from that 1 raging spotter. These guys have excellent mob control, and they know exactly what they're doing to get through this dungeon as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and a lot of times we just saw some extremely precise execution, especially Dranos when they got into Hadal's room to begin with, having part of the team, for example, setting traps, setting crowd control, and being able to round up everything there. We saw how it wiped the Doppler effect and how much damage they had to deal with rolling bursting. Right there, it was just absolute textbook on Method EU side.
Yeah, the bursting control, the turtles when the bursting's coming out, pre-placing those traps in Nihilotha when the bursting's coming out, pre-placing those traps in Nihilotha, and then knowing that when you get pulled out to the real world, the traps will still be there and will immediately trap the snipers under them. Excellent play coming out from Method EU, doing that room flawlessly, I'd say.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that always comes out is how people are having their cooldowns together. Because remember, in previous tournaments, we've had interviews with Method EU in particular, Tettles, and they talked about how they practice these dungeons so robotically that they always know what cooldowns they have back.
Yeah, I mean, and teams have talked about it before. They actually just, like, whenever you're in voice, they don't even call kicks. Like, they actually just know which kick that they're going to get on certain mobs. I mean, I'm sure they're calling it on, like, Void Weaver Mouth here, because that's, like, kind of hard to rotate 4 kicks without talking.
No,
but
Void Weaver Mouth there, you can just get the weak aura, the little...
True, exactly.
Weak aura, yeah.
I mean, exactly.
Yeah.
You set up stuff like that, and ultimately, it is robotic. There are very precise things assigned, and during the runs, they have to say very little because everybody's on the same page and everybody knows what role they have to play.
I think that also is more of a testament as to how long they've been playing together, is ironic.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is just communication and knowing what someone means when they say something. Like, usually when you're in a dungeon, like Dratnos mentioned, your communication is kept to a minimum. You're usually only talking to each other in some dire case where somebody's missed a kick or missed a cooldown and you need a backup stun from one of the DKs, or maybe you need a little bit of extra kiting, or maybe you need a taunt from one of the melee DPS as well. it really comes down to synergy, and I would assume that a team like Method EU, and honestly Perplexed as well, with their time being Abracadabra last year as well, they just have that synergy down to the point where if there is a small mistake going on, they know how to fix it almost instantly.
That's right, and you'd like to see the map pool as we get ourselves ready for game number 2 in the series. Borealis was won, once again, by Method EU, and we'll be moving on to Shrine of the Storm, where Perplexed is going to look to get back in this series, because after that, a Taldazar is going to be going on as well. And again, both of these dungeons, these next couple dungeons, are going to be with Sanguine, with Fortified, and there's going to be tons of pressure for both of these teams to watch how they kite and watch how they start utilizing some snap spots. In particular, having some of the different positions of grabbing all of the initiates together before the second boss.
Exactly. There is a snap spot, like notably in Shrine of the Storm, like Jack was alluding to, that you can snap all of the initiates to, and then Sanguine drops to the very bottom of the water. That's like a unique thing with how Sanguine ends up working out. It goes straight to the bottom if you are in any like elevated surface, such as water. We see it in Shrine of the Storm used heavily on live. We also see it in dungeons like Toldagor, where the mobs just will not heal. So utilization of that, just Sanguine management in general, very important for teams to not just lose a ton of time on.
Oh yeah, we got our diving suits ready a week ago, 2 weeks back or something like that to be able to get it. But enough of that, we're underway as Shrine of the Storm is ready to go, as Perplexed needs this win to stay in the running for the upper finals.
Once again, we are seeing Method EU coming out with that rogue, whereas Perplexed is elected to again not play any rogue in their composition at all. So we have Swag on the Hunter versus Gingy on the Rogue. Both teams, though, are playing a double Death Knight composition and are both doing a pretty similar big pull here at the start to make use of those Death Knights in big AoE.
Well, I think most of the time the difference in the Hunter and the Rogue is like the tricks versus the misdirection. But like if you don't need a massive amount of threat via the misdirection, you only need it to snap mobs that are out of combat, then the misdirection is just fine, even though it generates less threat because most of the Hunter's damage is not through them, it's through their pet.
Yeah, I would kind of describe it as the difference between Shroud and like a little bit more damage, and which of those is going to be more useful for your team.
Sure.
But, you know, there are some other pieces of rogue utility that are really nice. You know, extra interrupts, gouges and stuff can also facilitate bigger pulls and provide more support for the DKs who are probably going to do all the damage you need anyways.
I do absolutely agree here. Rogues also, like the full tricks value for double Death Knight also allows now to hold threat a little bit easier if he is in fact struggling with that for some reason. We actually do see Bloodlust coming out inside of Method EU on Accuseer. Perplexed used it on their first pull. Unfortunately, had a little bit of Sanguine healing that set them behind a few seconds. So I assume that Method EU is going to be killing Accuseer a little bit earlier.
Yeah, look at this though. They have to deal with Sanguine during a boss fight that is rooted. So if they get Sanguine under this boss, things will be bad for a while. Looks like they're doing a good job though of not having that happen. Meanwhile, Perplexed playing a much less aggressive strategy into this boss. They are not pulling trash with it, besides some neutral droplets, until
here comes
it does
everything.
its first teleport, and now they are doing the trash into it. So maybe they were waiting for some cooldowns to recover, or maybe they've just decided that it'll be easier to wait until it does its first charge before pulling in some extra trash. Quaking comes out though, and it looks like Wolf Disco gets cleaved by another Quake and takes quite a bit of damage from it. That is the new Quaking change, Titles. What do you think about the change to Quaking that has come out this patch?
It's a good change.
So what is the difference between this and old Quaking?
It no longer does damage to you unless you are stacked up on top of other players. So effectively, if you play it correctly, you should not take any damage from it.
Right, but it does punish you more for stacking too much.
Exactly.
Right? Each person stacking is more damage, but no base damage. I agree. It's a nice change to see.
So we actually see the Sanguines being dropped out in the middle of the room for both Perplexed and Method EU. If you want to play trash with Accuseer on live, it's really not that dangerous, just as long as you make sure that you do drop the Sanguine out in the middle of the room like both of these teams are doing. In addition to that, it's really hard to Sanguine heal the boss. It has to basically be like directly underneath him. He may have a big hitbox for melees, but he has a really small hitbox for Sanguine healing. So it like I was saying, needs to be almost directly underneath him for him to be healing.
Yeah, it has to be in that like water typhoon thing in his model.
Exactly. So
which is smaller than it looks.
For those who are playing on live, definitely something you can utilize to try to gain a little bit of time, pull a little bit of trash to the boss, because not exactly the most dangerous boss to pull those two, what are they, Tempests off to the side? The mobs that cast Tempest, I guess, are what they are. Those two are pretty free with him.
Yeah, it's pretty efficient time to pull those enemies in for sure. We can see actually some initiates coming in on the side of Perplexed. They went and pulled the initiates next to Helvis. There are a couple of sneaky ways that you can pull those without actually pulling Helvis. Meanwhile, Method EU are just going all the way through here, and they are going to be using their Shadow Melds and Vanish to drop combat. And
I wonder where they're going to get their count from. So they're
Guardian Elemental is being pulled, and now is actually the only
he's
person
soloing
ahead.
it. He's soloing it.
Everybody else is staying back. Yeah, now he's going to spell reflect this electrifying shock. Now the rest of the team is going to come in, and look at the Guardian Elemental just taking huge ticks of damage from that electrifying shock spell reflect.
I love the strategy.
Massive.
So for those who don't know, the electrifying shock is a dot, and it can be spell reflected by the prop wearer. So all 4 members were waiting in the very back to just wait for the first electrifying shock to go off. Then now presses spell reflect, it gets put back on him. It will end up doing like 30% of his health per application. So that's like free damage. As long as they're able to heal through the Shipbreaker Storm, which with all of these targets for Zalia's Way of the Crane, it shouldn't be any problem. This is such a good strategy by Method EU. That Guardian Elemental is 36 count as well. So, oh man, that's such a good strat.
Yeah, that's like 4 regular-sized enemies in this dungeon.
Exactly.
Which is pretty good rate given that it didn't take 4 times as long as a regular enemy to die there because of that spell reflection. Excellent play there. Now they are going to move forward and grab another fairly large pull in this area here. And they've got, I think, some DK cooldowns not available for this. So they're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way with Prot Warrior and Rogue damage carrying way for them.
Perplexed is actually not that far behind. They had Zamaka go down, so they ended up using their battle res there for a couple seconds. But like they're really not that far behind in time.
Yeah, they're actually ahead in enemy forces as well here. So they've pulled more trash at the start of the dungeon, and they're moving through it with a different skip here. So they're going to skip that Guardian Elemental. They're all going to move through and meld here.
Yep.
So they have a different answer about which trash is best to pull, which is great to see. It's great when teams have come up with different answers for what the best route is through the dungeon. That really makes you feel like there's a lot of game to it.
Yeah. Okay, so there goes the snap from Perplexed. So they're snapping all of the mobs off onto that little ledge there to get all the initiates grouped up as quickly as possible. Then they're going to blast them in the corner of the room, probably before they end up fleeing in terror, and then pull all the iron holes and the tendons off of all of that sanguine healing. This is where the kiting is like super important in the sanguine management. Is most of the time what we're talking about because those initiates have such low health. So they're fleeing away in terror. So if they can die before they make it back to the pack.
Look at the Binding Shot come out now. Binding Shot's something that Perplexed has access to, but Method EU does not. And they're going to be able to use that to keep one side of the initiates from getting back in. The other ones almost make it back in, but they don't actually sanguine heal anything. Divine Field, though, having a very difficult time of both surviving
nice grip
and doing sanguine management at the same time here. Has to stand in a couple of abilities there. Quake comes out. Players cleave each other. Ooh, that's very dangerous. They are going to be all right, though. Just barely. Meanwhile, Method EU doing a large pull into the boss.
Don't heal the boss. Don't heal the boss.
With Sanguine active. That is very, very treacherous. They need to be so careful to avoid killing anything under the boss. But look at those blood of the enemies come out. And look at that Death Knight damage.
A little bit late on the ring, but nothing gets healed.
Yeah. There is a little bit of a delay between the blood applying and the heal, so great move there from Method EU, handling the sanguine there for all those initiates, and that has really fed into the Death Knight damage that we're seeing on this pull.
So
but they have to be careful, Brother Ironhull almost getting healed from the Ironhull Apprentice dying and dropping sanguine. That would have been fitting, I guess.
I don't know if you caught it, but Method EU actually played one of the obelisks. They played Samrek Beckoner of Chaos there, while Perplex was still doing their big snap in the corner. So that is something that is a little bit different. Perplexed at 57% enemy forces count, Method EU at 55%, but Method EU is about 20-ish% ahead on the boss. This is incredibly close, holy moly.
Yeah, I imagine that Perplexed will be going back and activating that obelisk for themselves after this boss fight. That's been what we've seen most teams do, and I think that's what Perplexed did in their previous Shrine of the Storm run, because that is a particularly dangerous enemy to fight with Volzith in this place. So I imagine that they are actually behind by a little bit more than just the percentage on the boss, because they are going to go back and do that same pull, but they have a little bit more enemy forces percent, so they might be able to do a smaller amount of pulls or a safer pull later in the dungeon as a result of that.
Exactly. I mean, Samrak is very scary with Volzith because that healer has reduced HP, and basically the fears from Volzith are unavoidable, except for via Dispel, which would remove your damage amplifier buff that you gain. Of course, we saw Zamakin in this dungeon yesterday. He doesn't even need it. Like they were able to one-phase the boss without the buff, so maybe they're going to not play Samrak with They're not going to play Samrek right now. Either way, Method EU is going to be downing Brother Ironhole and Gale Caller Faye, probably in the range of like 10 seconds ahead of Perplexed here.
Yes, and they're going to move on now to presumably a Shadow Meld skip through this part of the dungeon. Ooh, Ginji, though, getting ready on the side here. Maybe didn't do a Shroud, or maybe they're actually going to pull some of these mobs here.
Okay,
Get some count from these.
Okay.
Okay, so what they're doing is they're going to kill off these skeletons here, because those are pretty easy to kill, and you get some free count pretty quickly from that. And then they're going to end up skipping, I think, the rest of these after those skellies go down.
Yeah, so...
Maybe they're just grouping everything up, and maybe they're going to AoE it all down. I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore, Tettles.
I thought they were killing the skellies too, but I think you're right. Maybe they were just kiting the enforcers to make sure that they were stacked up and everything else was going to be okay. Ooh, everything is going down incredibly quickly once they drop those D&Ds.
Yeah, of course, one nice thing about getting the enforcers all at the same time is that you can synchronize a spell reflect back onto them and hit all of them at once with their own smash.
Exactly.
And if you do that, you take a lot less damage and they take a lot more damage. That is a nice bonus of doing it that way.
So Perplexed here fighting Samrek, Beckoner, Chaos after they end up pulling some trash off to the side. Post, Brother Ironhole, and Gale Caller Faye. They're positioning like they're about to move Samrek all the way through, not using all of their melds and whatnot. They're going to be saving them for later on in the instance, presumably whenever they are going to be getting towards that tentacle area.
I'm not sure if they're going to do that. I think what they did last time was just kill Samrek kind of in this area, and then just do a meld skip anyways, because then they can mount up. But they might have changed that. Yeah, you might be right. Samrek pretty low though. I think that it's going to.
Yeah, it looks like they're just killing him.
End of the path.
Yeah, so Samrek moves incredibly slow, so it's not exactly time efficient for you to like wheel him all the way through. If you do have a full Night Elf team, most people in live don't exactly have access to that, so it can be kind of costly though. Method EU is doing an enormous pull on the bridge here. I think that's like 4 Depth Bringers and a bunch of cultists there. The Depth Bringer is notoriously dangerous because they cast an ability called Void Bolt.
So I think they've gotten the 2 cultists from the start, the ones that come with those tendies. They got in combat with them, dropped combat with them, and then used Ring of Peace, I believe, to separate them from the tendies, and now they're fighting those 2 extra cultists without the 2 tendies that accompany them to get just a little bit more count here. And yeah, as you can see, the fact
that's
that they use Ring
healing.
of Peace for that is going to cause a problem in this part, though.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate.
The cultists just end up standing, bathing in that sanguine, taking a bloodbath. That's
right, and look, Ring of Peace still on cooldown from its use earlier there. I think that's going to end up costing them more time than it saved them.
I think I concur, because it's basically 18 count for the use of Ring of Peace, where it doesn't allow them to actually get the mobs out of the sanguine healing.
Meanwhile, we can see Perplexed lands that Ring of Peace against the Sanguine.
One grip.
And yeah, they need grips on these 2 cultists, but I think their grips might be on cooldown, so that is going to cause them a little bit of Sanguine healing there, but nowhere near as much time lost as Method EU did.
I mean, now
in position
now
to
the match is
activate this
even.
obelisk.
Look.
Yeah, the match is pretty close here, although Perplexed even a little bit ahead on enemy forces count.
Yeah.
They're getting ready now to go through. It looks like only Swag is going to be getting in combat here with these enemies, and the rest of the
the Void Bolts go off. Okay, he ends up
through.
He's chilling. No, not dangerous. No monk-ass.
Well, a little dangerous.
Okay, very scary. All right, so
it would scare me at least.
that would kind of freak me out too. All right, so both of these teams, 78% enemy forces count. They're both on the Abyssal Eels here. Man, we got a match.
They are neck and neck here. Now we have 1 death on the side of Perplexed. That is a 5-second advantage in the favor of Method EU, but 5 seconds is not the end of the world here. These teams are absolutely neck and neck. Impossible to tell who's going to win from here.
Yeah, so you actually did see both teams as well starting the RP to summon Lord Stormsong, so that's going to be a few seconds advantage as well, so you don't have to just like sit there awaiting the cast. Whew.
And now we see Perplexed entering the Lord Stormsong Gamer Spa Resort with the jacuzzi back there for premium members. Let's see if anybody decides it's time to go take a bath in that jacuzzi when they get mind controlled. Of course, that does deal some damage and will allow them to break that very quickly.
You gotta stop. All right, so Lord Stormsong here. Both teams running Protection Warrior. If you would like, you can spell reflect his Void Bolt every other one, and it does a significant amount of damage to him. Also on the side of Perplexed and Method EU, they're basically praying that their healer does not get targeted with that mind control. See, look, all of those immunities get used on the side of Perplexed, but Zamak ends up getting MC'd anyways. He is a premium member at the Lord Stormsong Jacuzzi Lounge, Bath and Body Works, so he's hopping in there.
Ooh, down to 18% though in Jacuzzi. Maybe the temperature turned up a little bit too hot. Does manage to get out, though, before getting scalded.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like, you really don't want your healer to be picked there because they do use double AMS and a turtle. So if it went on any of those players, then you'd have Zamok's extra damage to be able to push you a little bit further ahead. But even still, Perplexed 10% ahead on Lord Stormsong over Method EU. That's definitely more than the 5 seconds.
Yeah, they got here just a little bit faster after clearing through the sides of Dwellers a little bit faster, I'd say. I think that might be a Beast Mastery Hunter thing here, because if we look at the damage meters, Beast Mastery Hunter's just blasting on those meters.
Yeah. So there you see Fragments actually getting mind controlled at the very end, where Zamok gets MC'd on the side of Perplexed. Perplexed is already moving their way through the water. Please don't get stunned.
Yeah, you gotta try and avoid those jellyfish. No diving suits available here on the tournament realm, unfortunately, so these players are gonna have to deal with their usual swim speed to get through this area. No druid travel form as well to sneak ahead.
Did you know?
Tails always does. Yeah.
Did you know that if you go into the Nyalotha realm, that there are no jellyfish here, and if you have like somebody like a druid or whatever, they can just like swim ahead in travel form, and then like all of the players can just like miss all of these eels and everything, and they don't have to worry about anything like that. They immediately get to the boss, and since the druid is so quick, then they just tag the boss that pulls everybody out of the Nyalotha realm, and that can save you a couple of seconds if you have a portal in Lord Stormsong's room. I mean, not exactly relevant here, but still a strategy.
Very cool facts, Tettles. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I love learning fun facts.
We
can see
Perplexed.
They're setting up here for a Death Knight onto the boss pool. The plan here with these eels is to use them to contribute damage on the boss from the Death Knight AoE, and that is exactly what's happening here. You can see the armies of the dead coming out, and that will be... What's happening here? Did the boss just reset? I'm not quite sure what happened there. I think it might have.
Where did the boss go?
I believe the boss has I believe Volzith the Whisperer has left the building on the side of Perplexed. That's unfortunate.
Where
on
are
the
the
side of Method
obelisks?
EU, however...
Huh.
Yeah, the obelisks are still there. On the side of Method EU, they are actually on this boss fight here, fighting through Volzith and those awakened enemies. Of course, Voidweaver Malthier, they're going to have to try and kill that as quickly as possible because they do not want to have to use any interrupts on it while they're in this downstairs realm with those, Mindbender guys there.
So,
as well.
Method EU actually has Volzith about 6 or 7% lower than where Perplexed did yesterday. So I think the likely scenario is that Method EU is absolutely going to get a 1-phase on it. Mira's, Frag, and Gingy are all dropping super low, but I don't exactly know what it's from.
I believe it's casts going off from the far caster there. The far denizen in the upside down realm. That they are going to. We can actually see what's going on.
Mira's is dropping
right now.
low again.
Yeah, it does need to cast some death strikes. Maybe there's Actually, I have no idea what would be doing that either. Maybe just standing.
Maybe they had two.
Oh, it's probably defiled ground. It's probably defiled ground taking him once.
It could very well be. I think they may have had 2 of the Denizen casts go off at the same time though, which means that they missed us. Ooh, Perplex is going down. They're gonna have a full team wipe
on the other side here. That is very, very bad for them. I think they were on pace to improve their previous best time of 19 minutes and 43 seconds. But I believe when that boss reset the first time, that was then when Method EU really got the opportunity to pounce here.
Yeah.
Method EU looks like still not having any deaths here. Most of these awakened enemies have been dealt with, although they are still both teams are still in their respective upside down realms, and they have not quite finished dealing with the enemies in those realms. They have to actually do that fairly soon. They will run out of breath eventually.
Yeah, I mean that's intentional. They don't want to kill that last Denizen because they would rather just kill Urgroth, because of how they're about to just do these middle Denizens altogether.
Yeah, they don't want to get ported back out to this realm.
Exactly.
Now is going to leap away. Ooh, what's happened here?
Is he pulling the eels too?
I think he may be going to pull the eels. Yeah. So he has aggro on that Denizen, pulling some eels. Meanwhile, the rest of the comp is getting interrupts on these 2 Denizens. They have 4 melee kicks here, so they can kick these Denizens indefinitely, but they don't have an extra kick there for the boss unless they use a Death Knight pet kick.
You know what? Method U is about to 1-phase this boss, but I actually know what happened with Perplexed resetting the boss. The eel, one of the eels probably got stuck in the ground, and if that happens, then the boss can force reset if the eel is actually stuck in the ground.
Yes, the eels are notoriously a little bit tricky in this area.
Exactly.
They sometimes don't exactly cooperate. There are a couple ways to play around it with how you pull them, but sometimes it just be that way.
Exactly. Ooh, Mirazins are going down. They may not get a 1-phase here on the side of Method EU.
Yeah, Volzith energy climbing there, above 80% now. Health only at 20%.
Oh, Zalia
also dropping really low. Has stacks there of that Promises of Power building up, though. Is trying to do some damage. 10% health.
This boss is going to phase.
A bit of a cast time on Volzith, but I think they're actually going to have to deal with another Sunken City phase here.
There's a Sunken Denizen still alive. So currently has to
I've been doing that as well.
deal with the multiple denizens. I was like,
At the present time, the tank of Method EU is dealing with that enemy, yes.
yes, thank you, Dratnos, for fixing my speech.
So unfortunately, that means the Sunken Denizen is currently going to reset. And we'll be at 100% health again, and does need to get killed for them to get enemy forces. So the door opening a little bit back up here for Perplexed, but Perplexed does not have combat with the boss yet. They are still going to need to pull that boss and kill it. They are also going to be full on mob count after that, though. They've done all the trash in the area. They have cooldowns now for the boss, but they don't have any eels to build damage off of for their Death Knights. So they're just going to have to do their best to kill this boss here. Meanwhile, Method EU have finished that glimpse of the Sunken City phase. They're going to pull that last boss. And once its health reaches 0, they just have to deal with the Sunken Denizen to finish the timer here. That is going to be about the same pace as Perplexed set in their run yesterday, sitting at about 19 minutes 43 seconds as Perplexed run. I think that's going to be pretty much the exact same number Method EU hits here to win this match against Perplexed.
It was just those deaths, those mistakes. We've seen it time and time again. It's ironic. That's just all it takes for sometimes in dungeons that are as precise as Shrine of the Storm.
It's a real shame to see the dungeon end that way as well, because these guys were exchanging blows throughout the dungeon. The difference between boss 1 and 2 for Method EU is their routing was so much better than Perplexed, but then between bosses 2 and 3, Perplexed managed to pull it back, and they ended up pulling the third boss at almost the exact same time, and you could see that power of the Hunter single target just pulling Perplexed ahead. And like Teddles was saying during the dungeon, I'm pretty sure what ended up happening to Perplexed there is whenever you pull those abyssal eel packs around the platform, sometimes the pathing of the eels can be a little weird. Sometimes one of them can get stuck underneath the platform, and that just happens to sometimes reset the boss. It's not 100% chance, but it's one of the risks that these teams know they're taking with this strategy. And yeah, it's unfortunate to see it happen, but it's just one of the things that can happen in this map.
That's right, and it's one of those things that's also very well known. It's how you pull those mobs in, it's how you organize them, and it was also the reason why we saw out of now waiting so long in like the shallows to grab all those eels on top of him and then run back to get the kick. It's always so important to make sure that timing is as precise as they can possibly make it onto that one, Teddles.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. You just have to be really patient with those eels and let them come out of the water before you do anything. If you're tanking them on the ledge, as soon as they all reach you, then you are good to go. If you do it any earlier, then the eel pathing can just get messed up, because I think it's just like function of how water works in WoW, maybe. I have no exact idea of how it works, though.
Yeah, but despite, as you mentioned, it's ironic, the tragic end, really, as Perplexed drops down into lower bracket, they did have some great plays, as did Method EU.
Yeah, and the things that I want to focus on here, you know, obviously mistakes happen, but I want to focus on the positives for these teams, specifically the way that Method EU chose their pathing. And obviously I'd like to show the way that Perplexed chose their pathing after the second boss, but we don't have a certain amount of time for these clips here. But the difference in between the first and second boss, Method EU chose a vastly superior route. They decided to skip the entire indoor phase and instead chose to get their trash from the bridge pack plus that one Guardian mob, which gave them about the same amount of trash percentage as Perplexed got from pulling all of that indoor area. Which makes sense, right? In a sanguine environment, you don't really want to put yourself in that tiny little area to give yourself extra chance to, you know, heal the mobs with sanguine. And then on top of that, doing that massive pull into the second boss, into that council duo, instead of doing it separately, that was just incredibly impressive. And even with all these mistakes, Method EU still ended up having a time that was faster than what we saw from Perplexed yesterday.
That's right, they did have a faster time, and Perplexed, of course, still had to deal with that wipe that they had as well. So they will be dropping into the lower bracket, and we will be seeing them a little bit later today, as well as Method EU. And again, no surprise on this one, does advance Dratnos to the grand finals later on.
Yeah, Method EU will be challenging the winner of the lower bracket finals, but we have a little bit of a ways to go before we get there, right? We're going to see Paint for Femme battle against the boys. The winner of that match will play the loser of this match we just saw, which is Perplexed. And then the winner of that match will then challenge Method EU in the grand finals. Method EU has a big advantage now because they have a couple hours to go and practice those grand final maps at the plus 20 keystone level, which the grand finals is going to be played at, which is one level higher than these 19 keys that the rest of the dungeon is, or the rest of the tournament is being run at. So a big advantage for being in the upper bracket still all the way through to the end for Method EU.
Without a doubt, and there's been a lot of talk as well, Tettles, about how important it is to get that extra bit of practice time, to be able to spend that extra time practicing those 20 keys, because it is such a big step up this season compared to previous seasons.
I mean, the difference between 19 and 20 ultimately is just like how much time it takes to practice some of your pulls and the consistency that is involved. I think their strategies and like their core strategies are going to be the exact same for the dungeons. But like I was stating a second ago, it's going to just come down to how much consistency and how much practice is required to just do it on another keystone level higher, especially whenever you are in a speedrun environment like the MDI is.
That's right, and as we take a look at our bracket, as we mentioned previously, we will start seeing our friends Method EU going on ahead into the grand finals, while Perplexed is going to be in the lower finals, awaiting the winner between our next series between Paint for Femme and the Boys. And both of these teams, when we look at back last year's Ironic, both of these teams had 5th through 8th seeding for a lot of their competition lives. Sometimes they were making it to day 2, sometimes they weren't. Now, massive improvements across the board for both of these teams. How are we feeling about this series coming up?
It's hard to say. Both of these teams have been having, like you're mentioning, great performances in the lower bracket, and it's hard to remember this, but actually both of these teams were in the running for that 4th BlizzCon slot going into the end of the year, so they had a chance of even making it to the final BlizzCon. So, these teams definitely have the pedigree to be here, and I'm interested to see, which one of these teams with the limited practice time they're able to have at this point in the day are able to just put it together.
That's right, and we'll have to see, as this is probably going to be one of the closer series that we'll be looking forward to today, as both of these guys, both Paint for Femme and the Boys, are very close in seeding, very close in competition, and are no strangers to either side. So, don't worry guys, we'll be taking a quick break before we get into our lower semi series between Paint for Femme and the Boys. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as we're halfway through the day and about to start up with our lower semis between the boys and Paint for Fem. Hello everyone, I'm Jack and joined right now by Nagura, by Dratnos, and Zyronic. And Nagura, the boys, Paint for Fem, some of the up-and-coming teams for EU right now, both of them fighting for their spot in the lower finals to square up against Perplexed. How are we feeling as the series gets started?
I think this is going to be a very close game between those two. We've seen Pain for Fam do a really good job in this lower bracket so far. They've shown some very fast times, and the boys as well. They've been very consistent earlier when they played against Reliance. So I'm excited to see this match. And the first one is going to be a time trial match, and they were 4th and 5th seed in the time trials. Very close, less than a minute between those two in the time trials as well.
That's right, and Freehold to start us off, like you mentioned, you know, when these teams are that close in time trials, when we have knowledge of how pretty much everybody is going to be running this dungeon, Dratnos, seems like at this point it's just going to be who makes the first mistake.
Yeah, Freehold has been this dungeon it's been about double unholy dungeon before, but this week we have bolstering and explosive active in this dungeon in the MDI. That has meant the Unholy Death Knights has kind of taken a little bit of a backseat here, and we've got teams relying on the Beast Mastery Hunters instead for a little bit more kind of versatility and less reliance on those pulls that both bolstering and explosive really make too dangerous to do. But I don't think that it's really all about just mistakes. I think that teams have come up with some different strategies in this dungeon that are really exciting to see. For instance, this is the dungeon where we saw, Zamak pioneer that strategy of kiting all 4 awakened enemies on the last boss. I think with the dungeon as open as Freehold, there's always some room for innovation, and I'm excited to see if either of these teams have come up with any of that.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's not only just, okay, he grabbed the mobs and he kited, but they specifically tailored that route to make sure that he had space to kite, that he had room. How well these teams are able to continue innovating in a dungeon that we all kind of see as, oh, well, we already know what to expect, we already know what's figured out about it.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. They literally carved out a little race course for him to run in an oval around the entire time. So, yeah, it's really interesting to see them come up with these new strategies like we keep talking about. But looking forward in the series, not only do we have Freehold, which is a time trial map, but we also have Siege, which was another time trial map. And for both of these maps, the boys had more solid times. So if you're looking at who should be a favorite for this series, especially with the way they've already been playing in their matchup against Self-Reliance earlier, the boys are looking very strong coming in.
That's right, and let's not count out Paint for Fem as well, because they're so close together in their time trials there, Nagura.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this dungeon, specifically because it was a time trial match, I think it can go to anyone at this point. In trial match, I think it can go to anyone at this point, even though maybe the boys were slightly more consistent compared to Paint for Fem, but Paint for Fem showed some very good times as well, as I mentioned earlier, so I think this can really go to either of those teams.
Alright, well let's see as the game number 1 is ready to go in our lower semis in Freehold.
So we see both teams actually doing a pull at the very start here. Now this is something not every team does. Sometimes we see a skip here at the start and then we see a pull in the first boss area. So interesting to see that both of these teams choose to do one of these earlier pulls. Now this is a difficult one because of bolstering.
Yeah, and I mean, so far, both of them are dealing with it incredibly well. Just a little tiny bit of bolstering going on these mobs, like almost negligible. These bosses are at about 10 to 20% HP when bolstering even starts, so, they're doing really well.
I agree. I mean, we see the Crackshot here is a little bit bolstered. Now, unfortunately, that is a mob that is very hard to gather up with the rest of the mobs because it's a caster. And it's just hard to move, especially if you don't have a DK for a grip or something like that. So impressive by both of them. Very, very close to each other. They are pulling the next pack as well. This is very, like, almost simultaneously running to the next pull here by both of these teams.
And it kind of sucks to say, but honestly, I'm just waiting till the end of the dungeon. I just want to see, we said in the last Freehold, I just want to see if they're going to go for the kiting strategy. We didn't see either of the previous two teams go for it, which makes sense because they haven't had that much time to practice. But both of these teams have had a couple extra matches worth of practice time, as well as whatever they got last night, or probably this morning because they were up late last night doing the MDI. The practice they got this morning, maybe they knew they were going to be in this Freehold and could have gotten a little bit of practice in. Because if one of them did practice it and knows how to pull it off, they'll probably win the dungeon.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we will see what they do. If they skip all of the awaken mobs, right, then we probably know they are going to do the kiting strat, because it's super difficult to pull all of the 4 awaken mobs with the last boss without doing the kiting. So we'll see what they do, as both of the teams are engaging the first boss here. They also saved the Bloodlust for this, as it is a tyrannical setting, so they just want to have the Bloodlust to get the boss done a little bit quicker.
Yep. And I mean, there's really not that much of a difference you can look at here. Both of them are running the double BM Hunter Rogue comp, so it's really going to come down to who gets better Dance of Death procs, which is kind of the name of the game right now. Now, of course, they do all have the exact same gear available to them. It's all vendor gear from the current raid, and as well as Eternal Palace trinkets, so, you know, they can run the exact same setups with perfect crit corruption. So really it comes down to whether or not your Dance of Death wants to proc as the BM Hunter, and you can see across the board, you know, the Hunters on the side of Pain for Fem are pretty even, whereas over on the boys, Petko's kind of giving Chaya beaten over here.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well is that the Mistweavers can actually do damage because of the range, because of the Hunters. Usually when you run a full melee comp, the healer needs to be the one standing outside, baiting the pool so it doesn't spawn on top of the boss, on top of the melee. But with the Hunters, they're actually free to do the baiting, because they don't lose any damage from moving around. And you have the Mistweavers actually being able to do DPS, and they're doing very close to tank DPS, almost 50k for both those Mistweavers. So a lot of damage coming out of the healers as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting to say, because right now, you know, you look at the damage breakdowns for a lot of dungeon classes, and there's so much RNG to it. You know, there are some classes where over 50% of their damage are just random RNG chances, and that's not really what the case is for Hunters, because they're stacking that percentage crit. Most of their damage just comes from their own abilities. There's not really a whole lot of random RNG to their damage outside of just getting that one Azerite trait proc that we were talking about. So, you know, these guys are going to be really close. There's not too much RNG for them. You know, finishing the boss 3 seconds apart, that's kind of something we're going to see. We're going to have to see superior routing from one of the teams in order for one of them to pull significantly ahead, you know, outside of just a mistake or people dying.
Yeah, this is super close. Almost looks like we're watching the same team just on 2 different screens as they're moving on onto the bridge here. Now we see the Rogue, at least we see Naladra be off to the side. He's not in range anymore. Probably starting that Ring of Booty NPC role-playing event. Sebek is now away as well, so I assume he's also doing the same thing. Just because when you talk to the NPC, it takes a little while before the pick spawns, so they just want to get this out of the way as soon as they can. While both of the teams are now engaging the second boss.
Yeah, I didn't really see if Naladra actually went over and did that. So he was at the boss right when they pulled it, whereas you can see on the side of Pain for Fem, Seb has not done a single point of damage because he is doing that RP like you just said. So maybe on the side of the boys, they thought that it would be better for them to do that RP that Naladra, that Seb already took care of at some point later on, just so they could get this boss down even quicker. It's an interesting choice. We'll see if it changes anything for him.
Or he left earlier. I think I remember Naladra actually, the last time they played this dungeon, they left in the middle of the first boss fight. So I'm not really sure if we missed it. Either way, we'll see later on as they go to the Ring of Booty event. And what we've also seen from those 2 teams in this dungeon is that they will pull some trash on top of the boss once they're a little bit lower. Because we're, of course, in a bolstering environment, so you don't want to pull trash on top at the very start, because then you just need to off-tank it until the boss dies. So that's why they pull everything a little bit later, so they can cleave down the boss and also the trash at the same time.
And once again, we're seeing that slight difference in strategy here, where the boys is opting to go for the more even cleave on the bosses, and then they'll of course pull trash in when the bosses are about 20%. Whereas we're seeing a little bit of a different strategy from Pain for Fem, where they'll kill one quickly and then start cleaving this one single boss down with extra trash. It's a little bit of a differing strategy, right? You get a little bit more efficiency in the terms of what the boys is doing, where you get to cleave the bosses down more evenly, but you still have more mechanics to deal with while you're pulling in that trash, so it's slightly more dangerous. Yeah,
there's also a little bit of RNG on this boss fight, which I know teams don't really like the RNG, but you can make use of all of the buffs. Now, the brew that is being thrown from the bartender, as you can see those swirlies on the ground, it can either be crit or a haste buff, which you want to take as a player, or it can be a dot, which you want to put the enemy mobs into. Now, usually the dot is the best one for you to get, because the dot does more damage than the amount of damage you would be doing as a team with the crit or the haste buff. So usually the dot is the best one to get, but we don't really see which one they get, as the boys already moving on, doing the next pull. They did finish off the boss a little bit faster compared to Pain for Fem, sorry.
Yeah, and it looks like, you would assume that Pain for Fim is behind because it took them so long to finish the boss, but they were specifically keeping the boss alive just for those buffs like you mentioned. That extra crit and haste that you can get from those barrels is a lot of extra damage that you can get, and you can see that it's going to help them take care of this trash. Now, just in terms of pure efficiency, it looks like the boys have been playing a lot better. They're dealing with their bolstering a lot better. And that trapper is huge. Look at its HP. It was at 70% with multiple bolsters on it. I'm not really sure why they want to keep this pole alive. Because the council is dead, they are able to release and finish off the trash right here. But with those bolstering sacks, is it really worth it at this point?
Especially since they have Shadow Melt, right? They could just Shadow Melt off the aggro here, not losing anyone, to reset this bolstered trapper here. Also, Shelle is not an idol, but he's got the Feign Death, so they could definitely reset this pull if they want to, and it seems like that's what they're doing right now. There we go, now they're out of combat. Yeah, definitely a little bit of a time loss here, having to kite around this trapper, losing some players, having 3 deaths on the board now, 36% trash only compared to the 53% of the boys. So definitely some mistakes coming in from Pain for Femme here.
And this is kind of what we were talking about pre-cast. The boys, even though they might have not had the most superior routing in every single dungeon, they've been consistently, consistent. Like almost 0 deaths, 1 death in almost every single dungeon. These guys have been playing their exact strategy with very little mistakes, and it's been working wonders for them. Obviously, if you make no mistakes and the other team makes the mistakes, unless you're going at a snail's pace to the dungeon, you're going to win.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's very impressive, to be honest, how consistent they really are, because we've talked about the boys being this #1 rated.io team on live servers for high keys last season, but for the MDI, they did compete last season, but only for the last couple of cups, and they don't have as much experience really compared to Pain for Femme. Pain for Femme has been participating in the MDI for a lot longer than the boys have, so it's very impressive to see how consistent they can really be in this tournament play, because it's very different to live servers, and it's also all the pressure and the nerves really when you have to compete in a tournament like this.
Well, also, we have MDI pedigree from previous years. Shelle played a Warlock in the 2018 MDI as part of Method PogChamp, which was the #2 seed out of the European region, and I believe they ended up getting 3rd in that 2018 MDI season. So there's a lot of pedigree on their team, and I'm not really surprised to see them playing this well this year.
Yeah, most definitely. And we see the boys now moving on. They've dealt with the bosses already as they do some trash. Now, we've seen the strategy from multiple teams already that because of the Ring of Booty having a lot of kind of RP events in between Ludwig, in between Trothak and the pig event, there's just going to be trash pulled in between those kind of times that they need to wait. Of course, you don't just want to sit around and do nothing, and that's why it looks like they're backtracking, but in the end, there's nothing else you can do during this time. So in this very scenario, backtracking is definitely better than just sitting around doing nothing, of course.
And looking at that Awakened Obelisk, the boys haven't yet pulled it, so there's a chance maybe that they might go for the strategy. We'll have to see, but generally speaking, if they pull that Obelisk, we know that they probably aren't going to be going for it. And also in the context of the current dungeon, with how far ahead of Paint for Femme that they might want to keep it in the back pocket. If they don't pull out the strategy now, they might want to keep it in the back pocket. If they don't pull out the strategy now and they take a freehold later on, they have that to pull out still.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is also going to be part of like how experienced you are, right? Because I think if you're ahead, like if you're really, really far ahead and the other team has like 20 deaths and they keep wiping on the first boss like Rockmora or something, I don't know, then they can definitely say, hey, okay, let's take this slow and we can definitely, just play it a little bit safer. But if they're like new to the tournament and there might be some nerfs, maybe they don't want to take the risk of taking it slower and then they do the more difficult pull anyway. You never know, right? We will see what the boys does, because again, they're not that far ahead, right?
I mean, sure, there's one big mistake, a wipe on a low boss could definitely bring Paint for Femme back into this, but at this point, 8 deaths on the board as well as 24% trash behind, it would take a lot for the boys to throw this dungeon. They would pretty much have to wipe with Trothak or Harlan below 30%, I would have to say, for there to be any chance of a comeback. Because let's be honest, the mistakes that Pain for Femme made, they left mob, that's a lot to come back from.
Yeah, you are right. As we also see, Pain for Femme actually is playing the Obelisk mob here. So probably indicating that they're not doing this kiting strat that we have seen by Perplexed. I still need to talk to the teams, because I really wonder why some of the teams are not opting to do this strategy. Because watching it, it really doesn't seem as complex, right? It doesn't seem like there's lots of different things that go into this strategy. But maybe we are wrong. You know, we're just the dumb casters. Maybe there's really a lot of strategy that goes into this, and it's not as easy to just copy it. I'm not really sure.
Well, unfortunately, it looks like the boys is not going to be going for the strategy this time around. And, you know, to be honest, it could be something where it's actually more difficult than it looks, and Zmok is just big-brained, or their team is just big-brained. Because you have to think about it. The damage output is not that large. The tank, you know, Warrior is pretty self-sustainable on only Harlan Sweet. And the only probably dangerous part of the fight is when he gets into that last phase and the boss gains 100% attack speed. But of course, if you have all your defensive cooldowns available, it should be totally fine. The only other damage output is going to be those cannoneers, those little bombers that come out and fixate one of the players in your group. And if you have CC set up for that, which you do with the 200 traps as well as binding shots and maybe even freezing traps, you have so many ways to actually just not even have to worry about those. So it's definitely possible, and maybe they just don't have the CC rotation set up. You never know. I mean, maybe they're just not, maybe they just don't want to pull it out here. I don't know.
Maybe. Either way, we see the boys are now done with their Awaken mob. Now they're doing this Ravager pull. Now, the reason why this Ravager pull is not actually as easy as it looks is because those Ravagers, they cast a Painful Motivation, which is a dot that is being applied to themselves and to 2 other random mobs around them. And it does damage them. But if you pull all the packs together and you have 2 Ravagers on top of each other, the Painful Motivation might actually just go on the same mob twice, and another mob is not getting the dot at all. And because of this bolstering, that would be crucial. That would be a crucial mistake, because then that mob is high HP while all the other mobs are dead, and it's too highly bolstered, so you can't finish it off. So that's why they're pulling them apart, those 2 packs, to make sure that the Painful Motivation is going on all of them. Petco actually going down.
Ooh, unfortunate. They do have a battle res in the form of that engineering res, but you have to remember that engineering res is pretty dangerous to do, especially while the Blood of the Corruptor is live. If you get one of those purple puddles from the Blood of the Corruptor underneath you, you can die incredibly quickly in this setting. It's just something, so they're going to have to wait to res him until almost all of these awakened mobs are dead.
Yeah, and I mean, you can use the Engineering Battle Res in Turtle, but it looks like Demon Shai does not actually have Turtle ready to use that Engineering Res, and no Cloak for Naladra either to just walk into the pool and get it out. Now, Petco did receive the Res, so he's going to be back up. Shouldn't be as big of a drawback, but you still have those Awakened mobs to deal with, so missing out on 1 damage dealer and 1 interrupt, well done that they still pulled it off, at least until now.
Yeah, and you know what it is when it comes to these dungeons is making mistakes. Making mistakes is something that's almost always going to happen in an MDI key. Like, you can go down the list of all of the keys we've had this weekend, and the amount of 0-death keys that we've had are incredibly small. It's all about mitigating the mistakes you do make, and being able to have a DPS dead while you still have 3 awakened mobs alive, and come out of that with that being your only mistake is very impressive. I mean, the boys have just been impressive in general for this entire tournament. You know, I don't know exactly how good they are yet. We haven't seen them go against, you know, play incredibly well against the top end teams, but you know, we're going to see them play against if they keep playing the way they are, they're going to play against those top end teams pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, if they win this series, they're going to be matching up against Perplexed, and they have been very impressive as well. So definitely no easy task for the next couple of matches in this series here in this MDI. So we'll see as they probably win this matchup, because the boss is on 50%. They still have 4% trash. We actually saw a team make a little bit of a mistake earlier where the rogue was pulling the pack and then didn't actually get the trash percentage. So there might still some small mistakes they can do for this, but at this point Pain for Femme is just too far behind. They didn't even engage the boss yet. They also have the 8 deaths, which is a 35-second timer in advantage for the boys. So this is really just the boys finishing off the dungeon probably and going 1-0, I assume.
Now, we saw a mistake earlier today where someone went off and pulled some of those painful motivators and died as the mobs died, so they didn't actually get the mob count from it. So hopefully we'll see the boys not do that and deal with it the way it's properly supposed to be done. But as we've mentioned multiple times, Harlan Sweet, once he's below 30% HP, does gain a double damage taken debuff, so he's going to go down on short notice here, and we'll see them finish off the mob count like we just mentioned.
And at this point, they might as well just play it safe. Instead of having the rogue solo the Ravager pack, they might as well just finish this boss off and then together move over, make sure everyone engages. The tanks it actually, instead of having the rogue use the parry, just to be safe.
Yep, let's see. Don't mess it up, Naladra. All eyes are on you right now. We've got the wide view. Get down there. Yep, pull the priestess. Painful motivation cast. Let's go. Stay alive. There's not a lot that they have to do here. Painful motivation cast. Stay alive.
Did they interrupt
You
it
got
on
it. Oh, no way. They did. I think they actually did.
Maybe they did.
Oh, this is taking way too long. Come on. There we go.
There
Officer
it
died.
is.
Hey, there it is. The
Deladro was
boys.
so confident that he just didn't even put Riposte up. He was like, no, I'm not going to die this time. Don't worry. Don't worry. The boys taking the game number 1 on Freehold as Pain for Fem was just not able to overcome a lot of the mistakes that they had made early on there, Drenos.
Yeah, that was, starting with the second boss room, they lost quite a bit of time, and they never were really able to recover from that. They had another wipe after that, and that was really all she wrote for Pain for Femme.
Yep, and the boys really showing just how much time, practice, experience that they have on Freehold at the moment, because even then, we're looking at the times, they were a little bit worse than their time trial on that one, Nagura, but they still played it very well, and they've had so much practice just in tournament play as well.
Yeah, it's just very impressive, to be honest. I'm gonna say it again. The boys, so many very clean runs. They did have some small mistakes here and there in the other dungeons, and we saw one death in this dungeon as well. But all in all, they're just being very consistent. And for this kind of tournament to show the nerves to play this consistent is really impressive by them.
Right, because it is also just a long day of games for a lot of these guys coming through the lower bracket as well, and something ironic you're very familiar with.
Don't remind me. That was a fun day. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta play a lot of World of Warcraft. I think that's something we're all familiar with.
Mm-hmm. Especially with Shadowlands coming around the
Oh,
corner,
yeah.
you know? Time to practice all of the classes and prepare for everything. So, with the boys taking that game, it will also move us into game number 2. And we had talked about this previously, about how we're comparing time trials, and even how a lot of teams, Dranos, are realizing when they can actually pump the brakes at the very end of dungeons, play things a little bit more safely to make sure that they get through to the end.
Yeah, it depends a little bit on the dungeon, right? Some dungeons, there's an extra obelisk that's just sitting there by the last boss, and you can just activate that if you want to play a little bit safer, or you can go right into the boss. That gives you the option to call an audible at the last minute and make that change. A lot of other dungeons, though, there's not really an opportunity to change up your route that much without really changing the fundamentals of what you're doing. And in those cases, you're kind of locked into a strategy from the start and need to just do that as best you can.
Yep. And at that point, it always comes to mind of what you do when you do make that mistake. I mean, when we're talking about, for example, Junkyard, we've seen a number of times, as well as ironic, where teams having good knowledge of the dungeons, where those bots are, always come in handy.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this for a long time with Junkyard. We just want to see what a clean run looks like. Almost every single Junkyard run that we've seen this weekend has been, lots of wipes. Everyone has to re-get their bots, and these dungeons are probably taking 4 or 5 minutes longer than they have to. I want to see what a clean Junkyard looks like.
That's right. Before we see the clean Junkyard, let's see that clean performance there by the boys, and let's see those mistakes as well from Pain for Femme.
Yeah, so I don't want to spend too long talking about the mistakes, but what you can see is Pain for Femme, they tried this strategy of keeping Eudora friendly in combat with them, and that has some upsides. Eudora helps contribute to the fight, but it has some drawbacks where you are still in boss combat, so you can't just quickly release if you die, and that led them to having a quick wipe there that they maybe could have recovered from if they'd all been able to release to that graveyard. The boys, meanwhile, were executing their route. I wouldn't say perfectly, I wouldn't say it was their best ever freehold, but it was pretty close. If they can always have it as clean as they did there, I think that they would be very happy with that. That's a good freehold from them. They did have a death on the Harlan fight, but they were able to recover from that, and the death was actually there for quite a while, and they were able to keep things going, which is a sign of a team that is able to keep their composure, keep things calm when stuff starts to go wrong. That's a very good characteristic for an MDI team.
Without a doubt, and it's also very telling going from not having engineering battle reses last season, Nagura, into actually having them at the disposal.
Yeah, I'm actually glad that they enabled the engineering rest, because it opens up more comps, in my opinion. So because if you run a comp without a battle rest at all and you don't have an engineering rest, that's just, you can be confident in your performance, but just running without a single battle rest, it's just so risky. And that's why I really like having this engineering rest, opening up more compositions, not being required to run a Druid, DK, or a Warlock. Warlocks are not really being played anyway, but you know what I mean? So,
yeah.
So I just like having engineering rest.
funny that
Speaking
you
of
mentioned
Warlocks.
that, because I'm over here holding my head in my hands because I can see what the players are locking in for this next round.
Oh yeah,
We're in
because of
Siege of Borealis, and Shelle is pulling out the Demonology Warlock. So instead of the typical
Excited.
3 observers we have a 4th spectator in the dungeon.
That's right. Demonology Warlock is the spectator of the dungeon. They don't kick, they occasionally stun, they just do lots and lots of damage. But also, to pile on top of that, we are seeing the boys pulling out the Resto Druid, pulling out the Demon Hunter, pulling out the Rogue, the usual sort of composition, Zyronic, that we do see from the boys on live servers.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been great key pushers on live. I believe, was it last season that they were the #1 Raider IO team? These guys have been fantastic on live, and to see it just so easily transition over to the MDI is something that we've seen from teams like Method EU, as well as some of the Limit players. So there's a lot of overlap. It's a little bit different, but at the end of the day, it's a lot like just progression. You have to find your way through the dungeon, find the route that works, set up your cooldowns, and just practice.
That's right, and practice, as Pain for Femme is also going to be running as Horde throughout this Siege of Borealis that we have coming up next. While the boys are running with Alliance, what do you think is going to be the big advantage for a Horde side here, Dratnos?
Loktar of Gar, victory or death. I think the advantage is morale-based, being on the,
Oh,
on
really?
the winning faction.
Battle Cry, Bloodlust.
Yeah, actually, this is the only time we've seen a Horde team so far in this MDI, and I think it will probably be the only time that we see Horde getting played. They have a different route that I think this team is more comfortable with, that is Horde-based, the starting as a Horde. And I think that we heard them say that they weren't super practiced in this dungeon when they time trialed with this composition. And so they're just sticking with what they play on live, and that includes the Horde side pathing. That does mean that they don't have to do the thing of killing Hadal first, because they don't have to wait for RP after Hadal dies, so they can continue to instead do a more of a straight line, less backtracking route. But they're going to get a little bit less count here at the start of the dungeon, because they don't have the faster path to the boss the way that the Alliance side does.
Yeah, that's true, and there's also going to be the difference for time trials as well, as Pain for Femme was 2 minutes slower than the boys during time trials, but as we know, they have more time to practice these time trial dungeons before the tournament. They know that they're going to be in there as well as Ironic, so I guess there's also that certain level of confidence once you know what your opponents are doing and how they play that dungeon, because they opted for bans in Junkyard and Underrot rather than Siege of Borealis.
Well, it's hard to get a faster time than another team when you're essentially formatting the dungeon, so I'm not really surprised that they were two minutes slow.
Ironic, don't you main Warlock?
I do. It's bad for dungeons. It's bad. I'm not even going to try to, skirt around it at all. It's not a good class
How do
for
you
dungeons.
really feel?
They do really good damage. That's about it.
At least you don't have a Moonkin.
Yeah, you can actually look.
True.
Just look underneath Shelly's health bar. You can see everybody. Like the paladin has 10 different buttons we're tracking, and Shelly we've just got 4 buttons we're tracking under there.
Yeah, and it even the funny thing is, it shows spell lock as one of the things he has, and he can't use that because you have your Fel Guard out and not a Fel Hunter. So you know what? I don't. Yeah, let's just see how it works out. You're gonna see purple on top of the damage meters a lot, but they're not gonna be doing a whole lot else.
I'm ready for that big Warlock damage as game number 2, as Pain for Femme is going to be fighting for their tournament lives, is ready and underway in the Siege of Borealis.
So yeah, I mean the comps, right? Those interesting comps. Not only do we have the Warlock, but we also have a Vengeance Demon Hunter on the side of Pain for Femme. I do believe this is the first time we see a Vengeance Demon Hunter on the tournament play. They already played it in the time trial, so we already knew that they're gonna play this, but still, it's gonna be interesting to see what the Vengeance Demon Hunter can do. And then they also have a Holy Paladin, so very interesting comp by Pain for Femme. And the boys, of course, running their comfort comp with the Rasta Druid and the Demon Hunter.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around why this is the thing that they chose to go for. Like, let's be honest. Shelle is known for playing Warlock. It's his main character, as well as mine. It does a massive amount of damage. It has cooldowns available for just about every pack. Your Demonic Tyrant is about a little over a 1 minute cooldown. But outside of that, what's he going to do? He's going to single target stun every 45 seconds. He's going to Shadow Fury every minute. There's not really a whole lot you can do outside of that. And he popped his Demonic Tyrant here with his Trinket, with his Berserking, and he's still doing less damage than the Hunter. Unless this is a dungeon where you... Oh, okay. Stop talking about the Warlock. The boys are wiping over here to the first boss. Maybe we'll see a Warlock win. Never mind. I'm excited now.
Yeah, okay, so I unfortunately was also looking at the Warlock right now because I was so excited, so I didn't see what really happened for the boys, but I assume it was a combination of bursting with other abilities happening from the boss here, causing them to wipe. And it was Gigabot that went down first, so they didn't have a battle rest. I mean, yeah, they could have used the engineering rest, but it takes so long. And then it just all collapsed, unfortunately for them. This is a huge time loss because they committed Bloodlust and a bunch of offensive cooldowns to do this pull. So huge time loss for them. As Pain for Fam, they executed the trash pull plus boss perfectly. Now it's only the boss left, which really should not be a big deal for them to finish off.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is, you know, for a team like the boys who's been so consistent throughout this entire bracket, to see them have a mistake at the start of the dungeon like that, it's kind of surprising to see. But to be honest, we saw Perplexed have almost that exact same issue. Well, an issue in the same section of the dungeon. You know, it's a similar philosophy to what I was talking about earlier. You know, these dungeons are 18-minute long boss encounters where you have to make sure that you're on point with everything that you're doing the entire time. And sometimes your mind slips. Sometimes you forget an interrupt. Sometimes you forget how to do a mechanic properly because you don't really think about it after doing it so many times. And a mistake happens and you wipe. That's just kind of the name of the game right now. And a mistake happens and you wipe. That's just kind of the name of the game right now. And these teams have to have incredibly high mental fortitude in order to make sure that they get through the entire dungeon cleanly. And they have to do it throughout the course of a tournament for 10 to 15 dungeons. It's a lot to do.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, mistakes happen to every single team. Even the very best, like, Method EU, we definitely see them make mistakes as well. Like earlier when mobs just stand in the Sanguine and they're not being pulled out properly. Like, sometimes a mistake happens and it causes you to cost, like, a minute or two. And sometimes you have a mistake that can be only 5 seconds lost, right? So it really depends what kind of mistake you make when it happens. And unfortunately for the boys, this mistake was a big one. And it cost them a lot of time. Now, Pain for Fam on the other side, they managed to finish off the first boss, and they're moving on to do some trash here. Now, I want to mention one thing about their comp, because I did talk to them about their time trials, and they said that they picked the wrong comp for this dungeon. Like, they were aware that they picked the wrong comp after the time trial was over, but I assume they just didn't want to invest any more time changing up their comp here for the tournament, because there's already so many other dungeons they have to practice that switching up your composition for a dungeon you've already practiced with a different one might just not be the most efficient time investment. So that's why they're sticking to this comp, I think.
Well, the scary thing about that is that, you know, your tournament life is on the line right now for this comp that you chose. You know, it's not something that you really want to have in your back pocket. They knew coming into this series that they'd have to play that Warlock comp in this dungeon if they chose not to ban it, and, you know, here they are. And I'm worrying that just because they have that super suboptimal comp, maybe even with that early wipe, you know, they could actually come back in this dungeon if they play cleanly.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in the end, you really gotta think about the boys also not running the best comp either. I mean, I wouldn't say it's as bad as Pain for Fam's comp, right? Because they're not running as different of a comp as most other teams, but they still have the Raster Druid, which is suboptimal compared to the Mistweaver that we have seen, because you're missing out on the physical damage buff, on top of also missing out on the Way of the Crane to do those big pulls or to enable those big pulls. And then Rogue is probably... You know, we've seen different combinations of DPS that worked, but the boys still just also playing their comfort picks, to be honest. So in the end, I do still think that their comp is better compared to Pain for Fam, but also not the most optimal one.
I'm sorry, I was just laughing at that insane Warlock utility with the Demonic Gateway over that tiny little river that you can just jump across. That's absolutely nuts. Man, you Warlocks are a lock-in for this dungeon.
You're such a hater.
You know, okay, you know, when Warlock was meta and an insane class to bring to Mythic Plus and Legion, it made sense, right? But I feel like there's no reason to play something like this if you have, you know, Shelly's a great rogue player. He's a great DK player. I'm sure they could have found, he plays Demon Hunter as one of his mains on live. You know, it doesn't really make sense to try to pigeonhole yourself into Warlock for this dungeon. Now, the one thing that Warlock is incredibly good for in this dungeon is the final boss, but gotta hold on that for a second, because we got some more deaths on the board for the boys. 2 deaths on the board while they're dealing with this spotter and the trash around him on that left side of your screen. Fortunately, not a full team wipe, but, you know, extra deaths on the board when you're already behind is not helping you out at all. Yeah,
they died to the bursting stacks here, unfortunately, on the boys' side. Now, probably also, again, an issue maybe with the Raster Druid. I mean, the Raster Druid can heal a lot of bursting stacks, but you know, you have Tranquility to heal it, and outside of that, you really don't have as much as a Rasta Druid because you just don't have that kind of AoE burst healing that some of the other healers provide. So Rasta Druid not being the best healer to heal really, really high bursting stacks. Petka going down and Gigabop also dropping very low because of bursting again.
All right, so there's something I want to go over on this particular boss, and it's one of the little quirks that Demonology Warlock has. And yes, I'm a Warlock main. Yes, I'm going to talk about Warlocks when there's one in the MDI because you really never see them. They're kind of an anomaly. Warlock's main cooldown, Demonic Tyrant, is a demon that you summon, and we use a talent that makes it more powerful based off of the amounts of imps you have alive. Now, of course, over time, your imps use their energy, and the Demonic Tyrant's damage is based off of the amount of imp energy you have. So the longer your imps are alive, the worse it gets. Something that you can do as a Warlock is you can stand out of line of sight of your target, so your imps won't be able to cast right away. So they have to run around whatever, you know, is in between you and the target in order to actually get to the target and start casting. So you saw Shelly Tyven, he was actually standing way out of line of sight of the boss, summoning a bunch of imps, and his imps were all at full energy. You can see him shooting up the damage meters in single target right now with that massively buffed Tyrant. Almost all of that damage he's doing is priority single target boss damage. He is absolutely annihilating the boss right now. Just one of the little quirks of Demonology. It's kind of fun to look at,
That was
but
close though.
not really a whole lot. It was kind of close to phasing.
Yeah, it's almost in full energy there, and Dread Captain Lockwood always jumps away on full energy bar. And if you get one extra phase because you don't get her down fast enough, that's a big damage loss because she jumps away and she can't actually be killed when she's away. So even if you have dots or bleed effects on the boss, she won't actually go down once she did jump away. So very well done by Pain for Femme to finish her off before she did that intermission phase again. As they move on, now we see the boys also engaging Dread Captain Lockwood. So it doesn't actually seem like they're that far behind time-wise in the dungeon, but they have the 8 deaths, right? Which is a 40 seconds difference on top of also just being straight up behind in the dungeon as well. Now, Pain for Femme having a very clean run so far. I mean, you gotta give it to them, and I jinxed them as Nemo
You
goes
jinxed
down.
him!
My bad.
Come on! Dread Captain Lockwood was incredibly high on the side of the boys there. 82% coming into this phase. They're going to have to, you know, pick up the single target damage a lot here if they want to have any chance of one phasing this. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to do it at all. I mean, this boss is incredibly high. They're going to get an entirely extra intermission phase, and that's going to set them even further behind on top of the death timers they have.
Yeah, so
Bad.
yeah, I mean, we talked about the boys being so consistent and now having those 8 deaths here and just not performing that well in this dungeon, which, again, it's a time trial dungeon, and usually they should be performing the best in the time trial dungeons because those are the dungeons they practice the most out of all of them, right? Because we've already practiced for time trials and then we practice again for the tournament. Now, sometimes maybe teams choose to not practice the time trial dungeons as much anymore because they have to practice all the other tournament dungeons. Maybe that's the reason why some of the teams are being inconsistent with those time trial ones, because we've also seen teams do really badly in junkyards. That was also a time trial map, and we've also seen teams choke and have so many mistakes there. So maybe that's maybe they just focus too much on all the other dungeons, thinking that they don't have to re-practice the time trial ones, and maybe it costs them.
Yeah, that's definitely true. You know, it's something that we've talked about previously as well. You know, maybe they think that they're good, they have good enough practice already, and it looks like it could be costing them here. It's just kind of weird because, surprisingly enough, even though they died so many times and they've been behind, they're essentially at the same point in the dungeon here. I think that Pain for Femme has way more trash percentage than they technically should have at this point. Usually they have this 59% trash percentage. This is what Method EU and Perplexed had after they killed Haddle and cleared his entire room out. So you kind of have to wonder, you know, what are they doing right now? This is definitely an inferior strategy that we're seeing from Pain for Femme.
Yeah, I agree. This probably means they will not go back and do some of those spotter things that we've been seeing other teams do. But abusing the spotter and actually getting rid of all the trash with the spotter just seems so much more efficient than having to deal with it without the extra spotter damage, especially because it is a raging environment. So you can just get the spotter to raging, making sure that the friendly fire does even more damage to the trash, and it's just so much more efficient. And not abusing that seems bad. So we'll see what they do later on, as the boys are already moving on to Hadal, making use of the boss actually pulling you out of that other realm here. So a very good strategy by the boys.
Yeah, they ended up using the typical Warlock gateway that you saw, skipping almost half of this whole Buccaneer area. that's something that I didn't quite think about. Obviously, they are high in trash percentage now, but this should be about all they need at this point. You know, they get the same final trash pack that we saw Method EU and Perplexed both pull into this raging spotter. They have to make sure they get into that raging section first. It's not quite there yet, so gotta remember in this raging affix, when the mob gets below 30% HP, it does double damage, and that includes the spotted artillery friendly fire that you get from the spotter. So this trash pack is going to go incredibly easy to the next set of artillery, but it's kind of dangerous right now. Everything is raging at the same time. It needs to die quickly to this next set of artillery.
Yeah, you see the strength of the Vengeance Demon Hunter here. When he's got this meta up, then he's basically just immune to dying, really. So that's why you can see him just tanking all of these raging mobs on this Vengeance Demon Hunter, while maybe other tanks would need to start kiting or use some sort of utility to get the mobs away. But no problem for the Vengeance Demon Hunter, tanking all of these raging mobs at the same time. Also, Vengeance doing quite a bit of AoE damage as well, of course, compared to maybe some other tanks. Now, in the end, Prot Warrior is still going to be the one tank that does the most damage out of all of the tanks, but Vengeance Demon Hunter not too far behind in that regard.
Yeah, and of course we're seeing another inefficiency of the strat coming here from Paint for Fim. They are pulling all of the trash back instead of pulling it with the boss, but they do have the spotter available, so this is why they're doing it this way. But the boys have had Petco go down, and then on top of that, their tank and Demon Shia have also go down. They do have the battle res in the form of that Resto Druid, but this boss is still at 35% HP. They're gonna have to single target DPS down with one rogue. Not to mention, they still have multiple raging commanders alive, and there's just no way they're gonna be able to finish this off. That's gonna be another full team wipe for the boys.
This is such a big mistake again by the boys, having to just have a full team wipe, the boss resetting. This is gonna cost them so much time again, on top of course, also having the death difference here. 13 death difference is a huge amount of time lost from the deaths alone. Even though I do think that this strategy, as you mentioned, is slightly superior because they're making so much use of the spotter compared to the Paint for Femme strategy here. But if you make those kind of mistakes, you just can't afford it, as Rats goes down again, trying to make his way back to the boss room.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a lot of things going wrong at the same time. It's not what you like to see in the slightest, and they still have multiple commanders alive. Now, of course, everyone is still in this realm. They're waiting for their tank to come back and pull the boss, which will yank them out of the realm at this point. That's really all they can hope for. It's not looking great, and Rads has gone down again, so I think that's all she wrote for the boys, where it's just kind of a victory lap now for Paint for Fame. They have to get through these final two bosses on Fortified, and it'll be a 1-1 series afterwards, it looks like.
Yeah, interesting to see that they are struggling so much in this dungeon here, specifically when we have been talking about their consistency. Well, what's the next game they're playing? What's the third match? I think it's Motherload, if I'm not...
It looks like it's going to be a Motherload, yeah, so that's definitely something we have to look forward to. Now, to be honest, it's not completely done yet, right?
Yeah, theoretically there's still a chance, right? Yeah.
Right, yeah. If Paint for Fim happens to wipe at Haddle at 30%, or they have a problem with the Awakened, especially if they wipe on the last boss and they have to refight the Awakened mobs without Lust all over again, you know, the boys could still come back on this dungeon. It's definitely a possibility. But just look, you know, reading the field right now with a 15 death advantage, and the fact that the boys still has to go back after dealing with Haddle and go deal with the rest of the trash, it doesn't look good for them. And on top of that, now Shia has gone down again, and they do not have a battle res for him, so it's going to just take them even longer to finish off Haddle here.
Yeah, just too many problems for them here in this specific pull that they were doing with Dark Fathom. Now, it is a very dangerous pull, of course, because you're pulling the boss and the whole room with it. So there's so many things that are going on at the same time. You have bursting when the mobs die, you have them raging once they reach less than 30% HP, you have the commanders charge around, so if you send in a charge you get stunned, you have the poison being applied to the tank. There's just so many things happening at the same time. So this is definitely a very, very dangerous pull, and so many things can go wrong here, as we can see it happen for the boys, as Paint for Femme is now very close to finishing off Haddal, and they only need 2% more trash, which they will get with the Awakened mobs that they're playing with the last boss. Now, this can still cause some problems having to deal with the Awakened mobs here, as we've seen some other teams already struggle with this as well.
Yeah, now something else that Demonology has in its back pocket is if they pull this boss instantly, he'll still have those imps available from the final boss, and he'll be able to instantly Tyrant this first Gripping Terror, which will help them kill the first Gripping Terror incredibly quickly. If he is able to do that, you'll see a lot of damage. The Tyrant just came from him there as well, so yeah, you'll see a lot of burst damage out of the Demonology Warlock here, and it's pure single target on the Gripping Terror. But after that Tyrant is gone, there's not really a whole lot left of his damage for these awakened mobs, and it's going to be just the hunter and the rogue dealing with them. Fem dropping low to those awakened mobs,
Wow.
but he's a demon hunter, he'll be fine.
Yeah, he actually just took the Tank Buster's debuff here. You can see the Spirit Breaker debuff on Fem, but he's fine now. Now, the last boss with their Awaken mob is actually very difficult, especially because of the Tank Buster's Dark Fury, as you saw the AoE happening here, because of the Demolisher Tentacles. Now, they need to be tanked by the aggro target, and if you're not close enough, they will start casting an AoE on the whole group, and that will be dangerous. And that's why the tank has to stand in Dark Fury, taking a lot of damage, so that the Demolisher Tentacle doesn't actually cast the AoE. Now, the voice actually just had a full wipe again on very low HP, I just saw.
At like 2% on the boss.
no.
And Eladra was trying the heroics at the end, but it just wasn't enough. Unfortunate for them.
Well, either way,
Man.
Pain for Femme is dealing with the last boss still. I mean, the boys, I think at this point, they just have to, forget about this dungeon, just put their head into the next game and move on, really. Like, if this dungeon stays on their mind and they start maybe, like, blaming themselves or blaming someone else for certain mistakes, that will not do them any good at all. So they definitely want to just make sure they forget about this siege, forget that it ever happened, really, and just move on to the next dungeon, which I believe is the Motherlode, because at this point, there's no way they're gonna come back, because Painter Fam, all they have left to do is finish off this last boss. They've finished their Awaken mobs as well, so it really should not be any sort of problem anymore for Painter Fam to finish it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they can play it super safe and make sure that they have all their cooldowns available for this final platform. They don't even have to shoot the cannon right away. They can just sit here and rest on their laurels and wait for all of the cooldowns to come off cooldown. No Demonic Tyrant for the last platform means that the Warlock is going to be a complete burden. Not like it hasn't been for the rest of the dungeon on this final platform, and they're not going to be able to do that much damage to the Gripping Terror. It's going to be pretty much just the Hunter and the Rogue dealing with this final Gripping Terror here.
And, we talked about the voice mistakes throughout this whole dungeon, really, but Pain for Femme, outside of their comp maybe not being the most optimal for this dungeon, you gotta give it to them that they have been playing really clean, right? They have one death on the board only, so they have done a really clean run so far. Of course, their time might just not be the best time compared to some of the other teams, but they play consistently, and they did not have any of those huge mistakes, so you still gotta give it to Pain for Femme for at least playing it cleanly.
Yeah, to be fair, the one death with a Warlock in this dungeon, you have to look at what having a Warlock over another class. They don't have an interrupt. They don't have that much of a utility. It's impressive that they're able to get through the dungeon clean with only one death. And if I'm not mistaken, that was faster than their time trial time by about 20 seconds.
Faster.
So yeah, they're playing pretty well. I hate Warlock, but it's just not a good pick. I don't know why you'd pigeonhole yourself like that.
Understandable, and the skepticism also is coming from the perspective that the boys had about a 2-minute faster time trial run than Pain for Femme, but it was just mistakes galore throughout that game that Dratnos just was not really possible for them to come back, and it just seemed like the tilt overwhelmed them later on.
Yeah, Siege of Borealis is kind of this dungeon. There's a lot of difficult pulls, and things can start to go wrong very easily, especially that Hadal Dark Fathom room. A lot of teams have made it look easy, but it is by no means easy. That room is a very easy one to wipe in rather than actually succeed in. So I'm not surprised to see those pulls not working out. In fact, I'm surprised to have seen so many teams execute them so cleanly so far. I was expecting to see more, mishaps and having to kind of wing it in that later half of the dungeon in Siege.
Without a doubt, but I think there's also a pretty big advantage being able to have this as their time trial dungeon, and in many cases knowing Nagura before they go to broadcast that this is one of those dungeons they're going to play, and they're going to play a lot.
Yeah, in the end, you just gotta think about the mentality as well, especially when you've been practicing the time trial dungeon so much, and it's a very you're so time restricted for practicing for the tournament, because they've only been told the affixes, I believe, one day before the actual tournament starts, so they only have a little bit more than 24 hours, I believe, to actually practice all of those dungeons. And then I think a lot of teams are just gonna be maybe neglecting the time trial dungeons a little bit, because they've already practiced those for the time trials, right? So even if they think they might have a suboptimal comp or a suboptimal strategy compared to some of the other teams, there's just not enough time to re-practice something that you've already done when there's so many other dungeons that you haven't practiced at all, right? So I think it's alright that we see some of those teams struggle a little bit with those time trial dungeons, but maybe they have to change up their strategy next time around to really just re-practice the time trials before they go to the actual tournament, so we don't have this happen anymore.
I think that's always one of the big challenges as well, though, is, yes, you'll be able to start seeing in that same tournament weekend how everybody else plays, but in many other cases, Dranos, you kind of aren't quite able to make adjustments for next week because the affixes will just end up changing. And we really saw it as we go through some of the replays here about just sticking to your own strategy.
Yeah, so my replays, I'm going to focus on some positive things. You know, they call me Dratnos friend to Warlocks, unlike Zyronic.
Wait, what did you rank them in horrific visions?
Oh, pull out the tier list!
We've got some, we got some cool gateway skips in the start of the dungeon. Nothing too major, but some time saved, skipping over some water. Some cool stuff actually from the Vengeance Demon Hunter as well. While fighting, the second boss even, they had a good Sigil of Chains. But what was really cool with the Vengeance Demon Hunter was Sigil of Silence into grouping a bunch of enemies, into Sigil of Chainsing them, into some spotter AoE. Then, they went into an obelisk, and they set up a gateway, and they did this gateway into Shroud, into Sigil of Misery, destroying a bunch of enemies with a spotter. That is something that really is making use of the best of their composition. That gateway, especially across that little piece of terrain, is something that you can only really do if you have a Warlock in your group. And then after that, they did this similar thing where they combined their Vengeance Demon Hunter and their Beast Mastery Hunter, where they used Binding Shot to funnel a bunch of enemies into one spot, and then they Sigil Misery'd them and hit him with the spotter again there. So really a lot of cool combinations of the Warlock's Gateway plus the Rogue Shroud, the Vengeance Demon Hunter Sigil plus the Hunter's Binding Shot. Those sorts of combos, really cool to see working together in that group comp. And I think that's why they picked it, is because they're all so familiar with using those sorts of combos. And if you change any one of those things to like a more meta spec, you lose all the combos that you get as a part of it.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Thank you so much, Dranos, friend to Warlocks. Now, Zyronic, enemy of Warlocks. Are you gonna repent your ways?
Absolutely not. They don't call me the betrayer for nothing. I mean, here's the thing, right? I made a Warlock on live. I don't hate Warlocks. It's just, it's a suboptimal pick. That's all there is to it. You can see we're swapping to this dungeon right now and Shelly instantly back on the DK. Hey, that's fine.
Now Zyronic will be 20% nicer, more wholesome onto this one, right?
No.
Whoa, okay. All right, never mind. Meanie who hurts people's feelings.
That's
okay.
me.
I believe we're going into Motherload, if I'm not mistaken, on this next one, right? Yep.
Yeah.
We got Motherload. We've got a bunch of Unholy DKs picked and selected. We've seen a couple teams jump from double Unholy DK to just one at times as well, Nagura. What are you making of going with that Hunter pick versus going with the second Unholy?
I'm not really sure. I think it depends on how you're pulling the dungeon as well. There's pros and cons to everything. Now, one thing that speaks for the Hunter, in my opinion, is the different kinds of HP pools that you have in Motherload. Because in some other dungeons like Freehold, where everything has the same amount of HP, you just bring the DK, you burst all of them down at the same time, and you win the game, right? But in Motherload, you have Peacekeepers, which have a lot more HP than everything else. And the pools really only end when the Peacekeepers die. And Peacekeeper single target damage might just be stronger for the Hunter overall, because they just have more consistent cooldowns available, they have more consistent single target damage compared to a DK. So maybe for the Peacekeeper part earlier, the Hunter might just be better than a DK.
Interesting. I also really like having the Hunter for Binding Shot, and we've seen some areas where it's really helpful at being able to have the misdirect as well. So a number of those pulls, in fact, Radnos, we've had warriors just leaping out at the very last second, Binding Shot goes down, or all the slows they can get go down, just to be able to give that warrior enough breathing room to drop their necrotic before it gets too late.
Yeah, and with two Unholy Death Knights, skittish can be a real problem here. Both of them, generating huge amounts of threat, and the tank has to worry about kiting with necrotic as well. So it's going to be a real challenge, but I think there is a lot of potential there for them to pull off something really exciting with those two Death Knights, if they can handle the Zaphix as well.
Yeah, that's true, and that's one thing we're always kind of following is we've had a couple of different times where there have been deaths just because of threat being drawn by Unholy DKs, and it's just at the point right now where Unholy DK is so ridiculously powerful that a lot of times you're just not going to be able to pull threat off of them if they get their damage set up, if they get everything together that they really need. As we're getting our last bit of ready checks going, also keep in mind that this game is going to be the decider, as the boys and Paint for Femme are both 1-1 right now, with the Motherlode determining who is going to be moving on to face up against Perplexed, who is now sitting in the lower finals awaiting them. So when it comes down to this, I think it's best to talk about it, Nagura. How does the boys shake off that tilt after the disappointing loss in Siege?
I mean, I'm not really sure how much this is going to affect them, because they are live server players, and we all know that keys get depleted a lot on live servers, especially if you're trying to push high keys. It's very easy to deplete a key now and then, so I think that they are used to this and that something can just go wrong in a dungeon, and I think they should be able to just shake it off and focus on this meta load here.
Alright, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it, as the score is now tied, as the boys and Paint for Femme seal the deal and find out who is getting eliminated in the Motherlode.
So, like, straight away, we already see this difference in comp here, where we see the double DK come in from Paint for Femme, no more Warlocks, and we see the 1 DK Hunter come by the voice.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're going to see a lot of giant pulls here, and actually having that double DK available to you is going to let them do even bigger pulls even more quickly. This is something we've seen a lot from the boys where, you know, even in the Underrot, they have Petco on the Hunter, even though it might not necessarily be the best comp once again. But of course, as we've seen from the last dungeon, not running the best comp doesn't tend to matter if the other team makes mistakes. So really what it's going to come down to is, you know, which team can be more clean with their pulls here. And so far, you know, we're seeing a really weird routing already from Paint for Femme. They decided to pull the first obelisk into this middle room instead of just shouting through. Kind of weird from them.
Yeah, interesting to see that they're not skipping this mob. We've already seen another team not skip this, as far as I'm aware. But the boys choosing to do this insane pull at the very start. We already saw them play Motherlode once. They only had 3 deaths in that run, so it was a pretty clean run. The only thing that was a pretty big mistake by them was losing 1 player in the last boss, so they had to 4-man the last boss. But outside of that, it was a really clean run, so I assume they have again a clean run with this 42% trash pull they do at the start. It is just an insane amount of trash they're getting off of this first pull with their Bloodlust.
Yeah, and already at 42% trash, like you mentioned, and they're probably just going to look to pull it straight into the boss with this DK here and get some cleave off. And I mean, like we mentioned, it's going to come down to who gets that better execution. And the boys, you know, I think they kind of spent all of their mistakes in that last dungeon. You know, 26 deaths in the course of 1 dungeon. They were just kind of beating their heads into the wall. You know, maybe while they were beating their heads into the wall in Haddle, they weren't really focused on doing the dungeon. They were just kind of going through the motions of playing the game and going over their strategy for the next dungeon because they kind of knew they'd always lost. You know, that's something we typically see from a lot of other games, sports, esports as well.
Yeah, and Paint for Femme didn't actually commit their Bloodlust yet, so I assume they're gonna gather up for a big pull now. There we go. Okay, so now they're committing their Bloodlust, doing a pretty big pull here, as they have a lot of bugs and some Peacekeepers coming in very soon as well. Now, one thing that's a little bit annoying for the DKs here is that the Peacekeepers come in later, and they kind of want to hold their damage a little bit because you want to do damage on the Peacekeepers as well, and not just the thugs and everything else. So you gotta hold your damage a little bit, as you can see now, the damage from Shelly coming out, and everything just dropping very, very low.
Yeah, but again, the efficiency of the pulls that Paint for Femme is doing here is definitely lower than what we saw from the boys. The boys definitely got almost all of their trash percentage before the boss in that 1 pull, and then instantly went into the second boss. We're going to have to see something similar on the side of Paint for Femme, otherwise they're just going to have a hard time catching up in this dungeon.
Yeah, most definitely. Like, this 42% trash pull that they do at the start, that's just a crazy pull. 42%, that's such a big amount for Motherlode specifically, because Motherlode is such a trash-heavy dungeon. The amount of trash you have to kill for the 42 is just insane, and the fact that they pull it off so almost easily, it looks very easy when they do it, is very, very impressive. And now they also pulled the trash pack on top of coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, and it also looked very easy, even though it really isn't. We've seen other teams struggle with this exact same pull, because you have Necrotic and you have Skittish as well, while the tank needs to take care of a tyrannical boss at the same time.
Yeah, and the important thing to mention about the comp that the boys has here with that 1 DK and that 1 Hunter is they have a lot more of a how should I say, balanced comp. If they need single target, ooh, that was a little spooky there. Missed bomb kick from Petco there, and the entire group took a little bit of damage, but it looks like they're going to be okay off the back of that one. But yeah, having the Hunter gives them a little bit of extra access to that single target damage, and like we're going to see on the next boss, any fixates that go on the Hunter, they can just infinitely kite, so that'll help them out. But we're seeing them gear up for this massive pull here.
This is a very scary pull because all of these mobs do so much tank damage and also necrotic on the tanks. You can see that dwarf ratio being used by reds here, and you see how low everything drops because of the DK damage. What a nicely executed pull. This is a pull that can definitely instantly wipe your whole group if the tank goes down or the tank needs to start kiting. It's so easy for the damage dealers to die from a rock throw or just getting aggro because of skittish.
Yeah, and I mean, that was impressive right there. It's a tyrannical dungeon, right? So the trash has less health. So if you can do all the AoE damage that you need with 1 DK, hey, just run 1 DK. Why not? Easy enough. We are going to see a planned death here going down on Rads. Everyone else is going to pop their Shadow Meld, which of course Rads doesn't have because he's a dwarf. And they're going to get a quick res on him and move right into this second boss here. Everything that just happened was planned. So 1 death on the board because of that. But we're going to see, once again, any fixates that go on the Hunter here. Unfortunately, only 1 fixate on the Hunter. So Shai's going to have to deal with those. But yeah, he's going to be able to just kite in circles and not lose any damage because of it.
Yeah, not the best RNG on the fixates here, unfortunately not on Petco as you mentioned, but they can probably just off-tank some of those debuffs and Bob is going to be able to out-heal them. You see Chaya having 2 fixates and Bob having 2 as well. A little bit unfortunate, but they should be fine. They are not pulling any trash on top here, as we've seen some other teams do. They pulled the mini-boss, which is the trash group, right in front of Astaroth on top, something that the boys are not doing, or they're doing it later on in the fight. Pain for Fun just now engaged coin-operated Crowd Pummeler, and I mean, they're a little bit ahead in trash percentage. They're on 73% compared to 65%, but it's still a whole boss fight behind, so Pain for Fun definitely has a lot of catching up to do if they want to have any chance against the boys here.
I mean, in terms of just raw travel time and progression in the dungeon, the boys are massively ahead here. It's really not even close. Yeah, Pain for Femme has dealt with that 1 obelisk earlier on in the dungeon, but the boys are planning on pulling that with the final boss anyways, so it's not really that big of an advantage unless they choose to have to do more obelisks later on because of it. So just looking at the overall state of the dungeon right now, there's a lot of catching up to do for Pain for Femme, and they have some pretty gnarly pulls that they have to do afterwards as well.
Yeah, definitely, because I mean, we've seen some of the teams actually do these Stone Fury pulls, which is something the boys did not do. So I wonder what kind of percentage the boys is going to get, because 35% is quite a bit they still have to do. So I wonder if they do some pulls in this RNP area that we see right after this boss, or if they get the last percentage in between the next boss and the last boss. Either way, I'm going to be interested to see what kind of pulls they're doing.
They could always go back and pull the mini boss. They just decided not to choose it, pull it with the boss. But based off the direction they're running, they're not going to do that, and they're going to be getting a lot of their percentage rate, like you mentioned, in the research and development section of the dungeon. Now, we did see from one of our previous mother loads that one of the things that teams tend to do is to run around this entire first house and literally pull all of the rat packs to allow the demon DK to really pop off with their damage, and it looks like we're actually seeing that as well. Tricks of the Trade coming out from Naladra, everything getting fixated in on Rads, and yeah, we're gonna see that DK do some crazy damage here.
That's a pretty scary pull, especially in this era here, because there's a lot of very scary mobs that do some scary mechanics that you don't want to deal with. But if you just out DPS everything before anything happens, you don't have to deal with it. As we can see, Divanshire here on the DK doing almost 1 million DPS, just nuking everything down. They are now 82% because of this trash pull, so they got a lot of percentage there. This seems like a very, very efficient strategy, to be honest. They're playing so well around the DK's cooldowns. It's very impressive how they do those big pulls whenever the cooldowns are ready, and then they deal with bosses in between. So very well done by the boys so far, as they do one of their Awakened mobs now. And
if Pain for Finn wants to have any chance of coming back to this dungeon, they need to make this pull worth it. They went for an even bigger pull after the coin-operated Crowd Pummeler. They even got some of those one of those extractors in with them as well, and it looks like they're going to be pulling this obelisk to the second boss. That's the only reason I could think of them even going back there and pulling those, but no problem for them. Ricky popping off with 1 million DPS and Shelly right behind with 650k, just both taking from the same piece of the pie there, and no issues from them whatsoever. But the funny thing is, their DPS added together is about what Shaya ended up doing on that exact same pull, just as 1 DK. So normally I'm an advocate for a double DK comp, but it looks like the 1 DK is a little bit more efficient here.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised that they're also killing this Awaken mob, because they've already dealt with the first one. So if they deal with this Awaken mob as well, it seems very inefficient to pull the next two with the last boss, because those are very useful to do those skips that we've been seeing by the boys. Unless they want to kill all of the Awaken mobs actually before going to the last boss, which also seems very inefficient. So we'll see what they do later on. Very interesting strat coming out from them, while the boys are already fighting Rixa Flaxflame with some of the War Machine trash that is after the boss.
Yep, and we're seeing this, like you mentioned, this typical strategy of bringing in 2 extra trash mobs for a little extra trash count, but that's not going to get them anywhere near the percentage they need. I believe with the 3 Awaken mobs, they still need to get another about 8 to 10% trash in order over the course of the dungeon, not including this War Machine here, of course. So they still have something left to pull. I don't know if just the mobs that are next to this final obelisk are enough for them, but we'll have to see. I imagine that's going to be what they end up pulling for the rest of their trash count.
Yeah, maybe. And now that I'm thinking about it, maybe because Pain for Femme, they are 95% trash at this point. So there's so little trash left for them to do. Maybe they pull the War Machine on top of Rixa, and maybe they actually use the Realm from the next Awaken mob to just move to the last boss, and then have the Rogue maybe stealth all the way through, engage the last boss, which then is going to pull them out of Realm, and they're going to use that to skip the last trash packs, I assume. Either way, still very far behind, even if the idea of the strategy seems like a good idea, but the way they execute it is just so much slower compared to the boys, because both of them are on very low deaths, 1 death versus 0 deaths, and it's still an insane amount of time in between them. So just the strategy so much better from the boys.
Yeah, it's interesting because in the general progression of the Motherlode that we saw in the MDI last year, we saw a very, very stark change in how teams pulled this dungeon from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. The strategies that we saw at the beginning of the year saw some of the teams pulling something like 80% of the trash before you even got to the coin-operated crowd pummeler, just because of the amount of peacekeepers you pull, and it was generally thought at that point that that was the most efficient thing to do. But as you went throughout the year, people realized that you could put together bigger and bigger pulls right after the pummeler, and you could get more efficient trash that way. And then you could also start pulling trash into the second boss. So they kind of went away from pulling more of the trash at the start of the instance. In looking at the way both of these teams have pulled, the boys have sort of exhibited a strategy more similar to what the team started doing at the end of the year, whereas Pain for Femme kind of ended up going for one of those more earlier on strats that got more trash before the first boss, and it's just kind of looked slower for them.
Yeah, I agree. I like the strategy where you just pull more trash later on, because it just always involved a lot of backtracking when you do most of your trash at the start area, and on top of that, if you get all of your trash percentage done early on, then later on you're just running in between bosses, and if you're just running, not killing anything, it's just straight up time loss. Straight up time where you just run, do nothing else, and when you go from boss to boss, you're also missing out on cooldown usages in between, and you have to do a bunch of trash without cooldowns at the very start. So I think I like the fact that you just pull more trash later on, as we see the boys doing here. Now they only have to deal with this last Sky Screecher here as they go into the last Awakened mob. They are 99%, so once they kill the Awakened mobs with the last boss, they are going to be on 100%, and then there's only the last boss left.
Yeah, and this looks like it's just a safety strategy as well. It almost looked like Petco was planning on running up without pulling that Sky Scorcher. Maybe that was due to some sort of, I don't know, maybe some sort of like a snapback, or like if you pulled that, you would have pulled the other 2 mobs that were close to it as well. I'm not 100% sure. But just interesting strategy from them. They're going to take it easy, pull this Fear Awakened mob, the Beckoner of Chaos, up to the boss. And like you mentioned, they only have the final boss of those Awakened mobs left. And I believe they've only pulled 2, so they'll have to deal with 2 on this final boss. But the most difficult ones are definitely out. The Fear Mob is out, the Blood of the Corruptor is out, so they only have to deal with the Interrupt guy and the Tank Buster, both of which they have plenty of ways to deal with. So I don't envision them having too much trouble with this particular final boss pull.
Yeah, one more positive thing about the Hunter here is having an easier time dealing with the Tank Buster here in the last boss as well, right? Having that Hunter pet taunting off the Spirit Breaker, the tank ability, is going to be so helpful for the tanks, just relieving so much pressure off the tank, not having this debuff that you need to deal with. The tank taunt, the pet taunt, sorry, is just so useful. Having that safety of having the Hunter here is also just very, very helpful, and that's maybe a reason why Pain for Femme did have to deal with the Tank Breaker and did have to actually play that Awaken mob, because maybe without the Hunter they're not able to pull it off with the last boss.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, they've also dealt with 3 of the Awakened mobs so far in this dungeon. The only one left is the one that you can see on their screen in that back left corner there. So I'd be interested to see if, if they have enough time to do it. If they're just going to go for all 4 Awakened mobs before getting to the final boss, that would be interesting.
Yeah, that would be very inefficient, but I assume they're gonna do what I said earlier. I think they're just gonna go back into the realm afterwards, walk through to the last boss, and have a rogue or something engage the last boss so they get pulled out. If they do anything else, I'm just gonna be disappointed because I don't think we've seen a single team engage the last boss yet without a single Awakened mob. I don't think that happened at all, and I also think that should not be happening in this tournament because it's in the end, it's just inefficient to deal with every single Awakened mob because the amount of time you lose single targeting down the Awakened mobs in the other realm is so inefficient because you can't pull any trash on top. Yes, you can make use of the portals and maybe skip some trash that you wouldn't be able to skip otherwise, but that's more of a live server thing. For those tournaments, it's really inefficient having to deal with them because you just can't pull anything on top, and that's the biggest problem with it.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of things that shouldn't have happened in this, there's a lot of things that shouldn't have been happening in this series that have happened, but we're going to swiftly be moving on that. As the boys get to the intermission phase with the boss at 50%, they'll just have to deal with these pillars and then they'll be home free from 50% to 0. Fim has died on the skip for Pain for Fim. They'll have to get a quick res off on him as well, and I think they did pretty much what you mentioned. It looks like they just shadow mode skipped by things with Fim dying instead of going through the realm, which is weird, right? They shouldn't do that. They should have gone for the realm skip like you mentioned. They wouldn't have had any deaths had they did that. So I wonder, what the reasoning behind that was. Maybe they were scared of having a rogue pull the boss or something? I'm not quite sure.
Maybe they planned on Fem not actually getting in combat and dying because theoretically it is going to be faster not to use the realm because the cast time that you need to click on the portal and everything like that is going to be slightly slower to use the realm if you don't have anyone die, right? So maybe they wanted to have the rogue maybe pull the last pack away and Fem walking past without getting in combat. Something like that. Not really sure. Either way, it definitely cost them another 5 seconds here for Fem dying. And the boys, on the other hand, they're already in 30% off the last boss here. And they dealt with the Awakened mobs fine. They had their Bloodlust available to deal with them. And unfortunately, Pain for Fem having 2 people go down here at the start.
Yeah, this is not ideal for sure. They do have the 2 battle roses to get them up, but at this point, there's no catching up. The boys have the boss at 10%. The boys look like they're firmly in control of this dungeon. And the boys, once again, just getting right back to their ways, pulling it all together after that really unfortunate Siege of Borealis, making sure they get back to their clean, cool, controlled ways. Only 1 death in this Motherload, and it was a planned death, mind you, because their tank didn't have Shadow Meld. The boys are going to be moving on to the lower bracket final against Perplexed, taking the series 2-1.
That's right, the boys just completely forgetting about any of those mistakes that might have been made in the Siege Borealis. And Drados, that was exactly what we want to see out of this team as it continues to really grow and develop.
Yeah, it's a sign of a honed team, the ability to bounce back from a run as bad as that Siege of Borealis was, to do such a perfectly executed Motherload after that. Excellent sign for the boys and their hopes as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, and at this point, like you were mentioning there, Zyronic, we are going to be going into the lower bracket finals between the boys and Perplexed here. This team has really stepped up, especially since they were actually the 5th seed for the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams, they were the 5th and 6th seeds from time trials, and they ended up finishing in the 3rd and 4th position. So, well, they haven't finished in the 3rd position yet. They could still take the series from Perplexed as well. But at worst, they could finish 3rd. So these guys have been playing incredibly well. And, I think we've been talking about this all the tournament as well. Both of these teams are playing, what we would expect from a veteran team. They've got a lot of experience, so I don't think we can be too surprised at how they've played. They're just playing like we know the players they can be.
Yeah, and I think that's always the biggest thing is we've seen a lot of very strong teams from the European region here in Nagura, but when these teams are playing to their capabilities, they're playing up to their strengths, it's very cool to see.
Most definitely. I just like seeing those teams do their strategies so cleanly, right? If they run through a dungeon like that, it looks so easy to watch, right? It looks like, oh, it's just like another +5 key on live servers, but those are 19 keys, and the amount of pulls they're like, the amount of trash they're pulling on top of bosses, and the amount of things that are going on at the same time, it's incredible. The amount of skill that those players have to pull this kind of stuff off that they're showing here. So I'm always very impressed to see those teams pull this stuff off. And I'm excited to see Perplexed versus the boys, because both of those teams have been showing some really, really fast times. So I'm excited to see the next game as well.
That's right. And Dranos, let's start talking about some of those big pulls and the tight execution that was required for that motherload.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really point to something where anything looked like it went wrong for them. You know, every single pull looked like it was executed pretty much as according to plan for the boys. You know, they had a massive first pull that was worth 42% of the enemy forces, and that went well. And then from there, they ended up just pulling, you know, so in addition to the 4 boss pulls, each of which usually included a little bit of trash, there were only 4 trash pulls in the whole dungeon for the boys' route, and they were all pretty big, but it's really impressive to hone down your motherload route into 4 boss pulls and 4 trash pulls only. That was remarkably good performance from the boys. The Death Knight,
just made it simple.
Really all built around that one Death Knight. You know, everybody else in the comp focusing on providing the support for that Death Knight when the Death Knight was doing their thing, rather than trying to support 2 Death Knights at once with a little bit less of the, you know, utility from the rest of the group to back that up.
That's right. And as we just saw with the bracket there, we are going to see the boys squaring off against Perplexed, which will lead us into the grand finals as Method EU is just waiting and preparing, Nagura.
Yeah, Method EU is going to be such a big advantage for them to be in the upper bracket just sitting there waiting, right? Because they don't have anything else to do at this point. They can practice for their 5 matches, which is going to be so important because it's going to be +20 keys that they're playing. So the time that they have now to practice the +20 keys is going to be so valuable for Method EU, while the other team needs to play this lower bracket game where they play the 19 keys, and then straight afterwards they have to go into the upper final. So not going to be much time for them at all to get used to those +20 keys.
Yeah, and for the
That's
boys
right.
in particular, it's especially rough because they are coming off of, they've just played and now they have to play again, and if they win, they have to play again.
Yeah.
So very little time to kind of prepare for the upcoming match.
That's right. And again, just starts going to show how valuable it is to get into that upper bracket and stay in the upper bracket as long as you can, right? And for a lot of these teams that we've seen this week, it really has gone to show, is ironic, just how much depth that they have in the range of dungeons that they've been able to play. You know, Pain for Femme, they have massively improved over where we saw them last year, and finishing in 4th place in what is a very stacked tournament is certainly nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Pain for Femme is really picking up where they left off at the end of the year. Like we mentioned earlier on in the tournament, they were a team that was just barely on the outside looking in for BlizzCon. They were only a few points, maybe 1 or 2 places behind in one tournament placing of making it to BlizzCon. So these guys are trying to make sure that they're in there, and, you know, locking in the 4th place in this particular tournament is going to get them closer to that land later on this year.
Without a doubt. And, you know, we've seen so much improvement out of the boys, out of Perplexed, out of really a number of these different teams. As you mentioned, you know, Pain for Femme as well. And yet, while we've seen that improvement, we've also seen that continued dominance there, Dratnos, by Method EU.
Yeah, I mean, Method EU continues to look great. You know, they had some shaky starts in some of their games, but Method EU's shaky starts are another team's clean run. You know, you see them come up with these times, and you're like, yeah, that would be a good time for anybody else. We just, Method EU puts up ridiculous time trial times, and you're like, all right, well, I guess they could have done better than that. And yeah, it's a remarkable standard of play that Method EU sets for everybody. And I think that it really goes to show when all these other teams, you know, were chasing after the Method EU times in a lot of these dungeons. Although this time around, Perplexed was a little bit of the time setter in the time trials, which is we're going to see them up next, and that's something to keep in mind about them.
Without question. Perplexed versus the boys is going to be our next series, and it will be the lower finals. So we'll be taking a quick break first before we go. Don't go anywhere, guys. The MDI will be back after this. The Mythic Dungeon International is back with our lower finals as Perplexed is about to be squaring off against the boys. And for this lower finals, it'll also be determining who is going into the grand finals to square off against Method EU. Good evening, everyone. I'm Automatic Jack, and I'm joined right now by Dratnos, Tettles, and Nagura. And as we get ourselves prepared for this series, we know that one of the banned dungeons is going to be Tol Dagor, bringing us into Shrine Nagura, which has so much pressure on execution, it's unreal. Well said, Nagura. I agree on that.
Awkward.
It's alright.
I'm not going to repeat myself. That was a lot of talking.
Talk about redemption, alright, on this
That
one,
was the
Nagura.
best point I've ever heard.
Perplexed
Right?
once,
Wise.
and we will never see his kind again. Dranos, let's talk about some redemption on this one. Perplexed wants to get back in Shrine, and they want to be able to stomp it again.
Yeah, you know, Perplexed had a great time in their first go-around of Shrine. They had a 19-minute, 43-second go. Then up against Method EU, they were on a faster pace than that. And one of the eels, unfortunately, they couldn't manage to get it into a good position, and it ended up resetting the whole boss fight for them when they pulled there. That's something that can happen. It's very annoying when it does, and it's difficult to control, although doable to do. And that ended up costing them that run there. So hopefully they can do something more like their first run or the second half of their second run in Shrine and not have a similar, run lost to the end that way.
I mean, Perplexed played against the boys in Shrine of the Storm in their first matchup, so I don't know. The boys need to change a lot.
Alright,
I
good,
think
Tettles.
the boys need to change a lot ultimately going into that, going into the Shrine of the Storm again.
Yeah, and that's always a kind of moment for choosing your poison. Which dungeon do you actually want to go with, and which one do you want to ban? As we now know that Junkyard is joining Tol Dagor on the banned list. So, Nagura, we got back-to-back Sanguine runs coming up.
Yeah, Sanguine is always so much fun to play, especially in the stuff like Metalode, where the mobs just don't like moving at all. So we'll see.
Hey, Nagura, you're muted.
No, I'm not. Stop it. No, but I think, to be honest, looking at the whole map pool here for this series, I think it's going to be an advantage for Perplexed, because all of the maps that are in this map pool have been played already before, except the Atal, and the Perplexed has shown some very good performances, while the boys have lost in Shrine, they lost Junkyard, and they also lost King's Rest previously in this tournament already, so it's definitely looking a little bit in favor to Perplexed here.
Without a doubt. And we also know how much Perplexed is wanting to get back into that grand finals, because when it comes to squaring off against Method EU, Dratnos, these guys are constantly in competition with them.
Yeah, there's a history of battling between these two teams going back to previous MDIs, back when Perplexed was Abracadabra, at least 4 of their 5 members were. And they played up against Method EU quite a lot. Usually Method EU ended up getting the best of those matchups, especially when it counted in the later parts of tournaments, in the grand final type places. But Perplexed has been putting up a really good showing, especially recently. It seems like they are really chart with upwards trend here.
And that's really one of the things we've seen out of a lot of these European teams, which makes it all that much more exciting for looking at North America next week. So if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, be sure to click it now, hit that alarm bell so you can get notifications for when we go live next, because we really want to start seeing how both regions are going to be shaping the meta and growing in professionalism and practice and skill as this competition goes on, because this is only 1 week of 6 right now, and the lower finals are ready. My delay strat has worked out perfectly, and I'm so excited to bring you game number 1 in Shrine of the Storm.
For all the professionalism that Jack was talking about,
You go.
that he is wearing pajama pants and he is not.
I'm not, and I'll prove it to you
I
after
am
this.
too.
So go do your job.
Anyway, so we are in Shrine of the Storm here. We already from the get-go see differences in the composition here. As we talk about the boys running their comfort comp here with the Raster Druid, Demon Hunter, Rogue, and Hunter, while on the other hand, Perplexed is running the double DK Hunter Mistweaver comp. They've already done a really big pull here from the get-go, where they snapped a bunch of these mobs on top of the Lantern and also committed their Bloodlust.
Yeah, whereas on the side of the boys here, You see them committing a significant amount of offensive cooldowns. They just use Metamorphosis there and are doing a very a very small pull relative to what Perplexed was doing there, especially with using that misdirection from the Hunter that Perplexed did to snap all those mobs. The boys, just by comparison, is doing something that is like way smaller overall. I don't know. I think it's pretty rough to be playing something like that. And, ooh, the Templar is stunned in Sanguine, getting that Outlaw Rogue between the eyes treatment.
Yeah, you hate to see a mob just being stunned in a Sanguine pool, or a mob casting in a Sanguine pool. The amount of time you lose is just incredible, and you don't want to do that, especially in the MDI setting when every second matters. Perplexed, on the other hand, they're already engaging Aquas here. They have the 17% trash and are fighting the first boss. Now, we don't have any affix that prevents you from pulling mobs on top of bosses. Of course, Sanguine makes it difficult, and it is fortified as well, so you want to be careful. But theoretically, they can pull something in the intermission phase, for example, if they wanted to.
Yeah, and in their run earlier against Method EU, they actually pulled all of this trash into Accuseer just here in a couple of seconds. Yeah, right there, as you do see Swag doing that. Basically, as long as you get the Sanguine out in the middle of the room, or effectively not just directly under the boss, it'll be okay, because his hitbox for how he heals with Sanguine is incredibly small, so the mobs need to die almost directly underneath them.
Yeah, and then there's a bunch of very important casts that also need to be interrupted here with these casters here. You have the heal that needs to be interrupted, you have the water balls that hit the tank for quite a lot of magic damage as well that you want to be interrupting once in a while. And yeah, just a bunch of other things. You also have the Templar who casts abilities that you don't want to let go through, because there's a buff that reduces damage taken by the mobs as well. So definitely lots of control that needs to be done here, and without having a rogue and having all of the single target control that a rogue provides, is definitely a little bit harder for Perplexed here.
Oh, I would absolutely agree. They're running a very low utility comp in general, like relative to what the boys are running. I don't know if they're necessarily running like the lowest amount of utility we've seen in a while, but they're definitely running a low utility comp compared to what the boys are running. So they need to make sure that their execution is pristine, which is something that we've seen from Perplexed. Like, even against their match on this map versus Method EU, Perplexed looked immaculate. The boys here are taking this first obelisk of the dungeon. They're probably going to be taking it into Accuseer's room. They are behind on trash percent, enemy forces count. They're playing one of these obelisks right here, and they still have not pulled Accuseer. So everything that the boys have been doing, they are taking it slow and steady. It's really rough, because they are just taking everything significantly slower than what Perplexed is.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, thinking about this Void Weaver here now, that's usually an awakened boss you can pull with the last boss, because all you have to do is interrupt the casts, and then there's nothing else that the mob does. But if you think about the last boss in this dungeon, it already requires so many interrupts by itself because of the intermission phase, where you need to interrupt the denizens, that you don't really have any more interrupts left for this Void Weaver if it's still alive in the intermission phase. It's definitely a lot more difficult to deal with the Void Weaver here in this dungeon compared to the other dungeon, and that's why we probably see the boys deal with it while Perplexed ignored it. So we'll see how they do later on.
I mean, Rads did tweet out like yesterday that they had not practiced Shrine of the Storm yet, and I assume that that's probably still the case because of how this, like how they're pulling this dungeon. They're definitely taking a more safe strategy, and they're probably just like looking to reverse sweep out of this match. Unfortunately, there's just like not enough time in the day to be able to practice all the dungeons, I feel like, unless you're literally practicing 16 to 18 hours a day, which just isn't feasible for a lot of teams.
Yeah, definitely not. We also see, you can really just see how well practiced Perplexed is here. Every step they're making in this dungeon seems to be planned ahead of the time. This is an insane amount of trash they pulled here again after they skipped the mini-boss by dragging it to the side with the Hunter, making use of that feigned death to de-aggro the boss, everyone else walking past, and now this huge pull. Evanfield actually dropping a little bit low here, but he should be fine as the Ring of Peace comes out to help him a little bit to de-aggro those mobs.
Yeah, that's a superb rock there. Perplexed now is pulling all of the trash. They're going to end up pulling the Guardian Elemental as well, leaping all the way through, and then popping Group Shadow Meld in order to be able to decombat all of those mobs that they left in their dust, just because they are not exactly count efficient or time efficient. in the strategy that Perplexed is doing. Perplexed will now probably snap all of the initiates here and a bunch of like the Gale Callers and Iron Holes. So get ready for that, as that is a fairly dangerous pull. Okay, you see Divine here light footing and running around.
Yeah, the amount of trash they're pulling together here. You also see the misdirect coming in from Swagshot on the Hunter. Now, of course, misdirect slightly worse than Tricks because it is a BM Hunter, but better than nothing at all. And you see all the mobs snapping on top of Divine Field. He immediately jumps down once he snapped them to better control the mobs. And then, of course, you also have to consider that it's Sanguine. Now, fortunately, the Initiates actually run away when they're low HP, which actually goes in their favor here because of Sanguine.
Yeah, exactly. And then Swag will end up like dropping a binding shot. You see it right there on the top of your screen. He ends up dropping a binding shot, trying to trap a few of those initiates.
Some of them are on the bridge.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay,
you hope that they don't pull the Guardian Elemental, but
yeah, exactly.
But Swag does a good job of trying to kill those off. And then Perplexed is keeping those Iron Hole and the Gale Caller Apprentices in the corner area just to make sure that they do not get Sanguine healed. One DK grip comes out, and Perplexed is on to Brother Iron Hole and Gale Caller Faye. Immaculate Sanguine kiting right there.
Yeah, very well done. They barely lost any time to Sanguine healing at all. Now, we also see the difference here from Ring of Peace to Typhoon. Now, Typhoon is also very useful for Sanguine, but if you have those kind of pulls, those big pulls, I think Ring of Peace is just overall superior compared to the Typhoon, because not only can you put the Ring of Peace wherever you are, but as a Rasta Druid you need to pre-position yourself and make sure you're standing in the correct position to also knock them into the correct area. So Ring of Peace is a little bit more reliable for these kind of pulls. And now they are engaging the second boss, while the boys, they're still in the first boss area dealing with the trash only on 34%, while Perplexed dealing with the second boss on 57%. So a huge time advantage here for Perplexed.
Yeah, exactly. Perplexed Divine Field here is doing a really good strategy of kiting Gale Caller Faye and Brother Iron Hole back and forth. So Divine Field is going to be the only person who has to deal with those tornadoes and dodging them, while all of their melee DPS are sitting on top of that rock right there, getting free cleave. Basically, they still need to dodge the frontal ability from Brother Iron Hole, the reinforcing the hindering cleave right there, as you actually saw it going down. But other than that, this is actually a really easy strategy for your melee DPS to not have to dodge the tornadoes.
Yeah, I really like this strategy. Now, theoretically, you could also just not interrupt certain slicing blasts here, because how this boss works, Gale Caller Faye, whenever she reaches 100% of her energy bar, she will get a buff, she will put a buff on herself, and if you interrupt one of the slicing blasts while the buff is up, one of those tornadoes will spawn. So theoretically, you could just not interrupt the slicing blast while the buff is up, and you wouldn't actually get any of those tornadoes. And that's a strategy we've actually seen from some of the MDI teams in the past. It is definitely doable in a fortified setting, because the slicing blast will only do a lot of damage if you have a lot of them go through it, with the debuff stacking up. But this strategy just superior if the tank manages to position himself properly.
So you do think that this strategy is superior, even if your boss gets stuck in that reinforcing ward for a little bit?
I mean, I think so. It depends on the tanks and how comfortable he is kiting the boss around here, because sometimes the tank might have to walk away from the ledge and then the melees can't attack anymore. So theoretically, if you could just pull off the not interrupting strat, that might just be safer and overall just better to do. But if the tank is comfortable to do this strat, I think this one's better.
Sure, okay, that's fair. Something that you actually did see that was kind of interesting on the side of Perplexed is Divine Field actually walked up on top of those rocks in order to pull those two Enforcers, like you're seeing that they're coming right now. It makes it to where he doesn't end up pulling any of those Ritualists over there, so they're trying to get that extra count while not pulling that one Ritualist that they do not need that count from. Divine drops incredibly low, but the Ring of Peace comes out to salvage his life. He is still in danger, though, as those deep smashes from those Enforcers do a lot of magic damage. And Protection Warrior, not exactly known as the best magic damage mitigation tank.
Yeah, and again, Ring of Peace just coming in clutch here, as the Enforcers do so much damage to the tank. So having the Ring of Peace to get a little bit of breathing room for Divine Field here is very important, as unfortunately Gigabob went down on the side of the boys here on one of their pulls, but they did manage to finish it off. Now they don't actually have anyone who can rest, so they need to commit a battle rest here, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's unfortunate on the side of the boys. Whereas Perplexed here, Samrek, Beckoner of Chaos has been pulled, and they will take him near the entrance to that that tentacle area, and then once they kill him off, then they will run all the way through and meld off a bunch of the mobs that are in that direct vicinity. So yeah, this has actually just been a Like, super good run by Perplexed. 0 deaths coming through. The boys, again, it still just looks like they hadn't had the, like, enough time to be able to practice all the dungeons. With there being 12 dungeons, it's really hard to be able to spend enough time to practice all of them. So you just practice them, like, what you've seen the most and what you're going to end up seeing the most out of your bracket. So sometimes it just ends up happening where, I mean, they're still doing a good job. Like, they're able to capitalize on a mistake if Perplex makes one.
Yeah, I think the dungeons that they really practice on the boys' side here, they are doing really, really well in those dungeons. But it really just seems that this map pool for this specific match here is just not in their favor at all, because obviously they had a map ban that they committed. I assume they banned Toldagor because Perplex is a really good Toldagor run that we already saw in the tournament, so I doubt that it was Perplex bans. So it seems like they don't really practice Toldagor too much because they banned it. Then we also see the Shrine here where they're not too comfortable with, and we've also seen the Junkyard where they didn't really perform that well in earlier in the tournament. So maybe this very specific game here, maybe those 5 maps are just like the worst maps that could possibly be in a pool for them. So a little bit unfortunate here, but in the end they knew the maps beforehand, right? So it's their fault for not practicing enough for this very specific matchup.
Perplexed there, Swag Shot sitting in camouflage for a few seconds, waiting for that patrol to come up quick enough to where that they were able to get all of the mobs into melee of those Colossus Tentacles. Of course, if the Colossus Tentacles, like, your tank ends up walking away from them, they will slam the ground and then like almost immediately cause a group wipe. So those tentacles do go down early. Ring of Peace comes out to make sure that no Sanguine Healing is going out. The cultists are still sitting there just channeling their mental assault. You see a DK grip come through to make sure that no Sanguine Healing occurs. Very, very well played by Perplexed.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at Perplexed performance here, I mean, even if the boys would have practiced this dungeon a lot better, this might have still just been in Perplexed's favor, because the play that they're showing here, the route plus the execution, is just insane coming out of Perplexed here. It's very, very impressive run by them so far. 0 deaths, 100% clean. Now they shadow melted off this trash pack here on the bridge, and now they're gonna deal with those swellers.
So there's an actual adaptation that Perplexed has made over their previous run. So previously, Perplexed had Swag Shot pull that pack off to the right and then feign death it off. They decided that that was dangerous, and they would rather take Samrek all the way up onto the bridge and save their group Shadow Melts. And then once, like, so that pack was in a bad position for them to be able to get by it, so instead they used their group Shadow Melt so they don't have to wait for Swag to pull that pack away, and they deemed that pulling Samrek all the way onto the bridge and maintaining that meld cooldown was a superior strategy. So that's a good adaptation from Perplexed to save a few seconds.
Yeah, I like it, and those are the kind of things that you really want to see from the best teams here in the EU and Asia region, because we've talked about Method EU a lot when they were doing those small little things that saved them maybe a second here and a second there. That's really what you need to do if you want to compete with the best. So I like to see that kind of stuff out of Perplexed, to just changing up their routes to save a couple of seconds here or there. That's really, really good to see that they're still committed to save a bunch of seconds, and now they're engaging Lord Stormsong. Hopefully they get lucky and get their first mind control on one of the DKs, because they can actually just AMS it so it doesn't get applied to them.
Yeah.
And they were lucky.
Yeah, otherwise they would have to take a bath in Lord Stormsong's premium jacuzzi lounge. Fortunately enough, they did get lucky though. The boys here fighting Samrek, Beckoner of Chaos. They've actually made up a significant amount of time compared to like how slow they actually took the very beginning of this instance. So they're actually doing a really good job here. Rads, you see him line of sighting Samrek, just moving him all the way through so that the boys can maintain their Shadow Meld cooldown so they can save that for later in case they do need it. Whereas Perplexed still on Lord Stormsong at 25% currently.
Yeah, and they are not having any sort of trouble here at all with this boss, as we see also a lot of DPS coming out. Of course, the Hunter topping the damage here. Most, like, the DKs want to save their cooldowns for, at least their big cooldowns like an army, they want to save for the last boss when they pull all of these awakened mobs on top of it, and also popping that bloodlust as well for that specific reason. So we're gonna see them save their armies and their cooldowns for that very specific moment, and the rest of the percentage they need for the trash is all gonna be done in the last room with the eels, with the middle pack, and with the awakened mobs that they still have to do.
Yep, we have seen Perplexed in their previous match versus the boys. they actually were able to one-phase the boss coming out of the intermission. So they pulled the remainder of the eels that they needed onto that boss and were able to one-phase it. So if they were able to do that, then this would be the best run that we've seen for Perplexed inside of this dungeon so far. Honestly, a 0 Death Shrine of the Storm is kind of crazy, especially since this dungeon is generally one of the ones that can get kind of Fiesta-y, just with how the front half of it ends up working out. So I think both of these teams are actually doing a good job. I think the boys just have a worse strategy just because of like practice time limitations, but even still, only having 2 deaths with those limitations, they are still doing a good job. They're in positions where they could capitalize if Perplexed made a major mistake.
Yeah, whenever I see Shrine, I just get these flashbacks of when we still had the Reaping affix, and everyone would just Shadow Melt off Reaping, and if you had a wipe coming in, you just saw the teams having to deal with all of the Reaping mobs that they skipped. And it was like the biggest disaster ever because all of those Reaping mobs just came back in, and the amount of time you lost on a wipe there was insane. So, but now we don't have Reaping anymore, unfortunately. I love Reaping, let's get it back. We have Awakened now, and we see Perplexed engaging the last boss while also dealing with those 3 Reaping. Sorry, oh my god, now I'm stuck at Reaping.
Reaping.
Wolf just unfortunately going down, but they do have a battle rest to get him back up before this intermission phase here.
Yeah, so they are able to get him back up. Swag Shot, if you didn't see that, he actually used his Turtle defensive ability and then pet taunted Urgroth Breaker of Heroes on that Spirit Breaker cast to make sure that Divine Field didn't take much damage, as the very beginning of this encounter is incredibly dangerous with triple Awakened Obelisk. So now it looks like Perplexed in their downstairs realm has killed that first Sunken Denizen, whereas Zamak and Divine are kiting out their Denizen that they need to be able to deal with, while Divine is also panicked, running away from Urgroth and the Blood of the Corruptor here.
Yeah, this is actually incredibly difficult for them to deal with the Awakened mobs here, because of course the healer and the tank are in one realm, while the 3 DPS are in the other realm. Now, the way the Awakened mobs work here is that they actually are attackable for both realms. Both of them can attack, so the Hunter can actually taunt the tank mob away from Divine Field so he doesn't get the Spirit Break on him. But also the effects of the mobs are in both of the realms. So the pools that you see in the ground affect both realms as well. So this is a very dangerous pool for them to pull off, and it looks like they did a very good job as they're now back in the normal realm together.
Yep, there you go. You see Urgroth Breaker of Heroes again getting pet taunted by Swagshot's pet. The pet has that turtle shell thing over top of him, the Hex shell, showing that he has used that pet defensive ability in order to be able to mitigate damage on Divine Field. Now they need to deal with both of these denizens here. Using their kicks, they need to rotate 2 melees, and then probably the ranged in another melee, and then the 2 melee kicks again. Both of these denizens will be going down here shortly. Then they just have the eels and then the boss.
Yeah, nothing much left for them to deal with here. They do have Smog's debuff, of course, which will increase his damage by a lot. It also reduces his max HP, so they still need to be a little bit careful that he doesn't get hit by any of those casts from the denizens. And he also wants to not get hit by the bleeds from the eels. And now the eels, you see the bleed on Divine Field right now. It does shadow damage, taking shadow damage, and it stacks up. And it does a lot of damage. So Smog wants to be very careful here to not get too close or to not get aggro, really.
Yeah, you actually do see he maintained his promises of power buff. So previously he wasn't actually able to maintain that, so it cost them a significant amount of damage on the boss. Now the boss is getting melted by that double Death Knight. You actually do see they end up popping a bunch of their cooldowns here, and the boss's health, whenever those eels came in, all of their swords exploded and just chunked the boss's HP. Now everybody's in melee. This boss should be going down in a few seconds and Perplexed.
It's melting. Look at the amount of energy the boss only has. They have so much time. Wow, that's so much damage they just did to the boss. And yeah, incredible clean by Perplexed, taking the first game, going into 1-0 against the boys.
Something is not right. Darkness still festers here.
Convincing victory here in Shrine of the Storm, taking game number 1 and really showing why they are one of the top teams in the region there, Dreadnoughts.
Yeah, although I do want to point out, that was a 19-minute 45 Shrine of the Storm. For as clean as it was, that's still a little bit slower than their loss to Method EU, right? Method EU had 1941, but they are very much in range there. You know, had they not had that one death there on the last boss fight, that would have been a winning time against Method EU as well.
That is just a couple seconds here and there, and that's it. Wow. And when it comes down to execution, I mean, Tettles, you were saying it throughout the series. It just seemed that Perplexed was going just a bit faster than the boys constantly.
I mean, yeah, ultimately, I think it just comes down to practice. I did still feel like, even though Raz tweeted this out yesterday, I still felt like the boys they were not able to spend a large majority of time practicing Shrine of the Storm in a way that would be necessary to, beat Perplexed, especially with the strategy that Perplexed was running. So they were ultimately just kind of waiting on a mistake from Perplexed. The boys, their run, throughout most of that dungeon was still pretty solid. They just need to make sure that they were able to just dust themselves back off, maintain mental composure, and then get back in there for the next dungeon and hope that they can reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that they're down and out and we're able to pick up some wins off the back of it. So let's cover a little bit more. What else you got for us from this game there, Dratnos?
Yeah, so we have some good play from Perplexed against the Sanguine Affix in general. We've seen them execute this well. Now 3 times they've executed most of the trash of this dungeon. Even with Sanguine active, pretty effectively. They've made use mostly of Ring of Peace. And then after that, they have 2 individual death grips, and they're doing a good job of not overlapping those on the same target and not wasting those early on before the Ring of Peace comes out, and using it afterwards to then pull enemies away from the Sanguine pool and avoid having anything heal up to full from Sanguine, which can really, even if just one enemy gets healed to full from Sanguine, that adds a lot of time to the run. So good play from them there. Last boss fight, even with those awakened enemies, was also handled pretty cleanly by them. They did have a death, but they were able to recover and res there, and that is not an easy thing to do on a fight like Volzith the Whisperer with awakened enemies active at the same time. It's pretty easy to normally, one death there translate into a full team wipe, but they were able to maintain their composure, keep doing what they needed to do, react and adapt, and then land that B-res, and they were able to get through there just fine.
Yeah, it really goes to show, how practiced these guys are throughout this dungeon, Aguro, when they know they're going to be able to avoid wipes. And even when we saw Shrine of the Storm yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, when they knew a cast was going off, they were able to communicate to Zmok to have him dispel himself so that he wouldn't end up dying.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to see the synergy that Perplexed is bringing to the table here. I mean, the amount of execution they have, even when things go wrong, because that's something that some teams were lacking. They might have this perfect strategy. They might be really good at figuring out a route and all the other things they need to do. But if something goes wrong, some of those teams, they just falter. And then it just has a chain reaction of one mistake after the other. So seeing that Perplexed is one of those teams that can actually recover from a mistake and actually change up their strategy depending on what's going on, it's very nice to see. So yeah, Perplexed is looking very promising in his very first tournament here.
Yeah, Zmok might be the only healer in the MDI that I've ever seen be willing to dispel themselves.
Right? Yeah.
Yes.
It's like,
Guilty.
this debuff is
Guilty.
dispellable?
I would rather die with my
Listen.
dignity.
I mean, this is finally the healer's opportunity to blame the DPS, okay? We healers, we don't have kicks, okay? And this is our time to just blame them blatantly for missing the kicks and just have our opportunity to rage, okay? Just one kick, and then they stop asking for one heal for like a week. It's great.
Just give every healer a kick.
I'm down, all right? I'm down. I'm on board with this plan, okay? I'll take care of myself if I have an interrupt, okay? I won't worry about any of the DPS taking care of me.
Can we give kicks to Moonkins first before we give them to healers?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? You guys already got a beam of light, okay?
Yeah.
Can we get both?
It works. Nope. Oh, at this rate, we're just gonna take away. We're gonna unprune. We're gonna prune up on the solar beam. Okay. You guys got Starfall to do good things now. It's time for you to take away the interrupts. You are now, as Ironic would say, you're just spectators to the dungeon.
I do not approve.
Warlocks. Oh, curse you, Ironic, and your Warlock hatred. Ataldazar is going to be the next dungeon, though. And again, we're having another one of the Sanguine dungeons coming up here, Tettles.
Yeah, exactly. Ataldazar, definitely a pretty rough dungeon. I think overall, we're going to see just like a 20 Sarad snap. That will actually be a pretty critical pull. Then like the first pull of the dungeon was always pretty important as well. Making sure that the teams have good Sanguine management for getting the mobs out of snap spots or just kiting them around the room. Those are the 2 very important points of the dungeon in which teams can like make or lose time. And then any like deaths that occur, of course, also cost or end up costing a bunch of time as well.
Yep, and as the teams are getting ready, we're also looking at going back into more massive unholy DK strategies. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's just been Perplexed is the only one I think we've seen so far, Dranos, who was able to pull off the one phase in Shrine.
I think Method EU may have pulled it off. Oh
They
no,
missed
they
it.
almost
Not-
did.
They missed
Yeah,
it.
they were on
Yeah,
pace.
they were the one who missed it.
And then they had a little oopsie, yeah, as does happen to all of us. So yeah, Perplexed setting a high bar there for pace on the last boss fight. Although somehow, even with that 2-phase, Method EU was able to put up a faster time than Perplexed.
Yeah, that's
just did.
impressive actually.
That is
Thinking
yeah,
about it. Yeah.
remarkable.
That was the interesting thing I was thinking about is now we're looking at Shrine of the Storm. At the moment, it seems like there's one team that's got the double unholy DK comp, one who's only running a singular one, and it reminded me there, Titles, where Motherload, same kind of story. One team was running with double unholy, and one was running with just singular. Where do you think that it becomes more beneficial to run that second unholy, and where is it not as valuable?
I think ultimately I don't know if it's necessarily the Unholy Death Knight. I think it actually just came down to that Guardian Elemental giving them an additional 36 count, so it allowed them to pull a little bit fewer mobs at the very beginning of the dungeon, so that they were just able to go a little bit quicker through that very beginning section. I think that's what it ended up actually being. So I think it was a strategy thing, but yeah, a double Unholy Death Knight's still like a super sick comp. It's hard to even bash it.
All right, good to know, good to know. And of course, Titles, you called me out before we got ready with that Shrine of the Storm, so I would like to take this time to officially show you that I am wearing, actually I gotta step up really quick here. I am wearing slacks, okay? I made sure,
Hey, Jack,
top to bottom, we are
I don't
business,
believe that.
okay?
I don't believe that. I bet you changed.
I got dressed, okay?
I bet
I got
you changed
proof.
mid-dungeon.
I got proof. I have
You
witnesses,
changed
okay?
mid-dungeon. Yeah, you got
I
proof.
got
You got
witnesses.
proof that you changed mid-dungeon.
No, I got a witness. I got people in my apartment, okay?
That's weird.
Well, one person
That's
in my
weird.
apartment, okay?
You're being weird.
She's
But
lying
listen,
for you.
Just because we can't fit anybody else in your Harry Potter
All right, get out of
closet,
here. Get
okay?
out of here. We gotta go. Dude. I'm sorry.
The game has begun! Let's dive into Untitled Chapter now that we've proven that Tettles is wrong. Perplexed up 1 against the boys.
Alright, so we see a big pull coming in from both of the teams here at the very get-go, and this is going to be such a crucial pull, because if you pull this off properly, you're going to save up so much time because of this the sanguine affix that we have here, so you can lose a lot of time, or you can make up a lot of it, so we'll see what those two teams are doing.
Oh, interesting. Perplex actually had Zamok on top of that snap spot and tanked the mobs close enough to him to where he was able to bait the Juggernaut charges onto the snap spots where they didn't hit the whole entire group, but at the same time was able to use his way of the crane swing to do a lot of DPS, where the boys here are having significant issues as people ended up going down to said Juggernaut charges and casts going through, and this is looking tragic for them.
This is just one of those pulls at the start. If something goes wrong, we saw Bob go down pretty quickly in this pull, and it was a chain reaction from there on out. This is just one of those pulls when you do it on live servers, and you just release, die, release, die, release. They have 7 deaths at this point. On live servers, you might just say, let's go out and do an 18
Drop it
instead.
into chest, baby.
Yeah. So very unfortunate here for the boys, unfortunately, to just have this huge mistake, and now they have a full reset, meaning they have to re-engage the mobs. Huge time loss, unfortunately, for them. As Perplexed, on the other hand, they've dealt with the trash. They did their Awaken mob as well, so they're now on 31%, and they can deal with the next big pull, which is the Priestess room with all of the trash. They still have their Bloodlust available as well, so they can commit it for this pull here.
Yeah, so here we are, Perplexed, pulling into Priestess Alunza. Need to really make sure that they get all of these mobs down as quickly as possible. You see Swag ends up using Fell Barrage there in order to dump as much DPS as possible into there. As soon as the Unholy Death Knights end up dropping their Death and Decay, like you see right there on the screen, now their damage is popping up. As you can see on the damage meter, everything is going to be looking to die. Priestess Alunza needs to be moved out of the Sanguine as quickly as possible. Nice ring of peace coming through by Zamok. Perplexed, that was clean execution.
And they didn't commit their Bloodlust. Interesting. So this probably means that they only used 1 Bloodlust in the dungeon. Wow, okay, so either they forgot to use it in the first pull, or they really have such an incredible time in this Atal that they can only use 1. Which is going to be very interesting to see the amount of time they have in this dungeon then, because if you have a longer than 10-minute dungeon, you could use it on the first pull, and then again in the last boss, right? So this might just be an insane time here by Perplex.
Well, ultimately, it could mean that it's an 11-minute dungeon, and they want something. They want a bloodlust in the
pull,
middle.
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Or in the middle, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think it must mean that they're pulling something with Razan, if I had to guess. Yeah.
Oh no, a shine going down. Oh, the zoom in.
I have.
Mean.
I don't know about you, Nagura, but I have never died to that fire.
Me neither. Not one time. Not once.
Why is Jack back talking trash in my ear? I will never know.
Anyway, I do think the only other thing I can imagine here with the Bloodlust is maybe that they wanted at the pool of the last boss because of the awakened mobs. Because let's say you have a 12-minute dungeon.
Sure.
If you use your Bloodlust at the very start, it will get ready in the last boss again, but not on the pool, but rather later on. And maybe they wanted it on the pool for the awakened mobs if they want to play a lot with them. Now we see a very interesting snapping pool here again by Perplexed, as they snapped all of the swords and the Sky Screamers on top of this ledge. And once the swords died, they all jumped down, and then the Sky Screamers snapped down onto them, making sure the Sanguine pools are not going to be a problem.
Yeah, that's actually a super sick strategy for Perplexed. I assume that they were trying to pull that into Razan, but with the Shine's Depth of the Fire, the boss was just going to be in a little bit worse of a position than he normally would be for them. So it costs them a little bit more time than it otherwise would. Still an insanely good strategy. The boys have re-geared up, and they are now bloodlusting and pulling the trash in front of Priestess Lunza. Unfortunately, not with the boss, though.
Yeah, so interesting to see that they're committing their Bloodlust for this pool without the boss here. I mean, maybe at this point they just do whatever they can to catch up. Maybe they want to take a little bit less of a risk to not have a huge wipe again. Because I want to just mention this again. If there's some sort of mistake that happens, especially when it's at the start of a dungeon, it will throw off your whole plan. Because there's certain cooldown timings you want to meet, right? So you want to use your cooldowns on this pool, on this pool, on this pool, right? So if you have a big mistake or wipe even at the very start of the dungeon, it will throw off everything, and
they could have
therefore
lost a
maybe
full
they
bloodlust. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's too. Yeah, so that's why they maybe are committing this bloodlust here, which they maybe normally wouldn't do.
I mean, they're already 3 obelisking the like Yasma too. Like I could understand if they were going to do 4 obelisks on Yasma, like that would make a little bit more sense, right? They feel like they need the comfort of that bloodlust, and it's like absolutely mandatory that they have it at that exact point. But they played the caster at the very beginning of the instance before we were Mouthier, so I don't know. Maybe there's something that we're about to see, but I think you and I are still pretty skeptical.
I'm interested to see this.
I
honest.
hope it's something sick and not just an accident.
I think it's planned. Yeah, I think
Okay.
this is planned. I very highly doubt that they're just gonna forget about it. I mean, it did happen before, even for MDI teams. Sometimes you just forget to press the bloodlust, right? It definitely happens, but we've never seen Perplexed play a tell before, so therefore there's definitely a chance that they have some sort of plan, and that's why they didn't use it. Now, unfortunately, on the boys' side, the ladder actually went down on the Demon Hunter here. They do have a battle rest to get him back up, but the amount of Grievous here and everyone, this is actually
the boss is Sanguine!
Oh no, this is gonna heal him all the way back up. This might be... and Petco going down too. They don't have a battle rest available. Bob is so low on mana as well. I'm not really sure what happened. How did it get so far that Bob is completely and everyone has 4 Grievous stacks? This is a disaster for them.
Oh,
here.
Perplexed had a minor issue. Swag ended up falling off the lip there right as he needed to press Fel Barrage. That was almost super scary because the Sard started healing from Sanguine because Swag wasn't there to execute them quickly. That could have been a little bit more terrifying than it was. It ended up being okay because Swag was able to get back quickly, though.
Here's another huge snapping pool coming in by them as they snap the rest of the Sky Screamers and the swords on top of this ledge here. Now, I just want to talk about the snapping again. So if the aggro target is not actually, if there's no path available for the mobs to reach the aggro target, so if you're standing on a ledge or something like that, then they will teleport to you, to the aggro target. And this is why, this is what snapping is, and this is what they're doing specifically here in Atal, because it makes it so much better to deal with those swords, because the swords usually will jump to random targets, and it will just reduce your damage so much because they're spreading out, and it also does a lot of damage to your group, especially with a Grievous affix, and that's why they're abusing this snapping mechanic basically.
I mean, it's okay. So snapping. Okay, so mobs will do 3 things in a dungeon. Either they'll evade whenever you go into no path available, they'll teleport you to them, or they'll snap to you. And I think it's universally agreed upon that snapping the mobs to you is significantly better than the mobs evading out or the mobs teleporting you to them.
Are you sure about this?
Do you disagree? Would you rather be snapped to the mob? Okay.
I 100% agree with you on that one. Now, we saw a skip come in by Perplexed as they're moving to the next possible call here. Now, I don't think we've ever seen a single team pull the trash group in front of Volcal. I think we all agree that this trash group, I think it shouldn't really be there, because the amount of difficulty in this trash group of having those, it's just impossible to do. I mean, it's probably possible, but it's so difficult to deal with, and that's why almost every single MDI group is skipping it.
Yes, the illustrious double honor guard, double witch doctor pack.
Yes.
The most fair mob pack in the history of existence. I think anything with the double honor guard should have half as many honor guards. Maybe zero honor guards.
I think they should have put a pillar into that pack here in front of Volcal.
You
like an awaken
are...
pillar.
I despise you with all of my being.
We should change this.
You have
Blizzard.
got to stop. It is time to stop.
Alright, let's focus on the game again, as Perplexed is dealing with Volcal now at this point. Now, one like disadvantage about this Volcal boss fight is that you can't actually, you can't realistically pull any trash on top of it. So you really just have to deal with the boss by itself. There's no way you can really pull anything except this trash pack that is standing in front of it, which we just mentioned you don't really want to deal with that at all. Actually, I do want to see, now that we talk about this, I do want to see one MDI team just pull that trash pack on top of Volcal. Imagine how efficient that would be, actually. That would be so efficient.
That's an efficient loss.
I mean, if you pull it off
properly. We would question them for win trading if they pulled that pack on top of the boss intentionally. It would be... I mean, I guess if you could do it, that would be good count. I guess it would be efficient.
Yeah,
Okay, we're going to stop before we get out really in the weeds. Volcal ends up going down for Perplexed. The boys had a couple mishaps. They ended up wiping the Priestess Linza, still significantly behind. Perplexed taking the Nagura approach and pulling that pack in front of Volcal, but they will be shadow melding it off very shortly.
So, they're now 10 minutes, 25 seconds in the dungeon, and now we see why they saved their Bloodlust, because if they would have used it at the very start of the dungeon, it would have been very close to be ready here at this point. And they need it at the pool, because they're playing so many Awakened mobs with this last boss. And this is a super dangerous pull, because Yasma is already a dangerous boss fight to deal with, even on a non-tyrannical setting, because it needs to be interrupted. You have the soul run going out that needs to be CC'd so it doesn't reach the boss. You have the spiders everywhere. And then on top of that, you have 3 Awakened mobs that they need to deal with. So this is an incredibly difficult pull for them to pull off, and this is why they saved their Bloodlust for this very moment here.
Yeah, and ultimately, if they had Razan in the correct patrol in which he would normally be in, if they were, if there weren't like a few mishaps, then they would have saved a lot of time on that. They probably would have saved something in the range of like 10 to 15 seconds. So like Nagura was saying, they needed their Bloodlust at this very, very specific point, and they believe the dungeon will be done in around the 12:30 range, so that there isn't like a lot of good time to actually Bloodlust even at the very first pull.
Yeah, I agree. You see them actually nuke those Awakened maps so quickly with the amount of damage those DKs are pulling off. And one thing to note as well here is that the Demon Hunter provides the magic increase debuff, which is so nice for the Unholy DKs because they do a lot of magic damage. So they have the Monk debuff, which increases physical damage, and they also have the magic debuff from the Demon Hunter. So much damage from this group coming out here with this Bloodlust as well, and all the cooldowns available, insane amount of bursts, and that they just pull this off is incredible by them. The amount of, I mean, look at the time, right? We're only 12 minutes into this dungeon, and they're on the last boss on 45% at this point.
Yeah. The boys actually did something very interesting with how Petco ended up tricksing Razan to Rads and then teleporting Rads down to him. Unfortunately, it is a little bit too little too late, whereas Perplexed is at 35% on Yasma currently.
Yeah, I mean, even if there's a lot of mistakes that we saw by the boys here, but even without the mistakes, I think Perplexed strategy was just overall better. The amount of pulls they were doing, they were just superior and bigger and better compared to the boys. So I think Perplexed, with their clean run here, just showing the strategy and how good they are really in this specific dungeon here. The boys, we saw a very good performance out of them before the series. Unfortunately, they were struggling here in Natal, and they also struggled in the Shrine before. But outside of that, the boys definitely also had a very great performance in this tournament. But now Perplexed, going into the grand final, beating the boys 2-0.
That's right, Perplexed just burning through the opposition as the boys just ran out of gas. And Perplexed is ready to meet Method EU for a rematch in the grand finals after some lightning quick runs in both Shrine and Ataldazar there.
Yeah, no bad feelings though about the boys after this. They were in the unfortunate position of coming out of the lower bracket. They had just played a match. They had to then play this one without really getting all that much total time to prepare for it. It's really one of the reasons why being in the upper bracket for so long is such an important thing to try and do. For obviously winning is better, but getting to play with the breaks beforehand and knowing your maps in advance and not having to go back-to-back series, it's a really useful thing here. And Perplexed, even though they did fall to the lower bracket, it was later than the boys did, so they got to not have to do back-to-back-to-back matches in the same way that the boys would have had to if they had ended up winning this one.
Just a quick interjection. I felt like all the teams this weekend actually had a really good performance. I felt like all the way through, every single team looked very well practiced and looked like they were incredibly prepared for a sick MDI season.
Well, I think partially true onto that one. The games that they did practice on and did have a lot of experience on, they looked extremely polished and looked very competitive. I think when we started getting into some of these later dungeons that you didn't really see the boys play a lot of, they certainly didn't put a lot of focus and a lot of practice into it compared to Perplexed, who I think has done Ataldazar and Shrine like 3 or 4 times each at this point. So I think the practice thing is also a really big reflection, and we'll see it in some of Dranos' clips here too.
Oh yeah, so we're underway there. Of course, the first pull of the dungeon looked very, very good out of them. Really making good use of not just the double Unholy Death Knight, but actually the offensive Divine Field build. He also playing the Mareka's Fang trinket, and he's firing it off using his Strength of the Warden Major to do massive damage from the tank roll as well. Doesn't look that big compared to the Death Knights, but really does contribute to them dying so fast there and getting through that pull in just, seconds. Then we had this great snap down to Razan's room where, you kill the swords, it was all the DH on the swords, and the DKs got to hold all their stuff for the higher health mobs once they dropped down, and they got to keep Sanguine up on the ledge up there. Really excellent way of playing around those mobs having different health totals. And then, of course, the last boss fight itself with 3 Awakened Obelisks. Not an easy thing to do by any stretch on a plus 19 key, but they were able to make it look quite good all the way through that boss fight and all the way through the whole dungeon.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how quickly they were able to actually build up and run through that dungeon, Nagura.
Sorry, can you repeat that? I was I was not here.
It's okay. Were you just changing into Slacks?
Exactly.
As well
I'm gonna be off after this, so I'm already in bed.
Nagura's already off.
All right. Don't worry, Tettles. All right, Slacks check.
I'm wearing
for you,
jeans.
Really? But why?
Unbelievable. But it's more comfortable to wear slacks when you're sitting down than jeans. At least mine.
I'm not standing up.
wearing
That'd be
pajama
weird,
pants.
bro. You can stop.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I'll get to him someday. Perplexed does take that victory, though, 2-0 over the boys, meaning they will be joining Method EU in the grand finals. And as we take a look at our bracket, as we take a nice summation of the day, the big difference that we have going into the grand finals, however, Nagura, is that we're going to be doing the plus 20 dungeons for both
Yeah,
teams.
I mean, plus 20, it does not seem like a big change going from 19 to 20, but it really is, because some of those pulls that they have been doing on a 19, they might not be able to do it on a 20, because they're already playing maximum risk in a 19, right? If they can just barely pull it off on a 19, then they can't do it on a 20. So they might have to change some of their strategies up, and again, I'm going to talk about Method EU just having the advantage here because they had a lot of matches off at this point and they could completely focus on those 20s, practicing some of those pulls on a level 20, while Perplexed had to just play a game and they have maybe 5 minutes off now. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I mean, talking about some of the schedules for some of these teams, it's absolutely grueling coming out of that lower bracket and trying to perform, especially as well, Dranos, when there's just such a wide variety of dungeons this season.
Yeah, especially just after this match that Perplexed just played, there were 5 potential maps in that pool. Only one of them is also in this match 14, the grand finals map pool as well. So there's just so much different preparation that they've had to be doing and so much that they've had to be ready for just in the past couple hours. Whereas Method EU, aside from their one match earlier today, they've gotten to focus entirely on this grand finals map pool, and they should be able to be really honed and well-oiled for this.
And at this point, they've had the time to practice, they've had that time to get set up, and we also just have a pretty good pool of dungeons as well, with Workshop, Siege, Freehold, Toldagor, and Waycrest. I believe we're going to have Workshop and maybe Waycrest as well in the banned category, but that'll also leave quite a few dungeons there, Tettles, that have been run on time trials on 19s, but not on the 20s.
Exactly, so we had the Siege of the Borealis and Freehold, and then Toldagor after that. So we've only seen the Toldagor from Perplexed. I don't believe we saw Method use Toldagor from my memory. The Siege and the Freehold, though, those should be two hotly contested matches. I am excited to see Perplexed use their Awaken strategy and see how it works on the 20.
I'm looking forward to it as well. So guys, now is the time for us to take a quick break, get your drinks, get yourself nice and cozy, as we will be back after a few minutes with our grand finals between Method EU and Perplexed. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as our grand finals is ready to go underway as Perplexed is squaring off against Method EU. The number 1 and number 2 seeds have made it to the grand finals and are ready for our plus 20 dungeons, the big plus step up that we'll be having for just our grand finals. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and joining me on the desk we've got Dratnos, Tettles, and Zyronic. Now my friends, as we get ready, let's take a look at the day so far. From our bracket, we've seen how Method EU and Perplexed have fought against each other in the upper finals. Perplexed dropping down after a loss in Shrine of the Storm, and then battling their way back up, taking down the boys in the very dungeon that they lost against Method EU. They're ready, they're prepared, they're amped up, and now we'll be seeing who is going to be having the best time in one of the time trial dungeons that's also scaled up one level.
Yeah, and this is actually the first match that these two, or the first map that these two teams played against each other earlier today in the upper bracket finals was the Siege of Reliance. That one, Method EU took it down. They had the, the rogue comp that let them get the better start off, whereas Perplexed had a little bit of a hiccup at the start with Shadow Meld not quite working as it was supposed to, and from there Method EU really pressed the advantage and won that time. But the level 20 difference will change quite a bit here. The mobs are going to hit a little bit harder, they're going to have a little bit more health, they might not be able to get through everything with the same timings that they've practiced, so we'll have to see if they're able to execute the same strategies, or if they make any adjustments, maybe they pull slightly more conservatively to get around that higher keystone level.
I think that's always one thing that you have to watch for, is we've seen a number of times here, Tettles, where teams have gone straight up to Hadal, and because there's a lot of time for backtracking, and they want to wait for the RP, the roleplay that goes on that delays their ability to go to the last boss, they take that time to start doing extra trash. I'm curious, what do you think is how it's going to influence some of their pulls when they're just allowing the spotter, for example, just
I don't think it's going to necessarily influence any of their pulls, especially since they've already practiced doing the dungeon a very specific way on 19. I do expect it may influence their consistency with how the pulls end up, things will end up dying just a few seconds later, and a few additional melees could end up killing your tank. Just stuff like that, and the consistency in which you're able to execute your highly practiced strategies may become of a concern, creating for some laughing moments. Laughing. We are on YouTube now. It's the YouTube version of KEKW.
Yeah, and another thing to note here is that, this 20 key here in Siege of Borealis, it's going to be a little bit closer to Perplexed's usual wheelhouse of live keys, right? Live keys, they do a little bit higher level, whereas Method EU, they mostly spend their time on the tournament realms on these lower level keys. So upping the keystone level by 1, maybe that's going to be an advantage for Perplexed relative to Method EU.
I don't know about that one. Dude. I mean, you gotta remember, Method EU was the team that won that amazing plus 30 world first grand prize back in Legion. I think they're no stranger to doing higher keys. I don't think it's going to be that big of a change.
The
Sure.
Perplexed team plays a lot more of high keys on the live servers, so moving in that direction is probably good for them, given that it's kind of this one-off match thing that Method EU hasn't spent too much time preparing.
I don't believe either of them play a ton of high keys on live realms.
They do.
Divine hasn't done keys in 2 seasons.
Okay, Divine hasn't, but Zamok and stuff have.
Okay, Zamok has for Perplexed, and then now has for Method EU.
I guess they do it together, huh? Anyways.
Anyways,
maybe my point is not.
There's a game underway. Siege of Borealis begins, my friends, as Perplexed is squaring off against Method EU. Our grand finals is here on our plus 20 Siege of Borealis.
All right, Tettles, you ready to get into this grand final series and crack open a cold
you're gonna have to stop.
Boys?
You're gonna have to stop that.
Non-alcoholic, of course.
Yeah. Anyway, so Method EU here and Perplexed doing the exact same strategy that we saw of both of them running in Siege of Borealis a little bit earlier on in the day. Perplexed does get their Shadow Meld skip off, whereas Method EU stops a little bit earlier, does their group meld, and then shrouds into the boss room. The difference in their comps here is, of course, Perplexed does have that Havoc Demon Hunter, whereas Method EU is running that Rogue. Swag Shot does end up going down to the first pull, though.
Yeah, really unfortunate for them. I mean, Divine Field and Perplexed, these guys have had mistakes. This is where they messed up in Siege last time around, so I don't know. They must have some jitters whenever they're playing against Method EU, because it's really out of character for them.
Yeah, I mean, the Alliance side trash at the beginning of Siege of Borealis right here, exactly what we just saw from Perplexed, is incredibly dangerous. You have like these Black Tar Bombers and these Iron Tide Raiders, which can 100 to 0 you incredibly quickly, especially if you're not ready to get hit by any of those abilities, whereas Method EU, they were able to get through the first pull without any hitches, and now they're on to Chopper Red Hook, according to what it says on screen currently. I do not know this guy's name, because I do not play Alliance, though.
It's the same boss, just a different name. It's all it is. So it's the exact same thing as the Horde version. But man, Method EU is just going to get a huge advantage right off the bat here, because that death on Swag Shot really is going to cost them. They don't have the battle res available for the next 8 minutes as well. So it's going to be rough for Perplexed already. Already playing from behind in the first match of the grand finals. Not really where you want to be.
I mean, with it being on 20s though, there's still a lot of room for many mistakes here to come. So Chopper Red Hook is going to be down by Method EU here in a few seconds. You actually do see some of those mobs are CC'd off to the sides. I want to call them Vanguards, but they're not Vanguards. They're Alliance version of Vanguards, but they have the exact same ability.
Those are the Cleavers? Are the Cleavers
yeah, the
the
Cleaver
Vanguards?
is the Vanguard.
Interesting. It does the exact same thing. There's a frontal they have to dodge, but not really any of a problem for Method EU as Chopper Red Hook goes down. We're going to move on to the rest of the dungeon, which will stay the same between Alliance and Horde. You know, minus a couple extra mobs to the side that will probably see the tag.
So you see Method EU here pulling all these Marauders into this Wave Shaper. It looked like Frag walked off to the side there to distract that patrol of that officer. They're going to end up pulling that officer into the next pack. So here comes some bursting out from those Marauders, and that Wave Shaper, you actually do see it get binding shotted by one of the Hunters there. Xaylia able to heal through that 6 stack of bursting pretty cleanly. So here's the Commander, and now the next pack is going to be going down. Make sure that you don't get hit by any of the tramples from the Commander while that bursting is going out, otherwise you will perish. Method EU does a really clean job of dealing with that, not rolling the bursting, making Xaylia's life as easy as possible.
I don't know why they'd want to do something good for their healer. You know, I would have rolled that into a 5 stack the second I could and single target the other ones down, but maybe Method likes their healers more than I do. Fortunately, they only have to deal with that Commander there. They're doing a good job of stacking their bursting, just like you mentioned. But another random death on the side of Perplexed with Wolf Disco just randomly died. That's so weird. And he's on Demon Hunter too, which is typically one of those classes that's just like.
I think he ripped Threat. No. I think he ripped Threat because he did a million damage before he died, and then the Marauders actually do that magic damage ability that will like hit you from range. I assume he just probably ripped Threat off Divine, and that's like the only thing that would make a lot of sense to me as to why he got.
That's so weird.
Like that.
It's not even skittish. I guess he is playing Fel Barrage, so there is the potential for him to actually rip a lot of AoE threat, like you're mentioning. We're going to chalk it up to that. Similar strategy coming out on that same trash pack for Perplexed, getting the 4-stack bursting where they fall out and then slowly whittling down the other 2 mobs. But, you know, because of that early on death, Method EU is just maintaining that steady 30-35 seconds.
Yeah, just keep chugging along. All right, so you see the Marauders there start fleeing in terror. They end up rolling a 5-stack into a 6-stack of bursting, but Xaylia making sure that he pops his cooldowns, and they are able to deal with that quite quickly. They push the spotter to Enrage. He will end up casting on one of their members there. You see that binding shot goes down on the Marauders, making sure that they don't flee. So here comes all of the kills, so the bursting stacks will be coming in quickly. You see Miraz uses his turtle pretty early, and there goes the bursting. Xaylia looking a bit dry on mana, so they'll probably stop to drink right after this pull, though.
Yeah, more than likely he'll try to get out of combat and start drinking instantly, like you mentioned. There he goes. Yep, perfect, getting that mana ready while everyone sets up for the next pull. It's important to mention, by the way, that just going up 1 key level, it increases the danger of the dungeon so much. Not only do the mobs have 10% more HP, but they also do 10% more damage. So if you look at the overall difficulty of the dungeon, that's a 20% increase in difficulty just from 1 level of Keystone. So the fact that these guys are still able to stay relatively clean, and I mean, on the side of Method EU, almost perfect so far, it's pretty incredible. They probably haven't practiced 20s that much outside of like maybe the couple of matches worth of time they had today.
I mean, I don't even know if I would, like, if I were in their shoes, straight up, I would not waste my time practicing 20s. Like, as weird as that sounds, I don't know if I would spend time practicing it. I mean, maybe if they have a significant amount of extra time.
Today,
yeah, sure.
Right? That's about it, though. I don't think I would have practiced 20s before today. I think you're right on that front.
So exactly, it's just like time efficient. You have to like do a cost analysis of how time efficient it is. All right, so Method EU here is doing the trash pack in front of Dread Captain Lockwood, pulling it all the way straight into the boss, making sure that they dodge the frontal from that Cannoneer. That Cannoneer is actually incredibly dangerous. They also have those Crimson Swipe abilities that they also need to dodge, so a bunch of frontals that should be going onto the tank. So making sure that you are following closely behind your tank but not standing in front of him is important. Perplexed has made up some time from those issues that they had at the very beginning of the dungeon and trying to even it up, getting back to a similar point in where Method EU is, but unfortunately they do take this part of the dungeon just a little bit slower.
It's important to mention one of those difficulties of adding an extra 10% HP on top of every single boss is it's going to be interesting to see whether or not either of these two teams, or maybe both of them, is going to be able to still one-phase Dread Captain Lockwood even with that extra percent HP. You saw Method EU trying to get every single ounce of damage out on top of Dread Captain Lockwood as they possibly could, but Fragment's going down. Not quite sure. Maybe he got hit by one of the cannon barrages. They do have a battle res available for him, but this is going to be dangerous because you have to see Genji. He's channeling that unstable temporal engineering item, and Dread Captain Lockwood is down as well. So we're gonna have to see, once that energy bar fills up, gets to 100%, they're gonna have to do another intermission phase. So let's see if they're gonna be able to.
I mean, that's so bad for Frag. I bet he was probably sitting on buffs from Roll the Bones too, so he has to re-get a new buff, and then he has to just like set himself up to be able to like do an immense amount of damage. Outlaw Rogue not exactly known for insane amounts of single target. If that costs them a one phase, they could actually be pushed behind Perplexed, if Perplexed would be able to capitalize and one phase Dread Captain Lockwood. So that could be a tragic problem for Method U if they're not able to get a one phase on the boss.
Yeah, and you have to think about it, right? The rogue being dead, he probably didn't have any Roll the Bones buffs going into the boss coming down. He didn't have anything set up, no combo points, so that might have been the difference. The boss is at 10% for them. Now, of course, if you look at the side of Perplexed, if they're able to get the one phase in off the back of that, they're right back with Method EU, minus the 2 deaths on the board. But this could be really close. We'll have to see if they're able to come back and get that one phase, and it looks like they're doing a pretty good
Wolf Disco ended up popping meta right there. You actually see the Fell Barrage coming out as well. So he was allowing his hunters to get like rapid reload and stuff like that to try to get a little bit more single target damage. You can see Dread Captain Lockwood's energy bar right below her health there. As soon as her energy bar hits 100, she casts a withdraw and jumps back on the boat. 7%, 6%. They need to start DPSing this down now.
They'll get it.
Okay, good Ring of Peace.
They have the Ring of Peace. Oh no! It was too early! They bring a piece at like 95 energy. If they bring a piece at like 98, 99, they could have given themselves an extra couple of seconds. I said they got it right before she ported, so obviously Caster Jinx, that's my bad, but man, that, you hate to see that. They were right back in the thick of it. That would have been probably, I don't know, 10 seconds after Method EU killed it, but now they have to do the entire extra intermission phase, and
that is like a 30-second loss right there, just because they have to play that intermission. That is so unfortunate for the side of Perplexed, especially since they committed all of their offensive CDs into being able to like make sure that that was actually going to work. Oh, that's just really heartbreaking.
That's really rough. You know, now I'm interested to see, are they going to go for the Huddle pull on 20?
I think you have to, right?
That would be interesting to see.
It's what you
practice.
think you do. You have to go for it.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, if they're able to pull this off on their first try, or on their only try on broadcast, it'd be incredibly impressive. So let's keep an eye on Method EU now as they walk up towards Haddle's room here and probably go for the full boss pull with the entire room of trash.
Haddle or is it Hadal?
They're probably both fine, to be honest with you.
Anyways, all right, so you do see Method EU here pulling the boss, making sure that those 2 snipers off into the corner are trapped, as they are incredibly annoying to be able to deal with here. It is bursting and raging, so now we'll be in immense amount of danger once those mobs do start getting low. He will probably end up kiting them out, utilizing stuff like Binding Shot to be able to make sure that he's not getting meleeed by everything, as they do in fact enrage. So here comes the first Tidal Surge. Now is going to be standing, making sure that he is in cover. Everybody's going to make sure that they do not get hit by this wave. About here is where the pulls about to start getting really spicy.
Oh yeah, they need to start cleaving those mobs down quickly and focusing on the cleave, not just cleaving off the boss. You kind of mentioned, by the way, that tidal wave positioning for them was pretty nice considering where everyone else is in the room. They didn't have to really, you know, panic and go to the other side of the room, so good positioning for them there. But this trash is going to start hurting. Remember, this is a raging dungeon. When everything gets below 30% HP, it does double damage. And on top of that, they have bursting stacks to deal with, so they can't actually kill it all at the exact same time.
He's light-footing.
Man, this has been
insane.
Look at,
he's light-footing and letting away from the boss.
He's just got to get away.
Okay.
Oh man, Genji going down. The bursting stacks are ticking. It's a 3-stack. The bursting stacks are gone, and that was a perfect refresh, but Zalia needs to stay alive.
It's gonna be okay. Everything is okay. Do not panic.
Oh man, Fragments procs the cheat death. They still have the battle res on the board, but they can't really use it while those commanders are still alive. Maybe they can get the rest off right now? But man, you know, if Method EU is able to get through this boss with that extra wipe on the board from Perplexed, they're firmly in the lead in this dungeon. I mean, this is insane.
This, yes, the upgrade from a 19 to a 20. This is the difference here. Now cannot stay in melee for any longer. Has to Lightfoot Potion and run around with the whole entire trash pack, whereas Divine ends up going down. That is truly the difference between a 19 and a 20 on this dungeon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that they're able to pull this off with just the one res, and they even had the Bloodlust available if they wanted it, but it didn't end up popping it. So, just, Method EU, man, they're just on another level.
This is so rough. Alright, so they're going to actually be able to down Hadal here. Just the last mob ended up dying. They do still have those 2 snipers that are trapped off to the side, making sure that they deal with those. They do not have any Bloodlust, or not Bloodlust, Battle Res is available to them right now. They do have Bloodlust available. But, so, as long as they're able to get through Hadal in the next 5%, they do unlock their checkpoint back in his room, so everything will be okay as well.
Yeah, and if I'm not surprised, I wouldn't be surprised to see them completely shadow meld off those snipers because they just don't want to deal with the extra group damage. Just little small things that they're changing to make sure that they're not taking a bunch of damage. We've seen the strat here. Make sure you get the spotter down into its raging, area below 30%, and then you can use that sided artillery to kill all the rest of the trash you did in the dungeon.
God.
Shouldn't be too much harder on 20 to 19.
Man, I love Super Rocks.
I mean, honestly, when you think about it, in terms of which dungeons are not that big of a difference going from 19 to 20, Siege probably is the most similar one, purely because of the way you use the spotters in this dungeon.
I don't know what the Hadal pool is kind of monk-ass.
That's the only real difference, right? The big pull that you have to do, you have to really live through. And we saw how difficult it was. There were multiple people below 20% HP with bursting stacks on them that time. Cheat Death popped, Gingy went down. It was a very scary pull, but yeah, they managed to pull it off.
Now, they have retooled and recouped, and now they're able to actually pull off that Hadal pull themselves. So at this point, they're basically hoping for a Method EU wipe, and then they would be able to strike and capitalize on a mistake there. The last boss, Vic Goth, with triple obelisk is always going to be a gamble as well, especially with, it's going to end up being Blood of the Corruptor. Is it Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, and Void Weaver Mouthier? I believe that those are the 3 that they have to deal with, so Tank Buster, Blob, and Caster. So they have to deal with all 3 of those. That can always be very dangerous on either side.
True, but I think Vidkoth is also, when you think about it, one of the easier bosses to get down. You deal with that gripping before a second demolishing terror spawns, and then you can kind of freely cleave down all 3 of the awakened mobs before you move on to the second platform and continue the fight, right? You're not constantly in danger with boss combat. You can kind of pick and choose when you want to move on with the rest of the fight. So again, probably one of the easier 20s to transition your 19 strat to. Still, you gotta respect it, like we said earlier, that it's just exponentially more difficult the higher you get in kills.
Well, yeah, it's just how the scaling of the dungeons ends up working out, unfortunately. It's how it is. So now you see Perplexed there has dealt with Hadal. Now they're going to start doing something very similar to what we've seen from Method EU. Method EU here using 3 immunities, Double Turtle and Cloak of Shadows, in order to be able to get rid of those bursting stacks before they are applied, and just deal with them really easily, as Zelia doesn't necessarily have the tools in his kit to be able to deal a double 10 stack, or a 10 stack of bursting on all 5 players, only on himself and now.
Yeah, and then it was still scary.
Exactly.
I mean, the amount that 10 stack was chunking was pretty spooky, but like you mentioned, not a big deal for them at all. And we'll see them very quickly clear up the last of the trash percentage they need using that artillery from the spotter, and once these are dead, they'll move on to Vitgoth, and we'll see how that awaken goes after finishing up the rest of the trash, of course.
Yeah, Swag ended up dying to something. I didn't actually see exactly what. I just saw him end up going down. He may have actually got shot by the raging snipers there, which are very dangerous. Method EU. This is probably the last dangerous pull that they have to deal with here. You do see that they have that Tempest, making sure that you get that kick right there, as you do see, on that Revitalizing Mist cast. Pretty important, dodging the Banana Rampage. Now, Method EU is good to go, going to be downing that spotter, making their way towards Vic Goth, which they still have to play with Blood of the Corruptor, aka the Blob, Void Weaver Mouthier, aka the Caster, and Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, aka I'm about to beat yo tank. So.
Or your
Hunter Pet. Yeah, it's how it is.
I mean, it's a small thing from Method EU, right? They could have just instantly killed that spotter and, refreshed their bursting stack, which is probably what any of your typical Pug DPS would have done, but they sat there and waited. They knew Zelia was low on mana, and they knew it would make their lives easier to get back to this section of the dungeon. not having that extra stack rolling. I think they could have rolled a 4-stack into a 5-stack incredibly easily there. But it all comes down to this for Method EU as they pull Vikgoth. Bloodlust will be popped, and we're going to see them focus down this first Gripping Terror as quickly as possible before moving on to the 3 Awakened mobs. And once that's done, it's just the boss left over, and it's pretty easy.
Yeah, so something that they actually do is they all start on that right side Gripping Terror, so it allows now to do a little bit more damage to it. In addition to that, it positions everybody to where Voidweaver Mouthier will come all the way onto this platform with the group, making it significantly easier for them to get kicks on it. Otherwise, you'd have to use double ranged kick if he wasn't going to make it all the way to the platform to make sure you lock the spider out of both schools of magic before it would end up moving, which would be incredibly costly.
Yeah, because once you've used both of your range kicks, you'll miss 3 kicks from them because your Hunter's kick cooldown won't be back off of cooldown, so they would have had to let 2 casts in a row through, which could result in somebody instantly being killed. So, yeah, good positioning again from Method EU, and like we mentioned, once the first set of tentacles is down, they're going to not use the cannon right away, and they're going to spend that time cleaving down the remaining 3 Awakened mobs before they move on to the rest of the fight.
Absolutely. So ultimately, they're going to be downing this Blood of the Corruptor to give them a little bit more space on the platform. Frag goes and takes a bath a little bit, gets knocked away. Ginji's starting to drop really low. Zalia is starting to get close to low on mana, but these 3 Awakened mobs should be dying shortly. As long as Ginji gets topped before the next debuff comes out, he should be okay, but this is kind of scary.
There was some being knocked around with those debuff dispels there. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but
Ginji
Ginji has a debuff and he's incredibly low. He might die here. This is really spooky. He needs to get some heals. I mean, okay, there they come. He's now in a safe position, but that was really scary right now. And look at this. Zalia's just about completely doomed now. 10 to 15% mana left. But of course, once these Awakened mobs are down, all they have left to deal with are those debuffs.
Yeah, Miraz now gets targeted by the debuff on Vikgoth. He does, in fact, have his Hunter heal. I do not remember the name of it. All right, he presses it right there. Exil. Yeah, exactly. He presses his Exil. Now Ginji and Miraz are both kind of in danger of dying if they get targeted with another Vikgoth debuff, especially with Zalia super low on mana. But all of the Awakened mobs have gone down, and now it should be fine, ultimately, because now the pull...
Oh, Miraz. Okay,
nice turtle.
That was a little spooky. Miraz was in the cannon and got the boss debuff right when he came out of the cannon, so he was out of range of his healer for a second there, had to commit his turtle there just to make sure he stayed alive. That was a spooky moment for them, but it looks like they're more than pretty stable right now. We'll have to keep an eye on these next set of debuffs. If Ginji and Fragnus get targeted with either of those debuffs while they're low, could be spooky, but everyone's all topped up now, and they'll be able to finish the second Gripping Terror off.
Perplexed is actually at a similar point in which Method EU is. Unfortunately, the key difference here is the 12 deaths between the 2 teams. Unfortunate circumstances have left Perplexed slightly behind where Method EU is. I'm kind of surprised with how close it actually has ended up being.
Give me a second to get this cannon working.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Method EU has been the paragon of consistency with their strat. I mean, we saw just then on this second platform when they were finishing off those 3 Awakened mobs, there were some very scary moments where either Ginji or Fragnus could have gone down due to those debuffs because of how low Zalia's mana is. But after kind of finishing off that second platform, Zalia's mana is in a position where he should be more than capable of healing through this final platform, and we should see Method EU taking this first series. All they got to do is take down this final Gripping Terror, take that final cannon shot, and they'll be up 1-0
Something
in the
I really
series.
like there is now is the person who fires the cannon on that second platform there. That big demolishing tentacle will not hull crack until after his first slam, so now knows that, and he allows all of his DPS to sit here, standing and delivering on this Gripping Terror, making sure that they end up popping parry and other defensive abilities on the second demolishing terror that ends up spawning, and then somebody will hop in the cannon, fire the cannon, Vikgoth will be over, and they do not have to down any of the demolishing terrors, saving themselves some time, saving themselves some damage, and taking the first match versus Team Perplexed.
Also, we really get a good highlight of how dangerous it is going up 1 key level. That extra damage from DOS on bosses, some of the charges that we saw from some of the commanders going out, all that extra damage there, in particular, the Dranos is just so terrifying.
I mean, it adds up when you have these pulls that you've practiced and you've honed the exact maximum amount of enemies that you can fight on a level 19 key, and then the keystone level increases and their health and damage increases by 10%. You know, they've pulled enough in these pulls that 10% more health and damage, if they could have lived that, they would have added more stuff into the pull in the 19, right?
Exactly.
We saw both teams really contending with really getting over the line of what they can reliably do, and whether or not they were able to react and, you know, do those dangerous pulls even at that level of difficulty.
And as you were talking about before, it's ironic. Siege doesn't seem like it's as big of a step up compared to some of the other dungeons, which could be, or even some of the different affix combinations as well. But I think they also got a pretty good gut check of like what to expect for the rest of the series.
I mean, we were talking about that, how it should be one of the easier dungeons to go up a dungeon level in, but looking at the time trial times for this dungeon, Method EU's time trial time here was 15:08 on 19. Almost 5 minutes slower on 20 just from that one key level. Really goes to show you how much these guys have min-maxed their strats for 19s. Their cooldowns are planned out. They even go so far as to just plan when they use their trinkets and individual cooldowns. You know, when your rogue uses his blade flurries. These guys have everything mathed out, and just going up one keystone level really throws that all off.
Yeah, in addition to that, like there's like small, like very large things that you would expect to do, like one phasing Dread Captain Lockwood on a 19 that you just okay, it's like 1 percentage point difference of whether or not Perplexed one phases Dread Captain Lockwood or not. So there's some things that it will end up costing you a ton of time.
That's right. So let's start digging into some of the replay on that. Let's start seeing where teams were taking it slower here.
Yeah, so really the crucible of this match was in that third boss room, the Hadal Dark Fathom room. That was where Perplexed, you know, they were fighting there. They were fighting the same pool they usually do, and they ended up starting to have deaths. And unfortunately, one of the early deaths they had was on Divine Field himself, and that meant that they were unable to really recover that pull and pull it back together with battle reses because, you know, the aggro went on everybody. Nobody had a fast cast B-res, so they were left really in a bad situation with no way to save themselves there, and just kind of a slow, painful wipe unfolded after that. Meanwhile, Method EU also had difficulty with that same pull. They had some deaths as well, but their deaths were concentrated on DPS players instead, and that meant that they could, you know, stabilize, recover, and then battle res, which is a huge difference there. That ended up being many minutes of difference between the two teams from who died and whether or not they were able to recover in that third boss room. The fourth boss fight as well, that was something where, you know, every other part of the dungeon, Perplexed was really starting to catch up, but in that fourth boss fight room, even though things started to get sketchy for Method EU, there were a couple spots where players started to drop really low. They were able to hold it together, and they were able to get to the end of that platform and shoot that cannon, which is how they won that match.
Without question. And this also gets the conversation more towards the next dungeon, which is going to be looking to be on Freehold. And this is also going to be an incredibly interesting one, not only because, shocker, it's again a time trial map, here's ironic, but also I'm curious as to whether Method EU has had a chance to hone their strategy to copy what Perplexed has done earlier in the weekend. Absolutely
true. If there's any team of players that could figure out that strat and play it, you know, I think it's these guys.
And
it goes to show you that they chose to ban Workshop instead of this, and they've also had the opportunity to practice this dungeon on 20 instead of 19. Perplexed has had to play for the past couple hours, so we don't even know, or they probably don't even know if their strategy is possible to do it on 20 because of the extra damage intake on their tank. So we'll just have to see what happens. I'm interested to see how it plays out.
Zamak was tweeting at me saying that strategy, kiting all those awakened mobs, is actually just the most scary thing imaginable too.
I would imagine so. And that's just where pretty much all the dungeon gets put onto one player making sure they can start dodging as many enemies as they can at the very end of the run, really. And we've seen time and time again where teams need to be able to perform at the very end of the dungeon because that's really where all the pressure is. You know, even if the other group just started Vikgoth, for example, right as the other group's about to fire a cannon, if you have one wipe, there's no way you're able to catch up. If you have too many deaths, for example, you're not able to kill the tentacles in time. That causes all kinds of other problems. So it really shows, especially for MDI, how snowbally a lot of these games can be. Is ironic, but also about how important it is to keep calm while you're playing.
Absolutely. It's definitely a big mental game, and these guys are definitely two of the best at it. You know, especially in an online environment where you have a good idea of where the other team is in relation to your team, it's really good to have that information, but also you don't really want to get tilted by it either, you know? A lot of it is just keeping a calm mental attitude, like you mentioned. Even if you make mistakes, like you mentioned, well, you mentioned a lot of this already, but even if you make mistakes, the other team can make a mistake too. You can always come back in the dungeon. You can kind of seesaw, and we've seen a lot of that this weekend. Generally not with these two teams, but looks like we're ready to get going on this Freehold here.
Against a lot of their opponents, certainly.
Looks like a false start.
We see one team already starting. We
false
might
start.
add a little bit of a false start, so we gotta run it back a little bit there and make sure everybody comes on in together. You alright there, Tennis?
Travis and I are just laughing at the same joke.
Yeah, we are.
Tettles, I have a request from him Fired Up to stop giggling because it makes him giggle.
I cannot control whether or not I giggle. I must be honest with you.
That's
Oh.
that's adorable that you guys are giggling together.
Stop that.
Interesting.
All right. Everybody had a false start right there, so they were just making sure that we're able to sync the teams together once again. Make sure that everything is going to be on exactly the same page before we get started. So this is the grand finals. The dungeons are scaled up to the plus 20 level instead of the plus 19 for this grand final. So we have to have tyrannical, bolstering, and explosive. And while I don't think there's too much in terms of route differences that we would see as ironic, how much are we expecting boss differences and maybe extra pressure on these teams to watch their feet on the bosses?
It's hard to say because Freehold is generally speaking one of the more difficult dungeons when it comes to bosses, and you have to remember this is a tyrannical dungeon. I think they've got it mathed out whether or not they can live on a 19. I'm not really sure. Do you live one shot to the face on a 20 tyrannical? Dratnos or Titles, you guys would be much more versed in that. Or do you have to start LOSing?
I think that's when stuff
the
starts
shots down?
going bad. Yeah, I think the 19 to 20 line is basically where it matters. But I'm not sure, given the exact tournament realm gear, how much defensives they're looking at.
Exactly. I mean, they do have all of their neck traits for their additional health points. I think that they should still be able to live. I think the break point is like 21 tyrannical. But even still, like if you get comboed by any, like the parrot guano or just like aren't completely top.
I have corruption.
I have corruption even, yeah. You just instantly die. So there could be some differences between 19 and 20. I guess we'll see if people get 100 to 0.
You guys know if we've had any deaths just because of the thing from beyond and like that was the killing blow? I don't think that we've seen it just yet.
Don't think so.
I'm prepared
yet. No, I
for
don't think
it.
so yet, but I'm ready.
Very much prepared for it, and it looks like the teams are as well. As Method EU is up 1 right now against Perplexed in our grand finals, the plus 20 dungeons, the time trial dungeons as well. Start seeing, and maybe it all starts coming down to who can kite the obelisks best at the end of the dungeon. Our second game of the series is underway in Freehold.
All right, I'm looking forward to this soon, and we're already seeing the differences in strategy between these teams once again. We know Method EU likes to skip all the trash at the starting instance and get right into the boss room, whereas Perplex likes to get about 14% of their trash from these first 3 packs.
Yeah, I think that as long as they make sure that the Enforcer dies evenly with the rest of the pack, this is not exactly the most inefficient things, especially since they'll have stuff. Like, they will end up using... Like, the Rogue will have an additional buff because he is talenting in and out of... I don't even remember what it is, but they press AR and they get like a free 2 stack of roll the bones, free 2 buffs. So they have like additional buffs at the very beginning that they are gaining. So I don't think that's necessarily too bad of a strategy from Perplexed right there. Whereas Method EU, there is definitely a reason that they are running straight into this trash back. They're looking to get a little bit more trash percent and trash count later on.
Yeah, also, one of the no major differences to look at is the fact that we're seeing double Hunter on the side of Method EU versus 1 DK, 1 Hunter on the side of Perplexed. We're going to see more single target damage out of Method EU in general on bosses outside of when the DK has Army of the Dead available. And we're going to have to see if that comes into play, because remember, this is a tyrannical dungeon, and honestly, the Army of the Dead with Bloodlust for the DK might not even be enough to outdamage the extra Hunter for Method EU.
Yeah, but I think the 4th Obelisk generally will be a little bit better as long as Perplexed is able to pull that strategy off, especially if Method EU is only playing triple Obelisk.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. You can see, I mean, they're even committing their shout to making sure nobody goes down in that first phase. 20 Tyrannical is very spooky. Now, of course, there's only 3 real targets that are in danger here. Neither of the Hunters should ever get hit by one of the target shots. So the people you're looking at for the side of Method EU are going to be both of the melee players and the tank. That's the healer monk, the rogue, and the tank. And then on the side of Perplexed, they got a little bit more crowded melee over there.
Exactly. Both teams do end up using their Bloodlust on this first boss. Wolf Disco was doing 30k DPS, and then Bloodlust got popped. He popped Army of the Dead, and now has jumped up to 137k DPS on the boss. Whereas on the side of Method EU, the Hunter duo kind of slapping the boss around a little bit. So Perplexed is actually catching up, though, even though they did do a full trash pull ahead.
So it looks like one shot does about 75 to 80% of their HP if they don't have any shields, which is kind of spooky. Ooh, that's scary. If Zaylia gets shot right now while he's in that guano, he could go down. There's the shot. He healed himself to full right before getting shot. I mean, that could have been incredibly spooky there. Great heads up. Just stop, really like quick healing from him.
So look right there. Method EU actually has pulled a couple of mobs on top of Sky Captain Crag. It says Corsairs that will patrol around. I believe that there's one of the healing mobs that's also, and I don't remember exactly the name of it. But the double Corsair is the notable ones that are in that pack. So they are just making sure that they do kill Sky Captain Crag pretty evenly with those mobs. The Bonesaw, that's the healer guy. I couldn't remember what his name was. But yeah, so they end up DPSing those down evenly to make sure that nothing gets bolstered. Whereas for the side of Perplexed, they're taking something that is a more safe strategy. They have to kill fewer explosives, and they're just like standing and only hitting the boss there. So it's a little bit inefficient, but there is less damage that has to go into explosives.
Right. Well, they really wanted to make sure they didn't bolster the boss at all there, because they were already taking 80% of their HP with a non-bolstered shot. 1 or 2 bolsters, you're talking 100 to 0 even with shields. So yeah, very, very careful to make sure no bolstering went out, but a little bit of extra efficiency from Method EU, and that's kind of their bit. We've been talking about it all tournament. They find ways to find mob count in places where nobody else would really even bother going for it. So good on them. They finished the boss first, and they're only 4% behind in trash, so I think Method EU is very ever so slightly ahead in the dungeon, and I'm pretty sure as we see both teams doing the same thing, Rogue has now started the Trothak RP.
Both of their rogues ended up running ahead, vanishing off combat from the boss, and then ends up getting that pig spawn so that they can instantly click it. Just saves them a few seconds overall, especially relative to how much damage the rogue would be getting from the boss. Ashine should be walking back up here shortly. Method EU is already engaged in combat in the boss, whereas Perplexed is looking to pull a bunch of mobs on top of this Crusher. So they need to cleave off of the Crusher, otherwise it will get bolstered. So basically, for those who don't know, Crushers, whenever they die, will not bolster other mobs, but other mobs, whenever they die around the Crusher, will bolster it. So.
Right, so yeah, they're really making sure to single target that down. So perfect bolstering execution once again from Perplexed. They're playing really well in this dungeon so far. We did finally see a thing from Beyond there in the middle of that pack explode, but not any real major damage going out. But Explosive going off on top of that, group kind of dropping low, but it looks like Zamak with his big brain has got it under control, and they'll probably end up moving on to the Council of Captains right afterwards. But Method EU already about halfway done with the boss.
I noticed earlier, and I actually find incredibly funny. Zalia is running the Strength Trinket from Temple of Sethrilus, Merekth's Fang, whereas Zamak is not running that. The Strength Trinket does an immense amount of AoE damage. It's like the green breath thing. So Zalia foregoing Intellect for a Strength Trinket, so really the interesting series of events. I mean, you see Demon Hunters playing it.
Yeah, you do see it all the time. It makes sense, they're just going for the any massive amount of damage they can get, so it makes total sense. I mean, I would like to go back and see if any other healers actually ran something like that, because that's also pretty big-brained.
Yeah, Zamak is currently playing just a different unused trinket. I believe is like Medallion or something like that. Badge, maybe. Yeah, Corrupted Gladiator's Medallion. So he was playing a different unused trinket, something that probably amps up his Way of the Crane a little bit more. Method EU here has pulled some trash. You actually did see somebody get gripped in by the Harpooner there. Whenever Captain Jolly does end up going down, Eudora will stay active for a few seconds. You hope that they got a bad brew there, and if all the mobs stood in that bad brew, then all of the trash will end up getting exploded. I assume that they got a bad brew by how quickly that trash just died right there.
That was
Look at Zalia's
actually
damage.
Insane how quickly it all died. And
with the
Zalia,
breath.
That's definitely the trinket,
dude.
the breath, man. Both Zalia and Now has channeled their trinkets at the same time there and did a massive amount of damage with it. That was insane to get that bad brew RNG, which we assume, I mean, it had to be, right? Everything died so evenly. And on top of that, just cleaving it down with the boss so evenly, so perfectly, that was beautiful.
What else is like super important about that is, in addition to that, Eudora will still continue to stay active, stunning mobs while you're still in combat post-boss, and she will only go away after combat fully fades.
True, yeah. So you keep getting extra brews for a little while afterwards. Divine Field actually ends up going down, but Captain Jolly is at 5%, so they should technically be able to finish this pull off. But that's just 5 seconds on the board and maybe a little bit of inefficiency as people have to kite around so as not to die. That's, small things whenever Method EU is playing the way they are, they're really going to have to pull out all the stops in this dungeon to come back.
He charged into that Whirlpool of Blades, which is unfortunately going to make you die immediately.
And die he did. We're going to see Method EU moving on to that Trothak room, pulling a lot of trash, also with one of those Crushers, making sure they have to focus that down. And it looks like, wow, I mean, is Perplexed going for it? It looks like they're clearing the same amount of trash. They're clearing that same circle of trash, so we'll have to keep an eye on them. I think they're going to go for it. I think they, with the way they played in the dungeon, they kind of think I'd be surprised if they didn't go for it because they probably think
look
they
at the
have
difference
to.
in trash count right now too. So even though Method EU seems like they're
True.
significantly ahead of Perplexed is 15% trash count higher. So this is actually a fairly even match currently. Maybe Method EU is slightly ahead. It's kind of hard to tell. Ultimately, I think it's going to come down to the last like 30. Ultimately, it's going to come down to the last like 20 to 30 seconds of the dungeon because Perplexed running that very interesting strategy of get me away from these mobs.
That is a pretty good strategy, I have to say.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
it's rough, but
yeah, I was about to say Crusher into Ludwig is pretty nice. So with bolstering, whenever the Crusher dies, if it dies before Ludwig does not get bolstered by the Crusher because, like I was stating earlier, the Crushers will not bolster enemy mobs. I don't know why, but so there a lot of times during bolster weeks you will actually pull these Crushers because they're efficient relative to other weeks whenever they are significantly inefficient. Big pull coming in from Method EU though.
yeah, they're just clearing more of this trash in the central area. I don't know if they want to pull that Crusher as well. They probably don't need to because the trash percentage is, as we see them
Oh,
running
there's an
away with
explosive going
Azalea
off.
at 1%
Explosive went off.
HP. And an explosive going off. This is a spooky moment for Method EU on this massive pull, but it looks like they're just barely going to get everyone back to topped just fine. So yeah, spooky moment. You saw Azalea literally on those target frames, 1% HP. He shouldn't be alive.
Yeah, they got a really unfortunate explosive spot going off and dropped everybody like sub 30% health. They are very fortunate that nothing bad happened beyond that. That is a large scrapper. They're making sure to DPS down everything evenly. You see the binding shot coming out to try to make sure that now does not get meleeed to death. Perplexed has down Ludwig von Tortolan, 1% trash count ahead of Method EU, whereas Method EU has downed all of their trash and they are starting Trothak currently.
Yep, they are starting Trothak. They've already got Ludwig down, so we're going to see them, you know, they've almost caught up on that trash percentage, but then again, Perplexed is doing the pull that Method EU just pulled off, that massive AoE pull where Azalea almost died. So they'll probably get up to about 76, 77% trash off of that, and then move on to Trothak right afterwards. Really what it's going to come down to is going to be what Method EU is going to be doing for the rest of their trash percentage that they have to make up, and then also whether or not either or both of the teams are going to go down. But Azalea has died. They have a battle res available for him, but they have to make sure that they get that shark kited out. We're going to wait for this shark toss to go out first, and then whichever hunter does not pick up the shark is probably going to res Azalea.
Right there, the shark goes out. The shark is on Genji, so Miraz is walking over to Azalea's body. Okay, actually Azalea Genji, so Miraz is walking over to Azalea's body. Okay, actually Azalea already got res. I'm trolling. Yeah, never mind. I see that now. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think I trolled you there.
Oh,
I trolled you there. It's
wrong
okay.
way, to be honest. Okay, Perplex is also now on the Trothak, the Shark Puncher.
Oh yeah. So we can see, you know, where the teams lie right now. 12% trash on the board for 30% of the boss's HP. That's the difference right now. Not quite sure which one is in the lead right now, as it is a tyrannical dungeon, so that 30% HP on the boss is actually a massive amount of health. But really what it comes down to, like we mentioned before, is where that trash percentage comes from for Method EU.
Okay, so speculating for a little bit, I would assume that it's going to come from the pack that's next to Harlan's Suite. I think it's only assumption to say that they probably do it before. Okay, so no, actually, here's where the trash comes from. I found it. I lied. I found the trash. It's on Method EU's screen right now.
Oh, hey, there it is. Isn't that a little early, though? Trothak is still pretty high.
Oh, okay.
I feel like that's got to be a
I
little
guess it
bit
depends on what
early.
you're cleaving off of, right? If you're cleaving off of Trothak, it's
True,
probably fine. If
true.
you're not, then it's dangerous. So there are some scrappers and some knuckle dusters in that pack. So that pack is the patrol, and it's normally not that bad, especially whenever they don't have any harpooners in it. Sometimes there are harpooners in the pack depending on what RP event is active, but with the Brood, there are none in that pack. So that pack is actually fine to pull with Trothak. Getting gripped into Sharknado, though, in other weeks would cause teams to perish, but Method EU devising an excellent strategy where Perplex here has a Crusher currently on the screen.
Yeah, a little bit less efficient because, you know, when you only have 2 targets available, you don't get access to that rapid reload for the hunters. Although they are only running 1 hunter, so it's not as big of a deal for them as it would be for Method. But man, Method made me eat my words pretty easily. They were just completely passively cleaving those down. I don't think there was any focus AoE going on, just keeping up Beast Cleave and probably Blade Flurrying, and they're going to go down about 5 to 10 seconds after the boss, so perfect execution there from Method EU, and only 9% behind on trash right now. Well, Perplex still has to deal with 30% of the boss's HP.
I still wonder where they're going to get that count from. So I think they have to be clearing out that middle pack that's near Harlan Suite. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense as to where else they would get it.
Oh, maybe we're just going to see the old typical strategy. No, we
It's
can't because it's
bolstering,
bolstering.
exactly.
Never mind.
You
We
can't
can't use
cannonball
the
barrage
cannons.
them because it's bolstering. Maybe they still cannonball barrage it and just do it at the very last minute. The reason that I assume that they...
It's still
Yeah,
scary,
exactly.
though.
I agree with that. The reason that I assume that they cleared it out early is because it gives them significantly more room to kite the Blood of the Corruptor around and kite all the rest of the Awakened Obelisks around. But still going to be missing some.
So we now see that Method EU does actually have a lead at the current state of the dungeon, and probably will continue, even though Perplexed will catch up in trash percentage here. Because Method EU is able to pull the boss right now, I'd say that they're still slightly in the lead, but it looks like Method EU isn't going to be doing any kiting shenanigans. They're just going to be killing these obelisks all together with Bloodlust executing it. But they've got all four.
So they have to actually kill that middle pack with a cannonball barrage from Harlan at the very end of Harlan. And if he does get bolstered like a couple of times, then they could actually just completely lose the run. So it's very important to make sure that everything is going to go smoothly here. Getting down that Blood of the Corruptor first is probably going to be their key focus, and the reason for that is just because of how small the area that you already have to deal with Harlan is prior, that they need to make sure that it goes down early. So you actually do see it. It is getting killed quickly.
And Miros just got chunked to 30%
pack.
HP there. Azalea also getting chunked by the crippling. They are so close to being an aggro into that middle pack, but once the Blood of the Corruptor goes down, they can actually move into the center of the room. Gingy has to be super careful with his positioning there, but that was almost textbook. Do they have a way to get rid of these fears here? I don't see if they do or not. Okay, he is able to actually position himself to not get feared towards the middle pack, so it looks like he's going to be fine with that fear, and they're going to try to get the Beckoner Chaos down before that next group of fear comes out.
So Perplexed here, doing the tried and true patented, I'm going to run away with these awakened mob strategy that we saw previously that Zamak was doing. So now they are actually just DPSing down only Harlan. All of their single target DPS is going into Harlan, whereas Method EU still needs to cannonball barrage that middle pack. I think this is going to be the win for Perplexed as long as Zamak doesn't end up going down. So they need to make sure that all of their DPS, so a Shine can roll, I think it's True Bearing, that's the heal. Actually, no, True Bearing's not.
The attack speed slash leech.
I think True Bearing may be the attack speed slash leech. Wolf Disco does in fact have Death Strike to keep him up. Swag is the only one who's in like super big danger. But Zamak died! That means that, oh my gosh, the Awakened mobs instantly teleported all the way back to the group. This is going to be a wipe for Perplexed. Method U is going to win the match, I think.
Wow. I mean, you were talking about it. Zamak was saying on Twitter that pull is incredibly dangerous to pull off even on a 19. I can't imagine how much more dangerous it is on a 20 with, your entire group having to keep each other up. We even saw like literally one Eye of Corruption for Ashine took him down to like 40% HP. And it's not like he has any good way of getting rid of that outside of, his cloak and the actual Cloak of Shadows. So once those are gone, there's not much you can do there. It looks like we're just going to have an easy win for Method EU. And I'm actually still curious, where are they going to get the last of their trash from? Are they just going to cannon barrage them, at the final 5 or 10%?
10%, it has to be that middle pack that's right there. They're going to be doing it like probably whenever the boss hits about 20, maybe a little bit lower, like 20-ish% because he's already in that range where he's taking increased damage, so he should be a little bit easier to deal with. Swag ends up going down to explosive right there.
Here's the question that I have at this point though. Your Method EU, right? You've got to know about a minute and a half after whatever is going on for you. You have to know that Perplexed is wiped at this point, right? The second you know that, I feel like there's no reason to go for the cannon barrage in the middle pack. You should just kill the boss, because if you do wipe to Harlan Sweet, you have to deal with the 4 obelisk pull again with no Bloodlust, and there's no way you're living that without Bloodlust, right? So I feel like they just have to play. They should play it safe here. It's the right call to make.
Zamak died instantly again.
Oh,
yeah,
Zamak
he got hit by the
instantly
Spirit Breaker and could not live it with the Life Cocoon. Ends up going down. This is going to be another wipe for Perplexed. Whereas Method EU here, 15% on the board. So now they just need to procure.
Yeah, they're just playing safe.
They're just playing
safe.
Yeah.
Where are they? Where are they? They stopped damage. They're not doing any more damage to the boss here.
So look, they're
It was a 10%
they're
for a
positioning
while.
themselves to be able to. Here we go. Okay, so they were just making sure that Harlan was going to be in a position where he's just going to die almost regardless of whether or not they mess it up.
Oh, dropping low.
It's going to be okay. Like they're still at least going to get some count from it. Whereas
Harlan goes down.
Fine.
That is going to be all she wrote. One more mob is all it takes. And with this last trash mob, Method EU are returning to their winning ways and unsurprisingly taking the first cup of the 2020 MDI season.
Method EU, despite those challenging plus 20, the big step up, and we just saw the difference right there of the challenges and not being able to survive some of those pulls with the obelisks mobs at the very, very end. And now gets a nice little dance there as they claim their first cup win of the season. Oh, that's such a great dance. Drynos, wasn't that such a great
I'm
dance?
not sure if everybody else can even see it, but it is fantastic.
We'll describe it to them, okay? We'll describe
Yeah,
it
that
to them.
Drynos, can you dance for
It was
us?
a night elf, okay?
That is not going to be happening at
Yeah.
this time, I'm afraid. What I can do is provide some analysis of what happened in that freehold. Where
You can?
Indeed I can, yeah. We're looking at a close match almost all the way through. Zamak continued to attempt that end boss strategy that they pioneered yesterday, but unfortunately it didn't work out this time because he died, and that made it not work. Back to you guys.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that analysis. We all very much appreciate that one. What a game, especially at the very end of it. Did we end up seeing, Tuttles, how Zamak ended up dying? Did he just get cornered in the wrong spot?
So
or
it
something along those
looked
lines?
like the spider was about to cast the disease on him, which I don't assume would end up killing him. Especially 100 to 0, then he can dispel it as well. The only thing that I can imagine is if it gets like corruption slowed or something like that, and the mobs are able to catch up to him, or maybe he got comboed by like Blood the Corruptor plus that cast. It's really hard to say what exactly killed him, but once he dies, all of those awakened mobs teleported straight back to his group, and then it was just over.
Yep, and that is all she wrote. So with Method EU taking that first victory of the season, one of 3 cups for the European region, it does bring us to, talk about how they really got here at this point. They showed really Zyronic in true form why they are that #1 team, how consistent that they have been both last year and now this year as well.
I mean, when you look at their performances throughout the entire tournament, these guys have been consistently having just, 1 or 2 death runs the entire way through. Never perfect, but also never making those giant mistakes that you've seen from so many other teams this entire tournament. Actually, every other single team in this tournament had, at least one dungeon where they made a full white mistake. Method EU didn't. They just had really clean runs the entire way through. And I mean, that's just the Method EU we've known for so long now. All of last year they were doing this and they returned to it right away. Congrats to them. These guys are insane.
Absolutely huge congratulations to Method EU taking that #1 spot. And Dranos, let's break down that last dungeon as well there, because that was incredible.
So with bolstering active, it's often a challenge to pull mobs onto bosses, but Method EU has found ways to do that on almost every single boss fight in this dungeon. They found places where the boss is low on health, and then they can pull mobs onto those bosses, and by doing that, they're reducing the total amount of pulls in the dungeon, and that saves them time over the course of the whole thing. Now, unfortunately, they did have a little bit of a death during the Trothak boss fight. Zalia got hit by Trothak charging to rearm himself with one of those sharks, but they were able to recover that even though it was a healer death. They were able to stabilize, resurrect, and then they even continued their plan of pulling some trash onto Trothak at the end of the fight to have it all kind of die around the same time. And they have these numbers really well planned out of exactly what percentages on the boss fight to pull in extra trash so that they all die at around the same time. Now, the last boss fight for them was also, they were fighting 4 obelisks just like Perplexed, but they were actually going to fight all 4 of those awakened enemies, unlike Perplexed who did that kiting strategy. So they had a little bit more difficulty there up front, but then once they dealt with those awakened enemies, they didn't have anything more going on, and they didn't run the risk of something going wrong like it did with Zamak dying and that immediately turning into a wipe, which we saw happen for Perplexed, where Zamak was kiting, and then the awakened mobs caught up to him, and that was the end of that pull.
I mean, ultimately, it's a significant damage and time gain to not have to actually fight those mobs, even still, though, right?
Yeah, it probably does end up being worthwhile overall if you can avoid dying to them. Yeah, that may have been a win for Perplexed. I'm not sure if the numbers would have worked out for it, but I think it might have been. But it adds that element of risk there where you're all hanging on that one person, having that run work out, and in that case it didn't for Perplexed, and that ended up costing them. Whereas Method EU strategy, they had room for some deaths with their strategy, and they were able to resurrect them, like with Zalia dying on Trothak, right?
Exactly. Yep. And as we wrap up our cup, let's take a look at where we have gone as Perplexed and Method EU started on opposite ends of the bracket, meeting up in the upper finals where Method EU took that 2-0 victory, knocking Perplexed down to face up against the boys, where they redeemed themselves on their Shrine of the Storm run, only to meet their end at Method EU at the grand finals once more. This weekend, we also saw some huge teams step up in the tournament, as the boys and Paint for Femme in particular had very strong performances and really began to show, Zyronic, how they can continue to be more competitive throughout this season.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of these teams that were competitors last year kind of show up and show that they're better than they were last year. I think both the boys and Paint for Femme are teams that we need to keep looking at going forward, because right now they're in those 3 and 4 positions for LAN, and as you know, top 4 teams from each region do end up going to LAN. So, you know, can they hold on to that position going forward? If they keep playing the way they were this weekend, I think we'll see them there.
Without a doubt. And not to mention that we also have some other competitors who can definitely step up over time. And we think about Deplete from Beyond as well there, Tettles, where a lot of the guys from 40K, they started really stepping up over the course.
Yeah, Deplete from Beyond and Self-Reliance both are going to need to step it up pretty hard in order to be able to push themselves in that first, second, third, fourth place spot that will get them that seed and that berth for LAN. So they need to make sure that they are practicing day in and day out and really giving it their 100% all.
That's right, and as we take a look at our standings right now, you'll see that 210 points is going to Method EU, followed up by the 150, 120, and 90 for Perplexed, the boys, and Paint for Femme, respectively, with our 6th place team, Self-Reliance and Deplete from Beyond, getting 60, our 7th and 8th place teams in Doppler Effect and Puolukka getting 30. And like you said, citizens of Downrand, raise your eyes to the standings and observe these champions. These absolute champions of our EU and Asian weekend. A lot of EU dominance as well. But it would be interesting to see next week as well, as ironic as it's going to be America's turn.
Oh yeah, I mean, can Method and A keep their #1 spot in North America? We have a lot of returning teams from the North American region, and we'll have to see if any of them can take the spot from them.
Yeah, and when we've been able to see really Perplexed step up, for example, in the EU region, well, I don't know if I would say step up. I would say grow. Perplexed continued to grow and continued to show that they are a challenger for Method EU. They've still got a ways to go to be able to beat our defending BlizzCon champions, but they've definitely shown, especially from time trials, especially from having to play more grueling games, that they have what it takes, Radnos, to continue pushing on.
Yeah, you know, I would not be counting out any of the teams here really at all, but especially, you know, Perplexed, the boys, and Paint for Femme all had a really fantastic showing here. All of them in position now to keep, you know, replicating those results, getting those top 4 finishes, and making it to LAN. But I wouldn't even count out the 6th and 7th place, or sorry, 6th and 5th place finishers this time around either, because they're very much within range, you know, of just a couple of things going a little bit better for them, and then being in the 3rd and 4th, or even higher positions themselves.
That's right, and for all of us, from the MDI, from the production team, from our tournament organizers, and from the casting team enjoying this tournament with you all from our homes, thank you so much for joining us for the first weekend of the Mythic Dungeon International, as we have all kinds of improvements and all kinds of more optimizations for us to provide to you. So be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and ring the bell so that you can see when we go live next. The next tournament is going to be for the NA tournament. We will be seeing you again next weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in. I've been Automatic Jack, joined by Dratnos, Tettles, Zyronic, and Nagura. Thank you for watching, and have a great night.
Bye.